They've used words like laundromat. I would like your take on the Russia oil import. I know the foreign minister has commented on it, but it's a matter that concerns your ministry as well greatly. Do you believe it's necessary? And is it an economic decision or a diplomatic decision?
Arnav, I'm surprised you're asking this question this way. Economic or diplomatic decisions are for the country to take. Where I purchase anything, oil or anything else, from is my decision. Where I purchase from is my decision. It's our country's decision. Yes. Our leadership's decision. And those decisions are not taken if it's going to hurt our economy. If buying oil from A instead of B is going to be cost ineffective, meaning if I buy from A instead of B and I end up paying more for that, it's not good for my economy. Instead, buying from B makes me save some money because it is affordable, it is less expensive than buying it from A. I will have to decide. That's a decision of my country. It can't be that somebody else would tell me, don't buy from A or B, buy from C. It's my decision making in the interest of my country's economy, in the interest of my country's diplomacy, and moreover, it's not done in stealth.
No.
Everybody knew about it. And the products after refining from this crude have been purchased by everybody.
Including Ukraine, including Europe.
And therefore, I feel it's a sad day that we are being singled out on that.
All right, let's move on in the bulletin now. What began as a mysterious burial case in Dharmasthala has now snowballed into a full-blown political storm. From masked men to YouTubers and now politicians, the scandal has shaken the state of Karnataka and the entire country. And in the latest update, BJP MLA Janardhan Reddy has pointed fingers directly at Congress MP Shasikant Senthil. Watch this report.
What began as a mysterious mass burial case in Dharmasthala has now erupted into a shocking political cyclone. First came the alleged hoax activists, then the controversial YouTubers stirring the narrative, and the unmasked masked man, Chinnaya. But now the story has taken a far darker and more explosive turn. BJP MLA Janardhan Reddy has publicly pointed fingers at Congress MP Shasikant Senthil, accusing him of orchestrating the sinister anti-temple campaign. A deliberate effort to tarnish the nation's religious fabric.
It is absolutely baseless, it is politically motivated and a reckless allegation. There is no link with me on this case or anything. It has been the rumor has been spread through a coordinated propaganda. So I have now filed a defamation against the person who took my name and started this whole thing, Mr. Janardhan Reddy, who is the MLA of Gangavati. And he now has to come to the court and explain why he did that.
And also there is a gang which says that people from the Skull gang had met you in Delhi and you had arranged for a closed door meeting.
What is this? I absolutely think these people are making mockery of the whole thing. Where does a member of parliament go and search for a skull? I don't understand. These stories are completely fabricated, and in fact I don't have a house in Delhi yet. The government is yet to allocate and give us hand over the house. I still live in Tamil Nadu, Bhavan. So these logics don't at all make any sense to me, and I don't think it makes any sense to Karnataka people, but their intelligence should not be tested like in this level.
The Congress MP claims there are no facts, no evidence, just explosive allegations designed to ignite political warfare. Meanwhile, the SIT probe has uncovered a chilling link, a calculated, premeditated plan where a gang, including the masked man Chinnaya, Girish Mattenavar and Jayant T, dared to transport a human skull right up to Kerala Communist Party MP Santosh Kumar's doorstep. An audacious act designed to send a chilling message. And today the masked man Chinnaya's police custody comes to an end. But the SIT is set to produce him once again before the Beltangdi court as the investigation digs deeper into the underbelly of the scandal. This is not just a case. This is a political chessboard where power, ambition and vendetta collide. And nothing is off limits. Every hoax player is fighting to protect their own narrative. The nation watches with bated breath as this explosive saga unfolds. And the line between political rivalry and criminal conspiracy blurs. Will the truth prevail, or will political power games bury it forever? Dharmastala's buried secrets are no longer hidden. They're out in the open, and the countdown to justice has begun.
Time to take a short break, but coming up ahead, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's big statement on Donald Trump's tariffs alleges insult to Indians by Trump. Also, the other big story that we are tracking, Peter Navarro gets fact-checked on X over India's Russian oil purchase claim, attacks Elon Musk over the community note. Those big stories and much more coming up after a short break. Don't go anywhere, viewers.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान
इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Today, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph!
Families in Minneapolis are mourning. Our Greater Annunciation Fellowship is mourning. Our entire city is united in grief, and at the same time, based on this incredible group of people that has assembled here in City Hall, we are also united in action.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph!
We need a statewide and a federal ban on assault weapons.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for
We need a statewide and a federal ban on high-capacity magazines.
Completely not correct. It has nothing to do with the tariff. GST and the reforms associated with GST had to find the light of the day sometime.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman speaks exclusively to Arnab Goswami, clarifies the GST and tariffs not linked.
No, I don't see it as a closed chapter.
You don't see it as
It is still possible, and I'm sure there are efforts being made by the negotiating team for trade, diplomatic team, which is working on all levels.
Donald Trump turns tirade into truce. Finance Minister confirms India-US trade talks are possibly to resume.
When people of India feel insulted, we have actually worked to build a good relationship with the United States.
Finance Minister's big statement on tariffs alleges insult to Indians by Donald Trump. Peter Navarro's gets fact-checked on X over India's Russian oil purchase claim, attacks Elon Musk over the community note. After massive outrage over National Emblem vandalism, Srinagar cops arrest over 20 people.
उस पत्थर पे एम्बलम लगना चाहिए था या नहीं लगना चाहिए था, पहले तो वो सवाल बनता है। मैंने अभी तक किसी भी मजहबी दायरे में, किसी भी फंक्शन में इस तरह का एम्बलम का इस्तेमाल होते हुए नहीं देखा है।
Umar Abdullah turns blind eye to vandals, blames Waqf Board Vice Chairman over the emblem attack. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and French President Emmanuel Macron held comprehensive talks reviewing the full spectrum of bilateral relations, strengthening cooperation across key sectors and discussing the evolving situation in Ukraine. Here is more.
India and France have once again underlined the strength of their strong ties. Prime Minister Modi held talks with French President Emmanuel Macron, where the two leaders reviewed the progress in the bilateral cooperation and exchanged views on the Ukraine conflict. The talks come just 2 days after European Commission President spoke with the Prime Minister, highlighting India's role in pressing for an end to the war in Ukraine. India has time and again emphasized that this is not the era of war. The discussions hold significance as the French president had recently joined European leaders at the White House for talks with the Ukrainian president.
The idea of a trilateral meeting is very important because this is the only way to fix it. And by the way, I think as a follow-up, we would need probably a quadrilateral meeting, because when we speak about security guarantees, we speak about the whole security of the European continent. And this is why we are all united here with Ukraine on this matter. In order to organize such a trilateral meeting, your idea to ask for a truce or a ceasefire, at least to stop the killings as we discuss, is a necessity.
During the conversation, Prime Minister Modi thanked President Macron for accepting India's invitation to attend the AI Summit in February 2026 and said that he looked forward to welcoming him. Both the leaders agreed to remain in close touch and continue working together for peace, stability and stronger cooperation between India and France. The message from New Delhi and Paris is clear. India and France remain committed partners, shaping a stable and cooperative global order.
In some international news now, hundreds of protesters rallied in a northern Serbian town demanding free elections and justice under President Alexander Vucic's rule. Led by university students, the demonstration comes 10 months after a concrete canopy collapsed at a Novi Sad's train station. Here are the details.
Baton-wielding riot police in northern Serbia town fired tear gas, charged thousands of protesters. They were demanding free elections and justice after months of demonstration against the rule of President Alexander Vučić.
Ovdje smo da podržimo studente i očekujemo što skorije vanredne parlamentarne izbore kao što studenti traže. I to je jedini osnovni zahtev koji je ostao, pošto jedni i drugi zahtevi se ne ispunjavaju.
The protests led by university students came more than 10 months after a concrete canopy collapsed at a train station in town of Novi Sad, killing 16 people. The disaster ignited a wave of public outrage, with state corruption and negligence cited as major cause. There were no immediate reports of injuries in Friday's chaos triggered by police action. Vučić, who has claimed he wants to take Serbia to European Union, has branded the protesters as terrorists who want to unseat him from the power with the help of the West. The protesters have been demanding early elections and criminal prosecutions against those responsible for the canopy collapse, as well as free media that Vučić is trying to stifle.
Zbog izbora, zbog institucija i zbog ove nenormalnosti u kojoj živimo. Muka nam je svima jednom da se stane, da se vratimo normalnom životu. Ovo je više neizdrž. Ovo je katastrofa, ovo nije život. Sve je stalo zbog jednog čoveka.
Dozens of university professors, deans and high school teachers have been sacked in past months as authorities crack down against their support of students. The protest on Friday centered around a university building that was taken over Vučić's loyalists and police over a week ago. University students have been a key force behind the nationwide protesters triggered by concrete canopy collapse at the main train station in Novi Sad.
And here is a look at some more news from across the world. Here is the international wrap. Egypt's foreign minister on Saturday rejected Israel's latest plan to expand its military operations in the Gaza Strip. At a joint press conference in Cairo with the UNRWA Commissioner General, Badr Abdelati said, and I quote him now, "This is nonsense to say that this is a voluntary migration. The Palestinian people hold on to their land and their national land. They don't want to leave their land. Why should they leave?" he said. Speaking from the Oval Office after signing a new executive order, President Donald Trump announced measures allowing the U.S. to designate countries as state sponsors of wrongful detention, using potential sanctions to deter the detention or house-taking of Americans abroad. The announcement comes amid ongoing tensions in the Middle East as Israel continues its strikes on Gaza. Meanwhile, Hamas released a video showing two hostages pleading for an end to the war. Kathmandu Darbar Square was packed with thousands of devotees in colourful masks and gowns representing Hindu deities dancing to traditional music and drums on Saturday. Tens of thousands of people lined up the narrow streets of inner Kathmandu to worship Kumari, including Nepal's President, Prime Minister and several top officials. The Indra Jatra festival marks the end of the monsoon season and rice farming season, signalling the dawn of fall. Thousands of LGBTQ Catholics with their families and supporters participated in a Holy Year pilgrimage to Rome, walking through the holy door of St. Peter's Basilica. They say that they have long felt discriminated against, shunned by the church, but now feel a level of welcome and acceptance that they attribute to Pope Francis. They have been participating in vigils, talks and masses around Rome, including one celebrated by an Italian bishop who drew a sustained standing ovation when he told them it was time to restore to them the dignity that had been denied to them. A scramble is underway in Ohio over a staple of the back-to-school season, rides on the big yellow school bus. Public school districts cancelled bus transportation for thousands of high schoolers again this year, while in some cases still using students to private and charter schools to avoid steep fines under state requirements. A nationwide bus driver shortage is being compounded by the effects of Ohio's recent expansion to a universal voucher program to help more kids attend private schools. And On to some other news now. U.S. President Donald Trump plans to dispatch the National Guard troops and immigration agents into Chicago, and that has put a dampener in the city's Mexican Independence Day celebrations. A parade is set to kick off for the festivities, but the typical joyful period coincides with Donald Trump's threats to add Chicago to this list of cities that he has targeted for expanded federal enforcement. Here is the full story.
U.S. President Donald Trump's plan to dispatch National Guard troops and immigration agents into Chicago has put many Latino residents on edge. This has prompted some to carry their U.S. passports while giving others pause about openly celebrating the upcoming Mexican Independence Day. Though the holiday falls on September 16th, celebrations in Chicago span more than a week and draw thousands of participants. Festivities will kick off with a parade through the heavily Mexican Pilsen neighborhood and continue with car caravans and lively street parties. But this year, the typically joyful period coincides with Trump's threats to add Chicago to the list of other Democrat-led cities he has targeted for expanded federal enforcement.
So there's anxiety, there's uncertainty, and at the same time, traffic around these areas has not been the same in general. And even the small businesses here feel it.
His administration has said that it will step up immigration enforcement in Chicago as it did in Los Angeles and would deploy National Guard troops to help fight crime.
There's a lot of things that's going to create chaos, and we don't want chaos in Chicago.
In addition to sending troops to Los Angeles in June, Trump deployed them last month in Washington, D.C. as part of his unprecedented law enforcement takeover of the nation's capital. Although details about the promised Chicago operation have been sparse, local opposition is already widespread and includes suburban communities with their own basis of immigrant communities.
I actually just turned an American citizen this year, so it does give me a little bit of comfort during these times, but it still seems like a very volatile time for people, especially, like you said, Mexican Independence Day coming up.
The extended Mexican Independence Day celebrations reflect the size and vitality of Chicago's Mexican-American community. Mexicans make up more than 1/5 of the city's total population and about 74% of its Latino residents, according to 2022 U.S. Census estimates.
And in some more international news, the active phase of joint military exercises under the Collective Security Treaty Organization, that is the CSTO, concluded in Belarus on Saturday. Troops from Russia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan participated in the week-long drills aimed at enhancing regional security and coordination. Here is the full story.
The active phase of joint military exercises involving countries in the Collective Security Treaty Organization finished in Belarus on Saturday. The CSTO contingents of Russia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan took part in the week-long drills.
Основное это, конечно, передача опыта СВО, потому что применяются новые тактики, способы, методы ведения боевых действий, которые ранее не применялись и которые имеют достаточно.
Observers from Iran reportedly attended the final stage of the exercise. All soldiers of the Russian contingent were on the front line in Ukraine, and their main goal was to share real combat experience.
Другая здесь лесная местность, у нас есть степь, и по местности мы действуем по-другому.
Belarusian defense minister said that the CSTO troops demonstrated the ability and possibility to respond to various threats in the organization's areas of responsibility.
Мы демонстрируем единство взглядов и способность и возможность реагировать на различные угрозы в зонах ответственности организации.
The Collective Security Treaty Organization was formed in the first half of the 1990s following the collapse of the Soviet Union. Besides Russia, it includes Armenia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan.
And viewers, now let's take a look at some more news from the world of business and markets. Here is the business wrap. The Finance Ministry last week lowered the GST on major farm equipment from 12% to 5%, which is expected to lead to significant savings in production costs for the farmers and also improve mechanization. At a press conference on Saturday, Union Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan released a list of items whose prices will come down due to the GST rate cut. The list showed that the prices of all major farm equipment will fall by a minimum of 67% from their existing rates. Auto companies including Tata Motors, Mahindra & Mahindra, Renault India, BMW and Maruti Suzuki India have announced a range of price cuts for their vehicles this festive season. This comes after the GST Council approved the rate cuts for most segments to 18%, with some categories at 40%. According to a report by Kotak Institutional Equities, on-road prices of most cars are expected to reduce by at least 5 to 8%. Days after meeting Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, exporters are set to meet RBI Governor Sanjay Malhotra on 11th of September, seeking a range of support measures from a weaker rupee, easier loan repayment terms to credit support to help diversify into other markets to tide over the immediate stress caused by the US tariffs. This comes as exporters aim to continue servicing US buyers despite the pressure of tariffs in order to preserve long-standing relationships. French aerospace major Dassault Aviation will increase its stake in Dassault Reliance Aerospace Limited to 51%, making it the majority shareholder in the joint venture with Anil Ambani's Reliance Infrastructure Limited. The move, announced in a stock exchange filing by Reliance Infra, marks a significant shift in the ownership and responsibility for the venture. Viewers, we are taking a short break, and coming up ahead, after massive outrage over the National Emblem vandalism, Srinagar cops arrest over 20 people. However, Omar Abdullah turns a blind eye to the vandals, blames Waqf Board Vice Chairman over the emblem attack. That big story and much more is coming up after a short break, viewers. Stay tuned.
MDH की देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think. सबसे बात हमेशा विश्लेषण करता आया, सीखता आया कि वे राष्ट्र हित को सर्वोपरि रखना है। Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshalling the full power.
During an interview, American economist
You know what Rahul Gandhi said? He said the economy that you have run so magnificently is dead. Did that, by the way? What was your response that day?
I felt hurt. I felt very bad, not personally. For the last 5 years, we are the fastest growing. Sooner, we'll be the third largest. Every state is growing. Some of the states are setting target for themselves, 1 trillion from our state within 1 year. There's a healthy, positive competition. These are not possible in a dead economy. how could some party which is sitting in the opposition in the parliament end up repeating or parroting the words uttered by somebody else? Don't you have your own assessment of our economy?
This week on Get Me Right, is the India-United States relationship on the rocks and beyond remedy, or is there hope that it could still be redeemed? Also, the post-Article 370 Naya Kashmir is taking strong strides in busting the long-held myths of Pakistan and their allies in India, the Tukre Tukre gang. A report debunks the unmarked graves theory. This weekend, Saturday and Sunday, only on Republic TV.
At just 38 years, he became the youngest senior advocate in the history of the Madras High Court. From earning his first salary of 350 rupees to fighting one of India's earliest medical malpractice suits, his is a journey of grit and brilliance. Meet the man who shaped the law and lived it. Senior advocate C.A. Sundaram in a rare and candid conversation on the legal side of things. This weekend, only on Republic TV.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
MDH की देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा। राजा आरती और मसाला।
Yesterday, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph!
Families in Minneapolis are mourning. Our Greater Annunciation Fellowship is mourning. Our entire city is united in grief and at the same time based on
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Huge crowd gathered to witness the immersion of Srimant Bhau Saheb Rangari Ganpati in Pune, which was carried out with the traditional performances showcasing the valor and martial traditions of Maharashtra. Pune Joint Commissioner Ranjan Kumar Sharma also performed Aarti at the Alka Talkies Chowk on the occasion. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant inaugurated the KTC bus service connecting Panjim to rural areas of Sankali. He said that 4 EV buses have been launched from Sankali constituency. The Machi bus scheme will benefit students and private employees along with others in the area. A car plunged into Shipra River in Ujjain yesterday late night. Rescue and search operations are underway soon after. Meanwhile, as per the police, the water flow was strong, making it difficult to determine the number of occupants or their condition. Onlookers and on-duty police suggested that there were at least 2 people in the car. And coming up ahead, after massive outrage over National Emblem vandalism, Srinagar cops arrest over 20 people. Meanwhile, Omar Abdullah turns a blind eye to the vandals. He blames the Waqf Board Vice Chairman over the emblem attack. That big story and much more, viewers, is coming up after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
जो हमारे साथ हो गया वो हमारा बैड लक समझो। जो हम गुनाह नहीं किया था उसमें हमको सजा लगा था, हम किसको दोष नहीं दे रहे। एक अपना तकदीर कर्जा था वो अपन पूरा कर दिया। भूतकाल को भूलना मांगता नहीं तो क्या मालूम है उससे अपना मन स्वस्थ नहीं रहेगा। अभी वर्तमान में अपन क्या करना मांगता है यानी अपने को क्या हासिल करना है इसके बारे में सोचता हूँ।
Since you're an active politician as well, is it also about the politics of it? That you've gone around to the people talking about Gabbar Singh tax for the last few years. That's a big argument that is taken away from their political armory. Don't you also think that there's a strong part of it?
Absolutely.
The opposition is more political than number-based.
Because they couldn't oppose the centre's proposal on the substance or on its merit. Then how do they sort of cover themselves up? If they're seen opposing this proposal, it is going to be not to their credit. At the same time, they can't allow the credit to be given completely to the centre. So how do they make a bit of a difference to the whole thing? Say my revenues are going away. My point is, are you not interested in reducing the burden of the people?
This week on Get Me Right, is the India-United States relationship on the rocks and beyond remedy? Or is there hope that it could still be redeemed? Also, the post-Article 370 Naya Kashmir is taking strong strides in busting the long-held myths of Pakistan and their allies in India, the Tukre Tukre gang. A report debunks the unmarked graves theory. This weekend, Saturday and Sunday, only on Republic TV.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर्थिक मसाला।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
We didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
ट्रम्प से बात हमेशा करता आया सीखता आया कि वे राष्ट्रहित के सर्वोपरि रखना।
Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshaling the full power.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in to Republic TV. You're watching live and breaking. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor with you. The top story that we are tracking for you is from Jammu and Kashmir, where more than 20 people have been arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police. And this after the national emblem was vandalized, and that on a plug in a shrine in Jammu and Kashmir. However, Omar Abdullah is turning a blind eye to the vandals. He is blaming other people, but he has not said a word about the vandals there. That's the biggest story that we are tracking for you. Let's also take a look at the other big stories. Here are the headlines first.
Completely not correct. It has nothing to do with the tariff. GST and the reforms associated with GST had to find the light of the day sometime.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman speaks exclusively to Arnab Goswami, clarifies the GST and tariffs not linked. Donald Trump's aide Peter Navarro fact-checked by ex-users over Indian oil trade. Navarro slams Elon Musk for backing India's oil trade. After a massive outrage over National Emblem vandalism, Srinagar cops arrest over 20 people.
उस पत्थर पे एम्बलम लगना चाहिए था या नहीं लगना चाहिए था, पहले तो वो सवाल बनता है। मैंने अभी तक किसी भी मजहबी दायरे में, किसी भी फंक्शन में इस तरह का एम्बलम का इस्तेमाल होते हुए नहीं देखा है।
Omar Abdullah turns blind eye to vandals, blames the Waqf Board vice chairman over the emblem attack. CBI FIR alleges VK Sasikala paid 450 crore rupees in old notes to buy sugar mill. An RSS flag with Operation Sindoor written on floral carpet at Kerala's temple sparks row. Viewers, breaking news coming in right now. US President Donald Trump's aide Peter Navarro has lashed out at Elon Musk after X flagged his post accusing India of profiteering from Russian oil imports. The White House trade advisor, who has for days targeted New Delhi over its energy purchases from Moscow, alleged that India was buying Russian oil purely to profit and to feed the Russian war machine in Ukraine. And in a post on X, Navarro declared, and I quote him now, "Facts, India highest tariffs costs US jobs. India buys Russian oil purely to profit. Revenues feed Russia war machine. Ukrainians, Russians die. US taxpayers shell out more. India cannot handle truth/spins." And this is unquote. And hours later, Elon Musk's platform intervened with a community note titled, "Readers added context they thought people might want to know," pointing out that India's Russian oil purchases were for energy security and did not violate sanctions. And furious at being fact-checked, Navarro then turned his fire on Elon Musk himself and saying that Musk is letting propaganda into the people's posts. He also said that India buys Russian oil solely to profiteer. It did not buy any before Russia invaded Ukraine. Viewers, we have more breaking news coming in ahead of our Bihar elections. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi has once again vanished from the political battlefield. This time, he has been spotted holidaying in Langkawi in Malaysia. And his sudden absence comes even as Bihar's political heat has intensified. Now the BJP has questioned his priorities, asking whether this is just another luxury vacation or a cloak for secret meetings abroad. While the nation debates jobs, inflation and governance, the Congress science seems busy perfecting the art of disappearing. So BJP there questioning the Rahul Gandhi over his disappearance ahead of Bihar elections, and this after BJP's IT cell chief Amit Malviya Congress targeted Rahul Gandhi, claiming that he has gone on a clandestine vacation in Langkawi in Malaysia soon after completing his Bihar Yatra. In fact, he also shared a picture of Rahul Gandhi to back his claims. So, taking to social media account, Malviya said, and I quote him, now Rahul Gandhi has slipped away yet again, this time on a clandestine vacation in Langkawi in Malaysia, and looks like that the heat and dust of Bihar politics was too much for the Congress Yuvraj, who had to rush off for a break. So, he asks, or is it another one of those secret meetings that no one is supposed to know about? Either way, while people struggle with real issues, Rahul Gandhi is busy perfecting the art of disappearing and vacationing. In fact, he also shared a picture of Rahul Gandhi there, in which he is seen casually dressed and suitable for a relaxed outing. Remember, Rahul Gandhi recently concluded his voter Adhikar Yatra in the state of Bihar, and this. All right, RP Singh, BJP leader, is now joining us on the phone line for more insights on this story. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here on Republic TV. Sir, how do you look at Rahul Gandhi's holidaying just ahead of assembly elections in the state of Bihar? Of course, BJP is targeting him over this. But how does the BJP look at the entire, because this is exercise, because this is not the first time that this has happened?
Well, Rahul Gandhi is a dynast, born with a silver spoon. So he needs a break. I mean, people born with a silver spoon and people who are part of a dynasty, it's very difficult for them to work 24/7 and then work for the nation or work as a leader of the opposition in the country. So they need breaks, they need vacations, and it's a regular habit of Rahul Gandhi. Every now and then he goes for a break, whether he was seen in somewhere known as Vietnam or somewhere in Nepal or some other places. So that's how he is, and that's how people who are entitled class works in the system. They are not here as a full-time public figures or full-time politicians.
Mr. Singh, now if we look at Amit Malviya's social media account, he is talking about a clandestine meeting. What a clandestine meeting is the BJP really talking about? Give us more insights onto what is the BJP really referring to.
Well, this agenda of Mr. Rahul Gandhi of building a fake narrative is obviously being sponsored by some forces, and there are forces which are not here in India. When he goes abroad, he asks the other countries to support them to dislodge Prime Minister Modi. His leaders do the same. So it's part of their bigger game plan, and then the bigger game plan of the deep state in the U.S. So we see him part of it, that all this agenda of building a fake narrative to create anarchy here is being sponsored, and is the complete idea is being built up somewhere else, and he is just executing that idea here.
And Mr. Singh, what do you think, this sort of vacation, this is sending a message really to the Indian voters there, because this is coming just ahead of the state assembly elections, and Rahul Gandhi was there doing his yatra earlier, but now he's on a vacation. So what message do you think it really is giving to the voters in the state of Bihar?
Well, voter can see through what sort of seriousness have toward the public life, and then what sort of concern they have for the public life. They see them as royalty. They see them as people who are cut off from the common man. They come there only for photo ops or for some campaigns, and then they are busy with their own personal lives. They have nothing really and seriously to do with the people at large of Bihar or of India for that regard.
And do you think the people of Bihar will actually trust a party whose top leader is missing from the political battlefield just weeks before the elections?
People are not trusting them otherwise also, whether he is there or there, whether he's going for vacation or not going for vacation. People are not going to trust them because they don't have agenda. Have Mr. Rahul Gandhi till now told the people of Bihar or come out with any agenda? Okay, this is my alternate agenda. I mean, this is how my Telangana is performing, or how this Karnataka is performing, how Himachal is performing, and this we are going to launch here in Bihar also. But he has nothing to say about the role model created by Congress party in any state, because none has been done by the Congress party. So people of Bihar can see through that it's just they have come here to build a false narrative of this vote story, and otherwise they don't have any agenda on the ground.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Singh, for joining us here and sharing your insights on that big story. And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. Let's move on to the other breaking news. BJP MP's two-day workshop has begun in New Delhi, and it is likely that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be felicitated for historic GST reforms. While the workshop was planned several days ago, sources said that Prime Minister Narendra Modi may now participate as well. So this is a two-day workshop of the BJP MPs. It has already begun at the Parliament complex, and the sources are telling us that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is likely to be felicitated here for the GST reforms. And this is a two-day Karyashala, that is the workshop of the BJP MPs. And the Prime Minister is likely to be felicitated by the MPs for the announcement of the new GST slabs, which is likely to reduce the tax burden on the people and boost the economy. So this coming in, and the two-day party workshop includes several sessions, including on the history and evolution, as well as the lessons for the BJP parliamentarians on boosting their efficiency. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi is likely to participate as well, and he's likely to be felicitated for the GST reforms. And in fact, sources also telling us that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is also going to host a dinner for the MPs of the BJP and its allies on Monday, that is tomorrow. So Prime Minister Narendra Modi likely to be felicitated for the GST reforms. And remember, though the workshop was planned several days ago, now the Prime Minister is likely to participate. This is what the sources are telling us. This Karyashala, that is the two-day workshop of the BJP MPs, has begun. It is taking place at the Parliament complex, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be felicitated for the GST reforms. So remember, the sources telling us that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be felicitated by the MPs. All right, Harsha, my colleague, is now joining us. Harsha, what more details do you have? Because we understand that it is likely that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is now going to participate and he is going to be felicitated for the GST reforms. What more details do you have?
GST reforms, it is a workshop, and whenever the BJP organizes the workshop and the Karyashala of the BJP leaders, BJP MPs of the parliament, every time Prime Minister not only addresses but also participates in those workshops. This workshop indeed is very important because ahead of the Vice President election on 9th of September, this workshop will not only speak on the dedicated reforms and the development and about the parliament works and reforms, and also about the committees, which will also focus on today's felicitation where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be felicitated by BJP MPs for the next gen GST, for the ease of for how the ease of doing business will now be for the startup companies, and not only the BJP MPs but the several women MPs will especially be coming forward, and also we thank the Prime Minister, and the felicitation will happen at around 11 o'clock when 11 o'clock with the lighting of the diya, and after that only the Prime Minister will be felicitated. All the BJP MPs will start arriving at the Balayogi Auditorium in the Parliament premises at around 10:30 a.m. today morning, and Prime Minister will arrive at 11 o'clock, and then thereafter from 11 o'clock the program will begin with the felicitation of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and to tell to our viewers that how this GST is being seen as the pre-Diwali gift and the Diwali bonanza for all the Indians, as the ease could clearly be seen. The GST slabs have been reduced, now there are only 2 slabs, and how for the starters, for the commoners, for the MSMEs, how this GST caters to ensure that they can survive and also they can now be doing the business in the country with ease without the without the set guideline and deadlines of the GST which earlier was. So in many ways, this GST is going to help everyone, not only the common citizens but also the business houses as well. So the start of the program will be with GST, and also it is in the 5 phases. It will start with 11 o'clock. It will go on till 6:30 to 7 in the evening. It will also tell to all the parliamentarians about the reforms which is being talked in the parliament as well, and also for the VP election, how the workshop is very important, keeping in mind about the voting, that how one should vote in the VP election. There are several new MPs this time, the first time MPs who are not aware of the voting procedure of the VP election. So they will also be taught which pen to use, how to take on the preferences. So they will be also guided about the parliament elections and also about the VP election workshop as well. Back to you.
Right, Harsha, at the same time, you mentioned that this is a 2-day workshop and there are several other sessions that are also lined up in the entire course of the day. We understand that there'll be discussion about the party's history as well, and a lesson on the parliamentarians on, boosting their efficiency as well. What more is lined up?
But this entirely is very important, and we have seen this culture in BJP where whenever after Lok Sabha election and the formation of the new Lok Sabha as well, whenever there are new MPs in the parliament, they're almost always taught by BJP that how the reforms has to be checked, and also the yojanas and the schemes which the BJP has announced, with the ruling government has announced for the public, how it has to go door to door, and therefore several sessions are kept. And if you will, look on each and every session, which will begin from 11 o'clock. One session is at 11 to 11:30. The another session is from 12:15. The third session is pre-lunch. Then there's a post-lunch 3 sessions as well. Overall, 5 sessions have been planned, and every session has different set of speakers. It's experienced speakers, women speakers, and also speakers who have been in parliament not only for one term but also for multiple terms, like the senior parliamentarians as well. Those will be talking not only about the schemes but also about the reforms, and also about how parliament has changed in the span of let's say 15-20 years, and how it is very important for MPs also to dedicatedly work not only in the parliament but also outside the parliament, and to understand the development, dedication, the social media, the digital world, which is right now the key of understanding for the MPs. Back to you.
All right, Harsha, thank you so much for those details there. So the big draw really would be Prime Minister Narendra Modi being felicitated for the GST reforms there. And as Harsha has been telling us, it's a 2-day workshop, and apart from the discussion on GST reforms, there are other issues that are also going to be discussed, and the parliamentarians will be given information about how to go about in their respective constituencies. And speaking about the GST as well, in an exclusive interview with Arnab Goswami, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has in fact highlighted the game-changing impact of the GST reforms under Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership. In fact, she firmly addressed the criticism over India's oil imports from Russia, asserting that the country's energy strategy is guided solely by national interest and economic rationale and not external pressure. Take a look.
Ma'am, you have kept your head down and worked very hard to support the Prime Minister's vision of an independent foreign policy with a calm handling of the financial situation during COVID. We had a wonderful conversation here at that time where you explained to us the need to maintain our economic sovereignty through unique trade agreements, including buying oil with Russia. Do you believe that was a momentary requirement? I'm only asking this in the context that critics like the US point out that India did not buy so much Russian oil earlier. They bought it of late, indicating that we can live without that Russian oil, and we are doing it more as our own tactic, more part of our foreign policy than our economic need. They've used words like laundromat. I would like your take on the Russia oil import. I know the foreign minister has commented on it, but it's a matter that concerns your ministry as well greatly. Do you believe it's necessary? And is it an economic decision or a diplomatic decision?
Arnab, I'm surprised you're asking this question this way. Economic or diplomatic decisions are for the country to take. Where I purchase anything, oil or anything else, from is my decision. Where I purchase from is my decision. It's our country's decision. Yes. Our leadership's decision. And those decisions are not taken if it's going to hurt our economy. If buying oil from A instead of B is going to be cost ineffective, meaning if I buy from A instead of B and I end up paying more for that, it's not good for my economy. Instead, buying from B makes me save some money because it is affordable, it is less expensive than buying it from A. I will have to decide. That's a decision of my country. It can't be that somebody else would tell me, don't buy from A or B, buy from C. It's my decision making in the interest of my country's economy, in the interest of my country's diplomacy, and moreover, it's not done in stealth.
No.
Everybody knew about it. And the products after refining from this crude have been purchased by everybody.
Including Ukraine, including Europe.
And therefore, I feel it's a sad day that we are being singled out on that.
And viewers, breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. A political row there is continuing after the national emblem was engraved in Jammu and Kashmir's Hazratbal shrine, and the national emblem was engraved at a renovated plaque at the Hazratbal shrine in Jammu and Kashmir, sparking strong reactions from political parties, religious leaders. Now this controversy has led, of course, to the vandalism of the plaque, police action and the demands for the removal of the Waqf board chairperson. And days after the incident, now Chief Minister Omar Abdullah has said that the use of the national emblem in a religious place was inappropriate. First, the question arises, I'm quoting him now by the way, first the question arises whether the national emblem should have been used on the stone or not. And so Omar Abdullah there, in fact, not talking about the vandals there. He is in fact questioning whether the national emblem should have been used on the stone or not. Zeenat, my colleague, is now joining us for more on this story. Zeenat, you know what, this entire controversy has become really huge, but you know the condemnation really is not coming in from anywhere. We heard Omar Abdullah there when asked by the reporters about this entire controversy and the vandalism. He is not condemning the vandals. What he is saying is that whether the national emblem should have been there or not. Any statement there coming in from the government there?
The government has completely remained mum on the entire issue, although LG has said that she felt hurt after seeing what happened in the Hazratbal. Now the NC has come up with a proper press conference demanding the removal of the Waqf chairperson, Dr. Daraksha Andrabi, and the NC says that it is going to move a proposal to the LG for the removal of the incumbent chairman. Now that's to be seen whether the LG will be accepting the proposal that will be moved by the National Conference. National Conference further added that they demand that the police should take action against Dr. Daraksha Andrabi, as she is also been threatening people with PSAs and FIRs. There has been an FIR that is registered by the Jammu and Kashmir police, but it is a general FIR. No arrest or nobody has been detained. We are seeing the condemnation coming in from the PDP chairperson, PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti, saying this is absolutely wrong what happened in Hazratbal. People are keeping their hopes tight, keeping an eyes on the National Conference. What's the next move of the National Conference? BJP completely maintaining there is nothing wrong in it. The Ashoka Chakra symbol, Ashoka emblem is a it is a symbol of the constitution, and the Miss Andrabi works for the constitution of the country. She has done her work, and it is her right to project her work. NC says that Hazratbal has seen facelift multiple times from Sher Kashmir. Sheikh Mohammed Abdullah, who is the founder of National Conference and grandfather of Umar Abdullah, has done the maximum work for Hazratbal Shrine, and then other chief ministers, but nobody has put their name in on any stone. But seeing the Darak-Shamu, there is definitely a verbal brawl. These both parties are at loggerheads. Their demand, both
and the Chief Minister Umar Abdullah there says that putting that plaque itself was a mistake. However, no action against the vandals there. Thank you so much for those details there, Sira. Thank you so much. And viewers, we are taking a very, very short break, and coming up ahead, CBI FIR alleges VK Sasikala paid 450 crore rupees in old notes to buy sugar mill. Also coming up ahead, RSS flag with Operation Sindoor written on floral carpet at Kerala's temple sparks row. Those big stories and much more after a short break.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा।
Today, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph!
Families in Minneapolis are mourning. Our Greater Annunciation Fellowship is mourning. Our entire
viewers, we have breaking news coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to visit Punjab on 9th of September. And remember, this is after the state has been severely affected by recent floods, landslides. And the Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to conduct an aerial survey of the affected areas during his visit. So 9th of September is the date when Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to visit Punjab. This visit, of course, amid mounting devastation that has been caused in the state of Punjab by incessant rainfall, which has claimed hundreds of lives and caused extensive damage to the infrastructure as well as agriculture. So the Prime Minister will be there on 9th of September.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's
First, viewers. So we start without wasting any time with the top story in this edition of Forces First, viewers. It is big news for India-Russia defense ties, viewers. The cooperation is only intensifying after the SCO Summit and, of course, the meetings that were held prior to it, viewers. India is building its cutting-edge Su-F7, that is the Su-57 fifth generation stealth fighter jets right here in India. That's the plan, at least Russia is thinking of it. This under the Make in India initiative. The SCO Summit is all about the Eurasian powers flexing their unity, especially against the US-led global order, and Modi-Putin talks fit right. Russia's exploration of setting up Su-57 production in India is diving deep into what it would take, the money, the logistics and the infrastructure to set up production at places like Hindustan Aeronautics Limited or other Indian facilities. It's a perfect fit for India's push to become self-reliant in defense manufacturing. The proposal, viewers, includes deep collaboration with Russian agencies eyeing investments for a joint venture that could see India assembling and customizing the Sukhoi 57 jets with indigenous avionics and weapon systems. A team is being sent here to, in fact, survey and understand, gauge the situation so that the deal can be struck. Now, viewers, this aligns perfectly with India's push for self-reliance in defense manufacturing, Atmanirbharta in defense, aiming for technology transfers, job creation and reduced dependency on imports, especially given the current scenario, viewers. And this strategic partnership could position India as a global hub for Su-57 exports, boosting its role in international defense market. Okay, we have Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor joining us on the broadcast to understand more about this. Thanks so much, Marshal Kapoor. This is, of course, good news if it does materialize. India's own AMCA is going to take a lot of time. There has been a lot of talks about should India go for the Su-57 or not, for the Su-57 or not. But now, this report that is emerging, that it could be that India will be jointly producing this aircraft, this fighter jet with Russia. How do you read into this?
See, it will be a game changer. And I have been covering on your channel also that the Pakistanis are likely to get J-35s from China. And once they get the fifth generation fighters, the warfare is going to change. India's AMCA is going to take another 10 years to be operationalized, though the prototype, they say, would be flying by 2030. Now, Su-57, for benefit of your viewers, is a proven combat aircraft with the Russian Air Force, which has taken part in combating Ukraine and Syria. And it's half the price of F-35. Operating cost is just about $15,000 to $20,000 per hour, which is also less than about $40,000 operating cost. It's exported to Algeria. It's highly agile, and speed is around 2 Mach. Though F-35, which is the American version, which if you recall, when the Prime Minister had visited US, the US President had offered, and which was at Trivandrum Airfield for many days a few months ago, is another option which we have. But going by the past, the hand-holding which the Russians have done, the Su-30 test beds and mechanisms and the overalls which we have, India has also been, overhauling and manufacturing and assembling the Russian platforms for years together, be it MiG-21s or Su-30s or their variants. So India is having the similar kind of facilities to manufacture Su-57. Now, considering that it is going to be a new venture and the push for Atmanirbharta and the increased role of the private sector, I'm sure if this thing is offered to us with the full transfer of technology and the source code, to modify the weapons and the radars as per our requirement, then the private sector of India, the defense manufacturing, be it Tata's, Adani's, Mahindra's, Dynamatics, Bharat Forge, there are a huge number of big companies now which have entered into defense. And I'm sure some portion of manufacturing would be offered to them as outsourced. And large number of MSMEs have come up in India, be it manufacturing of C295 or NCA projects. So I'm sure all this would be a wonderful change. And this aeroplane, for benefit of your viewers, flies at the speed of Mach 2, has a super cruise facility with thrust vectors, and it can carry 18 weapons, 6 internal and 12 external. So this was both F-35 and Su-30 came to Bangalore for Aero Show this year. So your channel and others had covered it widely. So in my opinion, this would be a wonderful thing if we get the way it is being covered in the news.
And sir, very quickly I want to understand from you, how do you see this increased cooperation between Russia and India? Of course, the highs and lows continue with United States. Yes, India is conducting a military exercise with the United States as well. The defense ties remain very, very important. But how do you see in these changing times and the, multiple challenges that India is today facing in the current scenario, how do you see with this defense cooperation, this boost in the tie? Because we've seen cooperation when jointly India produced, the BrahMos jointly with the, with Russia and other ammunition like the rifles. You feel that this is, India and Moscow, New Delhi and Moscow ties are very, very important, and it should be, it should even get in India, a boost for its Atmanirbharta in defense.
Absolutely. There is no doubt in anybody's mind that the country which has held a hand ever since independence is erstwhile USSR and now Russia. They have been the only ones who have willingly parted with this technology which the others, especially the Western countries, have withheld. It could be in nuclear field, it could be in missiles, it could be like we covered in BrahMos, it could be in space. If you recall, Rakesh Sharma and others were the first cosmonauts being trained. And there is a large help and support from Russia initially to develop our nuclear reactors, to develop our space industries. So the bonding between the two countries is historic. And President Putin has been in power since year 2000 in various capacities. So he's brought out Russia from an era where the Russia, after disintegration of USSR, was in very, very poor condition economically and otherwise. In last 25 years, he has tried to bring up the country out and made it a huge manufacturing hub. They also are looking for countries which require their equipment. They are modernizing. And this Ukraine war, which they are going in for the last about 3+ years, has given them some invaluable lessons, which I'm sure India will tend to gain and benefit with this expertise which the Russians have. Right. And I'm sure they will be willing to share with that.
Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, always a pleasure talking to you. Thank you so much for joining us on Forces First. Viewers, now we shift our focus to the other big story. Operation Sindoor, viewers, stands as a testament to the Indian Army's strategic brilliance, Indian Forces' strategic brilliance and unwavering courage. And yet, many of its stories remain untold. Now, speaking at a book launch, the book was by Lieutenant General KGS Dillon on Operation Sindoor, and the Chief of our Army Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi, delivered a powerful insights on the enduring impact of Operation Sindoor beyond the intense 88-hour execution. Now, the Chief of Army Staff revealed that Operation Sindoor, which extended past the 10th of May, note, he said that this war extended beyond 10th of May. And that it was more than a fleeting strike, with its ripple effects reshaping regional security dynamics long after the operation, viewers, that concluded. General Dwivedi explains how the Indian Army moved with rhythmic precision across the line of control, synergizing seamlessly from soldier to commander alongside civil and state authorities to deliver a focused measure, yet unrelenting strike on terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan, viewers. This, of course, is a very, very important statement by General Dwivedi. Let's listen in.
April 23rd till 16th May. You may be thinking that 10th May the war finished. No, it continued for a long time because so many decisions were to be taken. And beyond that, of course, it will be difficult for me to share here. So when to start, when to stop, how much to apply in terms of time, space and resources, and how much or what is the definition of calibrated. All these things are something which we kept on discussing at every point of time. Why? Because this time there were no precedences. Starting from 23rd April till 16th May. You may be thinking that 10th May the war finished. No, it continued for a long time because so many decisions were to be taken. And beyond that, of course, it will be difficult for me to share here. So when to start, when to stop, how much to apply in terms of time, space and resources, and how much or what is the definition of calibrated. All these things are something which we kept on discussing at every point of time. Why? Because this time there were no precedences. लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल पे क्या हालात हैं और क्या असर पड़ा है, मेरे ख्याल से ये बहुत ही छोटा वक्त है इस चीज के बारे में बातचीत करने का, क्योंकि ऑप सिंदूर तो अभी कुछ दिन पहले खत्म ही हुआ है। इसको हमें लंबे समय के दूरबीन से देखना पड़ेगा। आज की तारीख पे आप देखें क्या स्टेट स्पॉन्सर्ड टेररिज्म खत्म हुआ है, तो मुझे तो ऐसा नहीं लगता। क्यों? क्योंकि अभी भी इन्फिल्ट्रेशन अटेम्प्ट लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल के ऊपर हुए हैं और कितने हम लोगों ने टेररिस्ट मार गिराए हैं और कितने लोग वापस भाग गए हैं, वो आप लोगों ने खुद ही मीडिया में इसको कवर किया हुआ। So in Op Sindoor, this was something which was an untold story. And as you are aware that by mistake when the list came out from the opposite side that how many have been given the posthumous awards, I can say that most of the credit should go to the line of control. So that is how it began. To the extent that when we got some kind of a small excerpts, it said, बहुत हुआ, फाइल छोड़ो, जल्दी से मुजफ्फराबाद भागो.
And shedding light on India's military strategy, viewers, is Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan at an event in Gorakhpur, where he drew a sharp contrast between the lessons learned post the 2016 Uri and 2019 Pulwama attacks, viewers, and the operation that followed. General Chauhan highlighted how the Balakot airstrikes marked a turning point for India and pushing our forces to sharpen the long-range precision strike capabilities and post-strike damage assessment. But it's the details of Operation Sindoor that are again grabbing the headlines. General Chauhan in detail has outlined how the Indian Air Force was unleashed this time with full operational freedom to plan and execute the airstrikes with a clear mandate: destroy the targets, retaliate only if attacked. Now, the key point being why India chose to go beyond drones, beyond loitering munitions during this operation, Operation Sindoor, and why the lethal action against Pakistan-backed terrorists required air power.
विविधता की बात करें तो हर एक बार एक ही अगर हम स्ट्रैटेजी इस्तेमाल करें तो उसमें कभी सरप्राइज या डिसेप्शन नहीं होगा। आपको पता है 16 के अंदर 2016 के अंदर जब उड़ी के टेरर अटैक हुए थे और सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक हुई थी, तो हम लोग ने ज़मीनी सहारा लिया था। ज़मीन के रास्ते से पाकिस्तान की सीमा में गए थे और उनके टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को हमने जो है न बर्बाद किया था। उसके बाद पुलवामा का अटैक हुआ था, तो हम लोग ने जो है बालाकोट के अंदर जो स्ट्राइक की थी खैबर पख्तूनवा में, जो कश्मीर से लगा हुआ है, उसमें हवाई सहारा लिया था, हवाई जहाज की मदद ली थी। जब पहलगाम हुआ तो हमारे पास में जो विकल्प था, जो हमारे पास था, जिसके अंदर सरप्राइज हो सकती थी, और ये जो था क्योंकि हमने बालाकोट के बाद अपनी क्षमताएं बढ़ाई थी, लॉयटर एम्युनिशन की, प्रिसीजन स्ट्राइक्स हथियारों की, तो हम लोग चाहते थे कि लोअर एयर स्पेस में लॉयटर एम्युनिशन और ड्रोन से जो है उनका इस्तेमाल करें। इससे जो है सरप्राइज भी रहेगा, क्योंकि एक नई योजना रहेगी और इससे जो है तनाव बढ़ने के खतरे को भी कंट्रोल किया जा सकता है।
Also, CDS General Chauhan listed out the biggest challenges before India, the biggest security challenges, and in fact, what tops the list is India's border dispute with China. He stressed that challenges before India are not momentary, they exist in different forms, and at present the boundary dispute with China is India's biggest challenge and will continue to remain so. Remember, this comes in after the latest border talks between India and China. Listen into CDS General Chauhan.
चुनौतियाँ जो हैं वो क्षणिक नहीं होती हैं, वह निरंतर बदलते स्वरूप में आती हैं। इसलिए मैं उनमें से कुछ ठोस चुनौतियों के बारे में आपसे बात करना चाहता हूँ, जिसका सामना भारत आज कर रहा है और मेरे विचार में भविष्य में भी करता रहेगा। और इसमें सबसे पहली चुनौती जो है वो सीमा विवाद के बारे में है, जिसके कारण जो है भारत में जब से हम आज़ादी मिली है तब से लेकर के काफ़ी सारी जो हैं लड़ाइयाँ 47 की, 62 की, 65 की, ये लड़ाइयाँ जो हैं इसी का परिणाम है। और इसमें भी मैं ये चीन के साथ जो हमारा सीमा विवाद है उसको मैं मुख्य मानता हूँ, और ये जो असुलझा सीमा विवाद चीन के साथ है उसे मैं सबसे बड़ी चुनौती मानता हूँ।
And we have Defence Expert Major General Rajan Kochar joining us on the broadcast. Very good morning to you, sir. And General Kochar, well, we have seen that there has been a very, a cautious thaw in the ties, resetting, so to speak, a cautious resetting of tie between New Delhi and Beijing. There have been border talks between NSA Doval and Wang Yi. And we've seen that there has been a lot of bonhomie in China when it comes to India and China, at the SCO, sir. But, we have to remember the reality. And I think CDS General Chauhan has made it very, very clear that the border issue with China continues to be a very, very critical threat.
Thank you for inviting me to this discussion. Sir. I think CDS Chauhan has shown us the mirror because the concerns on the border are genuine. The kind of information we have of the Chinese build-up on the border, especially the PLA, and if you have a look at the Gongsu area where bridges actually come up, and switching of forces for the Chinese from north to south of the lake will take about 30-45 minutes. Earlier it used to take 5 to 6 hours. And if you see the build-up which the Chinese are doing on their own side of the border, and also they are building up a rail connectivity right from Akshaichin onto that Tibet area. So it clearly actually suggests that Chinese are preparing for an offensive. They may talk peace right now because it suits them, because the world is undergoing a churning. There is a churning in the geopolitics today, and with the tariff issues also happening from the United States. But we should also consider whenever we speak to the Chinese, the boundary dispute has to be our first priority, because unless we address these issues, there cannot be lasting peace between the two countries. So that has to be understood. And I think CDS Chauhan is making it absolutely clear. We may go ahead with the normalization of relations with the China. We may go ahead with our trade and exchange of people. The flights are also starting now. But this border issue, especially the working mechanism, WMCC, and the special representative talks must continue. And not only continue, we must move forward, because right now I see that Chinese are only doing lip service. No concrete proposals have come for de-induction, de-escalation, and disengagement. So these have to be done in a very, very sequential manner. We have to go in for the disengagement first.
Yep.
Last year, October 2024, there were talks with the Chinese. There was a mentioning of disengagement. But when I talk to the people on ground, they tell me not much has happened except for a few kilometers they have gone back.
Okay.
And you need to understand one thing. The Chinese communication and the infrastructure is so good. Even if they move back 40 kilometers, 50 kilometers, they can come back to the places they have left in a matter of hours. So we cannot take the Chinese.
Right, sir. All right, seems to have lost that network, but thank you so much, General Kochhar, for joining us on Republic TV with your insights on this big story that we're tracking. And viewers, now, India has unveiled a very ambitious 15-year defense roadmap, a multi-billion-dollar plan to transform its armed forces from nuclear-powered warships to AI-driven weapons and hypersonic missiles. Republic TV learns that the strategy aims to bolster the Army, the Navy and the Air Force with cutting-edge technology to counter global threats, viewers. The report suggests that this roadmap is placing a strong focus on cyber defense, satellite-based communications, electronic denial bubbles and anti-swarm drone systems. And such measures are designed to secure India's military networks while providing tactical superiority across domains. Now, the move comes just days after Defence Minister Rajnath Singh highlighted at the Ran Samvad in Madhya Pradesh that the strategy will help in adapting to a rapidly changing world and technological landscape that ensures that our forces stay ahead in countering global and regional threats, viewers. In fact, we'll go through the details of the blueprint via the graphics, viewers, because this is how India is going to be future war ready. This is going to be the blueprint of the future, viewers. This is a push for self-reliance, and of course, this is a mega military upgrade for the next 15 years. If you can just show and list out the plan for the next 15 years.
When I talk about changing technology and the changing world, it becomes very necessary that we also adapt our forces according to the changing world. For this, I have seen told that our army has taken the initiative for the formation of the Rudra Brigade. Friends, I would also like to say a few things about our Navy technological progress. During Operation Sindoor, the way our Navy maintained strategic positions which limited the enemy's movement completely in the Arabian Sea. Such numerous platforms and infrastructure are not only being included in the Navy, but are also strengthening it. Similarly, the Indian Air Force is also continuously strengthening itself by inducting everything from long-range missiles to next-generation beyond visual range weapons.
So this is the 15-year defense roadmap, viewers. This starts with army modernization. 1,800 main battle tanks is the plan, and 400 light tanks will be also now included. 6 lakh artillery rounds. This is part of army modernization. 700 robotic counter IED systems. So the robotic systems will also be deployed, and 1 aircraft carrier for the Navy as well. 10 next generation destroyers, and you know that there's a big upgrade as far as India's naval power is concerned. 7 advanced corvettes are also in the works. 4 landing dock platforms, part of the priorities for Navy, and electronic aircraft launch systems also is a part of the upgrade. Talking about the Air Force, very important, 20 stratospheric airships is part of this vision for Air Force. 350 multi-mission drones, very important. Drones played a big role in Operation Sindoor, remember, viewers. High power laser systems and 75 high altitude pseudo satellites. Remember, satellites play a very important role, especially when you conduct strikes like we did during Operation Sindoor, viewers. Now we quickly move forward to the other big stories, viewers. Another testament to the Indian Army Army's remarkable courage, viewers, and valor. On the night of 4th September, at an unforgiving altitude of over 17,000 feet in Ladakh, the Army Aviation Wing executed a daring high-altitude rescue mission to save 2 South Korean nationals stranded at the Kongmaru La Pass in the treacherous terrains of Ladakh. The mission required a precise NVG landing, as you can see on the screens, at an unprepared helipad, demanding exceptional piloting skills and situational awareness. Braving the icy winds, near-zero visibility and snow-laden ridgelines, the Army's helicopter squadron, equipped with night vision goggles, performed a precision landing on an unprepared helipad, a feat that demanded unparalleled skill and nerves of steel. This heart-pounding operation, completed under the cover of darkness, showcased the Indian Army's unmatched operational prowess in one of the world's harshest environments, viewers. From delivering food to flood-ravaged regions, executing high-risk evacuations, the Indian Army continues to embody the spirit of sacrifice and bravery. All right, viewers. And we come to the final segment of Forces First. In the face of relentless flash flood, viewers, ravaging North India, the Indian Army has once again proven its mettle, spearheading the rescue operations with unwavering resolve from the muddy deluge of Uttarakhand's Dharali village to the swollen rivers of Himachal Pradesh and Punjab. Army personnel alongside NDRF, SDRF and ITBP have braved the treacherous terrains, adverse weather to save lives, deploying over 150 troops, drones, tracker dogs, advanced all-terrain vehicles. They've evacuated hundreds, restored critical connectivity and provided medical aid and supplies to those stranded, viewers. Here's a closer look at those valorous operations, viewers, as we say goodbye and Jai Hind.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Yesterday, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming.
Justice for Rahul! Justice for Rahul! Justice for Rahul! Justice for Rahul!
Families in Minneapolis are mourning. Our Greater Annunciation Fellowship is mourning. Our entire city is united in grief, and at the same time, based on this incredible group of people that has assembled here in City Hall, we are also united in action.
Justice for Rahul! Justice for Rahul! Justice for Rahul! Justice for Rahul!
We need a statewide and a federal ban on assault weapons.
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, hello and welcome viewers. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Priyanka Chaudhary. We are seeing that the Emblem Row in Jammu and Kashmir is heating up, with the Chief Minister also being defiant about the matter. We will be tracking in all the details that are coming in, but first up the top headlines. Prime Minister Modi to visit flood-hit areas in Punjab on September 9. Prime Minister to interact with farmers in Gurdaspur.
Completely not correct. It has nothing to do with the tariff. GST and the reforms associated with GST had to find the light of the day sometime.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman speaks exclusively to Arnab Goswami, clarifies GST and tariffs not linked.
Common people of India feel insulted. We have actually worked to build a good relationship with the United States.
Finance Minister's big statement on tariffs alleges insult to Indians by Trump. Trump's aide Peter Navarro fact-checked by ex-users over Indian oil trade. Navarro slams Elon Musk for backing India's oil trade. After massive outrage over National Emblem vandalism, Srinagar cops arrest over 20.
उस पत्थर पे एम्बलम लगना चाहिए था या नहीं लगना चाहिए था, पहले तो वो सवाल बनता है। मैंने अभी तक किसी भी मजहबी दायरे में, किसी भी फंक्शन में इस तरह का एम्बलम का इस्तेमाल होते हुए नहीं देखा है।
Umar Abdullah turns blind eye to vandals, blames Waqf Board Vice Chairman over emblem attack. RSS flag with Operation Sindhu written on floral carpet at Kerala's temple sparks row. Viewers, big breaking news coming in. Prime Minister Modi will visit the flood-hit areas in Punjab. He will visit Gurdaspur, which is one of the worst affected areas in the state. And what we're also able to understand that Prime Minister will be interacting with the farmers and will take stock of the situation. That is the big breaking news that we are tracking. Prime Minister's visit to be on 9th of September. Punjab is reeling under flood fury, and there are 23 districts that are affected at the given time, and Prime Minister Modi will be visiting Punjab. In retrospect, all across northern India, several areas have been inundated in Jammu and Kashmir, in Punjab as well as far as in Himachal and Uttarakhand. The monsoon mayhem has caused severe destruction to several areas, and as per the latest, Prime Minister Modi is scheduled to visit Punjab. My colleague Lalit is joining us with more details. Lalit, it is indeed a big development with Prime Minister's visit to Punjab. He will especially be visiting Gurdaspur, which is the worst affected areas, and he'll also be interacting with the farmers, and he will monitor the situation. Help us with more details.
Indeed, it's a very important update regarding the ongoing flood situation which has been created by the floods in Punjab. In the past 1 month, if you talk about there has been lakhs of hectares of crops which have been destroyed, while 51 lives have gone in these flood-affected areas. The worst hit district, if you talk about in Punjab, is the Gurdaspur district, and on Tuesday, that is on 9th September, Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be visiting Gurdaspur district, where he would be interacting with the farmers, brothers and sisters. And this information has been shared by the Punjab BJP Twitter account, social media official account. So on 9th September, PM Modi would be visiting Punjab to take stock of the ongoing situation where the floods have created mayhem, which have created destruction and havoc all across the 23 districts of Punjab. Apart from that, if you talk about, there has been lakhs of people who have been shifted to the safer places by the NDRF, by the local administration, by the Indian Army and by the Indian Air Force. So overall, if we talk about, this has been the worst situation in the past 4 decades. In 1988, that time Punjab was badly affected. So after nearly 38 years now, once again this situation have occurred in Punjab, all across Punjab, and the worst hit district is Gurdaspur, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be visiting on Tuesday.
That's right. Lalit, appreciate you bringing us those details. We will be keeping a close eye on those big developments with Prime Minister's visit. And we are moving on now, viewers. More breaking developments coming in at this point in time. What we also understand that Prime Minister Modi gets set to tour rain and flood affected states. BJP claims Rahul is vacationing in Malaysia. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi has once again vanished from the political battlefield, this time spotted holidaying in Malaysia. His sudden absence comes even as the Bihar's political heat intensifies. The BJP has questioned his priorities, asking whether this is just another luxury vacation or a cloak for secret meetings abroad. While the nation debates jobs, inflation and governance, the Congress seems busy perfectioning the art of disappearing. One hand, Prime Minister Modi there, all set to visit a flood-hit Punjab, and Rahul Gandhi on vacation mode. What are the priorities of Rahul Gandhi is in question now. The BJP is questioning the priorities of Rahul Gandhi, given that the nation is debating several important issues. But Rahul Gandhi seems to be absent at a time when the Bihar's political heat is intensifying. BJP has questioned his priorities, asking whether this is just another luxury vacation or a cloak for secret meetings abroad. While the nation continues to debate over jobs, inflation, governance, the Congress party science seems busy perfectioning the art of disappearance. There is a still of Rahul Gandhi looking at the camera person, and this is from his vacation in Malaysia, is what we are given to understand. And on the other hand, we see Prime Minister Modi, who is all set to visit Gurdaspur in Punjab. Listen in to this reaction coming in from the BJP.
प्राथमिकता और प्रायोरिटीज अपने अपने होते हैं। एक तरफ देश के कई हिस्सों में, खास करके उत्तर भारत के हिस्सों में, नॉर्थ इंडिया में, चाहे पंजाब हो, हिमाचल हो, चाहे जम्मू कश्मीर हो, बाढ़ की स्थिति बड़ी गंभीर हुई है। इसीलिए प्रधानमंत्री तो बाढ़ ग्रसित इलाकों का दौरा करेंगे, उन लोगों से मिलेंगे, उन लोगों के बीच रहेंगे। लगातार एनडीआरएफ ने, केंद्र की सरकार ने वहां पर काम किया है। हमने देखा है कि जमीन पर केंद्र सरकार के लोग लगातार उतरे हैं। दूसरी तरफ एलओपी है। एलओपी अब मीडिया रिपोर्ट्स बताती है कि वो फिर से एक बार वेकेशन के लिए निकल चुके हैं। भाई बिहार में उन्होंने बाइक वाइक चलाई, उसके बाद थक गए होंगे, वेकेशन तो लेते ही हैं। वैसे मनमोहन सिंह जी जब नहीं रहे हमारे बीच में, उस समय पर भी वो वेकेशन के लिए चले गए थे। फिर हमने देखा है कि क्रिटिकल मोमेंट्स में उनको वेकेशन पे रहना, विदेश में रहना पसंद है। तो ये प्राथमिकता की बातें होती हैं, ये माइंडसेट की बातें होती हैं। कुछ लोगों को भारतीय पसंद है, भारत के लोगों के बीच में रहना पसंद है। कुछ लोगों को विदेशी पसंद है, तो विदेश में रहना पसंद है। कुछ लोगों को लोगों की तकलीफ में उनके साथ खड़े रहना पसंद है। कुछ लोगों को सब तकलीफें भूलकर, पार्टी को भूलकर, लोगों को भूलकर विदेश में जाना पसंद है। तो ये प्राथमिकता का विषय है। किसी पर क्या टिप्पणी की जाए। एलओपी मतलब लीडर ऑफ पर्यटन भी हो सकता है आजकल। प्राथमिकता और प्रायोरिटीज अपने अपने होते हैं। एक तरफ देश के कई हिस्सों में, खास करके उत्तर भारत के हिस्सों में, नॉर्थ इंडिया में, चाहे पंजाब हो, हिमाचल हो।
And viewers, of course, those were the details coming in as far as the BJP questioning Rahul Gandhi's priorities at this point in time, given the country is debating several important issues. Now, moving on, viewers, we have some breaking news trickling in on the broadcast. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju has condemned the emblem vandalism at Hazratbal Shrine. He has said that the shrine is a symbol of peace. The shrine's deep connection to the Prophet Muhammad's relic has truly contributed to its image as a beacon of faith and unity. He has further condemned the vandalism of the sacred Ashoka emblem from the Dargah inauguration stone. Back-to-back developments coming in, viewers. As far as the Emblem Row, which is now gaining with full momentum, we see that Omar Abdullah blaming the Waqf Vice Chairman, while the BJP is defending the emblem. And now, as per the latest, Kiren Rijiju has condemned the emblem vandalism at the Hazratbal Shrine. He has gone ahead and said it is a symbol of peace, and the shrine's deep connection to the Prophet relic has truly contributed to its image of beacon of faith and unity. And Rijiju has further condemned the vandalism of the sacred Ashoka emblem from the Dargah Hazratbal inauguration stone. We will continue to get you more details on this as my colleague Gursimran is joining us live. Gursimran, what exactly is the current scenario when it comes to this entire row, given the fact that the emblem was vandalized, which was put on the inauguration stone, and at this point in time, several other leaders from BJP, including Kiren Rijiju, are also questioning and condemning this scenario.
Of this entire controversy that erupted after the vandalism that took place inside the Hazratbal Shrine, when the national emblem was disrespected, rather damaged by some of those elements that have been part of a larger conspiracy trying to actually target the Union of India and its symbols in the Jammu and Kashmir. Now there are two fronts that are going on. One is the legal front, wherein Jammu and Kashmir police has already registered an FIR and the action is following. We are told that some of suspects that were involved and were already identified, they have been detained by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Second aspect is the politics that is revolving around this entire controversy, because the national conference that held a major press conference yesterday, when it has almost a major portion of its MLAs in that briefing, they said that this is being done, this is an interference in the religious matters. So does is the case of the People's Democratic Party, but the BJP is very clear that it is not about interference in the religious matters, but it is about the disrespect of national emblem that has been done inside the Hazratbal Shrine. And why the Kashmir-based political parties, they are completely silent on this. So it is that the Kashmir-based political parties are choosing off their own likings, because they are completely skipping the first portion. They are skipping what has happened to Ashok Chin inside the Hazratbal Shrine, and they are saying that this was an interference in the religious matters. Some of the NC leaders have even termed that this was just a symbol that was kept there. So they are trying to undermining what actually the national emblem means and its importance. But on the other hand, the BJP is very clear on their stand that this is a disrespect to the national emblem and the stringent action should be taken. While on the other hand, the police has already begun its action on those who were involved, because there was several videos that were there at the time of this incident that involved. So based on that, identification has been done and several people have also been detained.
Absolutely. Gursimran, as you rightly mentioned, that there were several people who were detained. We have, of course, more than 20 people, I am given to understand, who have been arrested by the police. But how far in terms of the investigation in this case, and whether or not there is some information about the restoration of the particular inauguration stone?
See, for now, there has not been any update, whether it is from the Waqf board or from the J&K LG administration. They have not said anything regarding when this the board, the inauguration board, will be reinstalled at that very place. Because see, for now, no one wants this issue to be escalated. There will be action that will be taken against those who have taken this step, that they have vandalized the national emblem. But this entire issue is being taken very seriously by the LG administration, by the J&K police, because they have to look into every aspect. Also, those who are involved in this, they will be taken to task, but they do not want any of the law and order situation also to take place.
All right, Gursimran, appreciate you giving us those details. And viewers also now on the other side getting you the quick reactions from the BJP on the Emblem Row. Listen in.
हर शासनादेश से लेके भारत की संसद तक दिखाई पड़ता है और महत्वपूर्ण बात यह है कि सम्राट अशोक बिहार की धरती के पुत्र थे। मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा है कि केरल से लेके कश्मीर तक बिहार से जुड़े हुए प्रतीकों के प्रति ऐसा लगता है कि कांग्रेस और उसके सहयोगी दलों ने कोई ठेका ऐसा ले रखा है उन्हें अपमानित करने का। मैं तेजस्वी यादव जी और राहुल गांधी जी से, इन दोनों से साफ पूछना चाहता हूं कि देश की पहचान के प्रतीक के ऊपर यह हमला, उस पे आपकी चुप्पी और फिर आपके नेता का उसके प्रति यह बयान, उस पर आपकी चुप्पी बहुत गहरे और गंभीर सवाल खड़े कर रही है।
एक चीज़ आप हजरतबल दरगाह हो या और भी तमाम जो धार्मिक स्थल होते हैं उनके अपने व्यवस्था होती है, उनके अपने जो भी सिस्टम होता है उनका सबको सम्मान करना चाहिए। और ये मैं मानता हूँ कि देखिए, ना पत्थरबाजी का मैं समर्थक हूँ और न ही जो है वो कोई किसी राजनीतिक लाभ के लिए पत्थर कोई गाड़ दे वहाँ पर, उसका भी मैं पक्षधर हूँ।
Meanwhile, viewers, Omar Abdullah turns a blind eye to the vandals, blames the Waqf Board Vice Chairman over the emblem attack.
उस पत्थर पे एम्बलम लगना चाहिए था या नहीं लगना चाहिए था, पहले तो वो सवाल बनता है। मैंने अभी तक किसी भी मजहबी दायरे में, किसी भी फंक्शन में इस तरह का एम्बलम का इस्तेमाल होते हुए नहीं देखा है। तो क्या मजबूरी बनी थी कि हजरतबल के इस प्रोग्राम, इस पत्थर पे एक तो एम्बलम इस्तेमाल, और फिर पत्थर लगाने की क्या ज़रूरत थी ना? क्या काम काफ़ी नहीं था? दरगाह हजरतबल को ये सूरत जो है, ये शक्ल शेर कश्मीर शेख मोहम्मद अब्दुल्ला ने दिया था। मुझे तो बताइए ना, कहीं पे उन्होंने ऐसा पत्थर लगाया? आज भी लोग उनके काम को याद करते हैं, इस बात के बावजूद कि उन्होंने वहाँ अपने नाम का कोई पत्थर नहीं लगाया। पत्थर लगाने की ज़रूरत ही नहीं थी। अगर काम सही होता तो लोग खुद ब खुद उस काम को पहचान लेते। अब चलिए, उन्होंने गलती की, हो गया, नहीं होना चाहिए था।
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Huge crowd gathered to witness the immersion of Srimant Bahu Sahib Rangari Ganpati in Pune, which was carried out with traditional performances showcasing the valor and martial traditions of Maharashtra. Pune Joint Commissioner Ranjan Kumar Sharma also performed aarti at the Alka Chowki's Chowk on the occasion. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant inaugurated the KTC bus service connecting Panjim to rural areas of Sankhali. He said that 4 EV buses have been launched from Sankhali constituency. The Maji bus scheme will benefit students and private employees along with others in the area. A car plunged into Shipra River in Ujjain yesterday late night. Rescue and search operations were underway soon after. Meanwhile, as per the police, the water flow was strong, making it difficult to determine the number of occupants or their conditions. Onlookers and on-duty police suggested that there were at least 2 to 3 people in the car. Breaking news coming in, viewers. A case was filed against RSS and the BJP workers over a floral carpet that featured the RSS flag and the phrase Operation Sindhu written outside the Parthasarathi temple in Kollam, Kerala. Officials clarified that the FIR was not related to the words Operation Sindoor, but specifically to the use of RSS flag. Kerala BJP Chief Rajiv Chandrasekhar said that the registration of the FIR against the workers was shameful and seditious. In a tweet, Chandrasekhar demanded its immediate withdrawal, saying it was an insult The workers at this point in time had, of course, gone ahead and demanded that there should be an immediate withdrawal of the FIR. This is what Rajiv Chandrasekhar had said. He said that this was an insult to the armed forces and the victims of terrorists. The RSS flag on a floral carpet has sparked row because Operation Sindoor was written on it, and at this point in time, the officials have clarified that the FIR, which was not related to the words Operation Sindoor, but specifically to the use of the RSS flag. In fact, what we also see that Kerala BJP Chief Rajiv Chandrasekhar has in fact said that the registration of the FIR against the workers was shameful and seditious in a post on X. He's also demanded that the FIR must be withdrawn, saying it was an insult to the armed forces and the victims of terrorism. So there is a massive row regarding the RSS flag on a floral carpet and also Operation Sindoor written on it. And on the other hand, State BJP Chief Rajiv Chandrasekhar has demanded that the FIR be withdrawn. And we will be continuing to bringing you all details on the other hand. But viewers, let us now move on and shift our focus. Some breaking news coming in. These are the first images of India and US military exercise in Alaska. We have accessed the first images of this very, very important and strategic development. This is the India and US military exercise taking place in Alaska, and very important development coming in as far as the defense and the strategic ties are concerned between India and the United States. Those are the first images coming in, viewers, the first images of Republic TV, where India and US are carrying out a military exercise in Alaska, joint exercise at this point, which is of course sending out crucial message to the world. It is the US and the Indian forces together in an exercise in Alaska coming in with these fresh visuals also on your screens, viewers, that we have accessed exclusively. This is a first on Republic, and Alaska is hosting US and India joint military exercises. It's called the Yudh Abhyas 2025, and they have commenced the joint military exercise. All right, my colleague Abhishek Kapoor is joining us on the phone line. Abhishek, how do you view these developments coming in as we have very exclusively accessed those images of the first images of India-US military exercise in Alaska?
Well, you see, this is the 21st edition of the Yudh Abhyas exercises that are going on in Alaska at Fort Wainwright. That's where it began. Of course, these pictures are from the jungles. And there are, n number of military exercises between India and the United States, spanning Army, Navy, and Air Force. So, for example, Shakti and the Garuda Shakti, and then Tiger Triumph, and the Yudh Abhyas, which is going on. And they happen alternately, once in the United States, the other time in India. Remember, it was recently discussed when India was facing this onslaught from Trump attack dogs like Peter Navarro. In exasperation, many in the United States were saying, for God's sake, we have more joint military exercises with India than with NATO countries. And that really gives you an idea of the kind of strength that has really come in the strategic domain between the two nations. Forget about trade for a moment, forget about the people-to-people connect for a moment. And because the Americans generally get concerned about the military-industrial complex, here it is, kind of induction of American platforms, military platforms, from the Chinooks to the Apaches, to P-8I, Orions, etc. And then, of course, these military exercises, I think this is just a marker of the fact that at their root and the kind of nourishment of those roots that has happened over the last 2 decades, the relationship really still stays strong, and these pictures are really testament to those strong bonds that have been built over the last 2 decades, which sort of became a little wobbly in the light of attacks coming in from the Trump administration. But hopefully with the signaling that has happened yesterday between Prime Minister Modi and President Trump calling India a great friend, Prime Minister Modi a great leader, Prime Minister reciprocating by saying that we still remain very good friends and there is a values connect of two being democracies. So I think the optics of Tianjin had hiked out a good segment of Washington, D.C. think tank circuit and even academia, even media. But it seems that these pictures should really, calm those frayed nerves and, make everyone across the divide and, in fact, both at the Raisina Hill and the Capitol Hill, look at the long-term importance and significance of this relationship, variously described as the most significant partnership of the 21st century. And as I said, these pictures really underscore that spirit of the India-US relationship, which hopefully is back after the signaling that happened at the top yesterday.
That's right. Thank you, Abhishek, for bringing us those very important updates. Indeed, it is a testament, as my colleague Abhishek Kapoor just told our viewers, that it is a testament of the relations between US and India. And these images of the US-India military drills, of course, shows that the defense ties are going to be slated very well together. Exercise which continues in Alaska. And coming up on the other side, we bring you details as far as the CBI FIR alleging VK Sasikala paid rupees 450 crore in old notes to buy sugar mill. And also updates will be followed regarding the RSS flag, with Operation Sindhu written on a floral carpet at Kerala's temple, sparking a controversy. All of the details will be coming in on the other side. Stay tuned.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%. So we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%. I think. Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshaling the full power.
During an interview, American economist Richard Wolff called out the US administration for attacking India with tariffs and shooting itself in the foot by doing so. Wolff said that India is central for trade and that it will find other places to sell its exports if the US gets shut off. Wolff said that India is now, according to the United Nations, the largest country on earth. The United States telling India what to do is like a mouse hitting his fist to an elephant. India will find other places to sell it.
वाह वाह मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Hi there, welcome back to your favorite deep dive show on stories contemporary and consequential for India. This week, I take you inside the Trump administration and American politics to help you decipher the churn in India-United States relations under the mercurial president. As with every tunnel, so with this one, there's light at the end. And I would guide you through the darkness to the slivers of light already visible. Also, a little-known Srinagar NGO came out with a big report on Kashmir's unmarked graves this week, debunking the Pakistani myth-making on forced disappearances in the valley. Ably supported by the Tukre Tukre gang, this ecosystem had painted India as an occupier state. A young man in Kashmir has shown the courage to take on this unholy nexus and call their bluff. We should commend the effort. Let's get going.
You have countries like India, almost 1.5 billion people, China, with powerful economies, but they also have their own domestic political mechanisms and laws. So when somebody tells you that they're going to punish you, you have to think, how can the leadership of those countries, of those big countries, which had difficult periods in their history too, that had to do with colonialism, with attacks on their sovereignty during prolonged periods of time, you have to understand that if one of them shows weakness, his political career will be over, so that influences his behavior. Just as the colonial era is now over, they have to realize that they cannot use this tone in speaking with their partners.
This was Russian President Vladimir Putin, friend of Donald, as he called the American president, giving some helpful advice on how not to deal with India. He said, you cannot talk down to a country like India, with its 1.5 billion people, with its history of colonialism, by which he meant perhaps that the memory triggers resistance even now. But then Trump is his own man. Remember, Putin made those comments fresh from an hour-long meeting with Prime Minister Modi in his limousine before their delegation-level talks in Tianjin on the sidelines of the SCO Summit. The optics of Modi-Putin-Xi attracted global attention this past week and made the geostrategic community read big geopolitical realignments. Those might be or might not be. But the bottom line is that the India-United States relations are at their lowest ebb since Nixon made those patronizing and uncharitable comments against Indira Gandhi in the 1970s. Indian public opinion towards Trump is souring as he publicly berates and name-calls the country and its leadership. Look at this post from former DGP of Uttar Pradesh, Prakash Singh. This captures the sentiment spot on. While we would successfully weather the tariff storm, the aftertaste these attacks leave are going to bruise the India-US relationship for some time to come. Trump calling India a dead economy, or as in this post, terming the relationship as one-sided is factually wrong. The data is in black and white and for anyone to see. US deficit with China is $270 billion plus. With the European Union, it's $161 billion. With Mexico, $157 billion. With Vietnam, $113 billion. With Taiwan, $67 billion. With Japan, $62 plus billion. With South Korea, $60 plus billion. With Canada, $54 billion. Thailand, $41.5 billion. And India, thereabout, $41.5 billion. The American deficit is the least with India, in fact, as the numbers show. While India does maintain a surplus in goods and services trade with the United States, as also remittances by the Indian diaspora, the USA gets an equalizer through the profits American corporations make from their businesses in India. From the hundreds and thousands of Indian students spending billions of dollars on their American education, and the still evolving defense purchases that India has made over the last decade. First things first, this is not just Trump singling out India, even if it seems so. Recently, American ambassador to Copenhagen was summoned as the Danish intelligence found 3 American citizens fomenting dissent and secession among indigenous Inuit communities in Greenland against Denmark. Imagine, Denmark is a NATO ally and accusing America of attempting to break their country. Europe has been similarly slapped reciprocal tariffs, and every European leader is seething under the collar. Japan called off trade talks with the US in a huff just this week. I have always maintained on this show that this is not about Trump. This is about America as a declining empire of the 20th century, negotiating its terms of disengagement with the rest of the world in the present century. Trump is just the face of that process. Trump buying into private corporations, Trump seeking a state commission on private sales, Trump accepting a presidential plane as gift from Qatar, Trump raising tariff walls. All are apiece with the larger theme, an increasingly wobbly empire unsure of itself. And to be fair to him, President Trump himself has not crossed a certain red line in targeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi. His every attack on India is still prefaced by calling Modi his good friend. But those red lines have been smudged a great deal by Trump lackeys like Peter Navarro and Scott Bessent, both in responsible positions in the Trump administration. Navarro cut his teeth into geopolitics as a China hawk. His 2011 book was provocatively called Death by China and is said to have opened his doors to the Trump circle, with the president calling the book one of his top 20 favorite reads. Navarro wrote speeches and policy papers for Trump campaign, joining the White House in the first term. He went on to become the brain behind the isolationist and protectionist policies, as also targeting of China. Scott Bessent is a former partner at Soros Fund Management. Forbes has described him a Soros protege, with their relationship going back to the 1991 Black Wednesday crisis that crushed the British pound. Originally a Democrat, having funded and supported Al Gore, Obama, and Hillary Clinton campaigns, Bessent wormed his way into the Trump second term via campaign fundraisers and personal donations. This past of both anti-China in the case of one and Democrat in the case of other, ironically, gives hope in the present for India. In the past 1 week, most heavyweight Democrat voices have come around to speak vocally on salvaging the flailing India-United States partnership. First up was Nikki Haley. The former Trump ally came out openly to defend the relationship through her multiple social media posts. Then came Indian-American community leaders Ro Khanna and Vinod Dham, one a Democrat congressman, another a Democrat-leaning tech guru. House Foreign Affairs Committee of the Democrat Party has been frequently expressing support for India through its posts on X. And while it might seem like that Democrats are rubbing it in, the New York Times, not a traditional friend of India, headlined its editorial Trump's India Muddle. Influential voices like that of Richard Haass, President Emeritus of Council for Foreign Relations, a heavyweight of Washington, D.C. think tank circuit, has called the Trump's targeting of India misplaced and the Indo-US relationship as one of the building blocks of American foreign policy to bring India closer to put pressure on China, their original, present and future rival. Nicholas Burns, till recently US ambassador to Beijing, has also taken a position and called the tariffs misguided and weakening American alliances. Former US Deputy Secretary of State for South Asia Kurt Campbell expressed shock at the direction things have taken on the Indo-US front. Quote, Modi is sending a very clear message to America, I have other options, he said in a television interview.
About India, I think all of us who've played a role in building this relationship are in shock and concerned by what we've seen in terms of the substantial degradation in relations in just a couple of weeks. And Modi is sending a very clear message to the United States, I have other options.
In a column co-authored with Biden's National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan in the Foreign Affairs magazine, the duo has called the downturn regrettable, even egging Prime Minister Modi to not bend before Trump. There's a suggestion that this is temporary, that the larger India-United States relationship is intact. Sullivan even accused Trump of personally profiteering from a family crypto deal with the Pakistani side, something is still not denied by the White House. But let me deal with the options that Campbell is alluding to. India's Russia relationship predates the American discovery of India as a strategic ally at the turn of the century. There's a history in which the United States played a key role in putting India tentatively in the Soviet camp, even as we practiced non-alignment. The result of which is that even today, 70% of India's military hardware is of Russian vintage. Operation Sindoor proved that, from the aging L-70 anti-aircraft guns to the cutting-edge supersonic BrahMos missiles. The Russian equipment provided the backbone of India's military response. India cannot wish it away. So shouldn't America. Coming to China. The India-China detente has been going on since October last year, when PM Modi and President Xi Jinping met in Kazan, Russia, on the sidelines of the BRICS summit. It has its own dynamics and momentum. Trump might have only provided it more grist and media attention, more global talk points. But India's engagement with China is cautious, feel the stones cross the river approach. At least 20 rounds of military commander level talks at the borders and diplomats' dialogues in New Delhi and Beijing preceded Modi-Xi icebreaker in Kazan. The business relationship remains lopsided. During the SCO Summit, every Chinese panelist on our debates made this smug point, and not without substance. We can purchase more goods, that is, the Chinese can purchase more goods and services from India, provided we have something to give. Chinese manufacturing overcapacity is not a pain point for India alone. It is a global headache. There is no illusion about China becoming a friend of India at any point. It is not transmogrifying from a dragon to a panda, just that the flares of the dragon might pause, relishing as it is India's discomfiture with Trump's America. With China, it's a transactional trade relationship. Modi's engagement with China is to make sure a repeat of Galwan does not happen, having underscored the resolve to stare down and repulse the border mischiefs. On the other hand, with the United States, it's a people-driven kaleidoscope in which values of democracy provide a broad connect. There are 5 million Indian Americans who have played the role of Pied Pipers in getting the leaderships of the two nations to look in the same direction. Newly built defense ties, diaspora ties, software ties, the Silicon Valley Connect, the H-1B Visa Connect. It's being dissed by the mega constituency of Trump as of now. But deep down, the saner voices know the contribution this dynamic of India-US relations has made in American leadership post-Cold War. The talent supply chain from India has been as crucial as the goods supply chain from China in sustaining America's leadership for that much longer in the unipolar world of last 3 decades. A reconnect needs to be made. I can tell you, behind the cameras, phones are being worked, connections re-established, meetings arranged, even with the Trump circle. Ambassador Vinay Mohan Quatra is seen as a direct appointee of Prime Minister Modi, given his stint earlier in the PMO. Trump's pick as India ambassador, Sergio Gore, has direct ear of the president. As soon as he lands in New Delhi post his confirmations, we can expect to have a hotline with the White House. Trump inviting failed Marshal Asim Munir for dinner was akin to him inviting Hamas military chief Mohammad Daif or Yahya Sinwar to the White House a month after October 7 attacks. Imagine how Israel would have felt and responded. Someone in the White House team needs to get this right. Thankfully, an attempt, howsoever feeble, is being made. The State Department seems on a salvage mission, as this post by the American Embassy in New Delhi showed, complete with Secretary Marco Rubio's face on it. There's hope. Hear this sliver from a speech Vice President J.D. Vance delivered in Jaipur while on his first visit to India in April.
That our nations have much to offer one another. And that's why we come to you as partners looking to strengthen our relationship. Now, we're not here to preach that you do things any one particular way. Too often in the past, Washington approached Prime Minister Modi with an attitude of preachiness, or even one of condescension. Prior administrations saw India as a source of low-cost labor on the one hand, even as they criticized the Prime Minister's government, arguably the most popular in the democratic world, and as I told Prime Minister Modi last night, he's got approval ratings that would make me jealous.
If this tone can return, where the United States is talking to India and not talking at us, and without pontification, then the relationship might return to an even keel. As another Donald, Rumsfeld of the Bush administration famously said post 9/11, you deal with the America you get, not the America you wish for. We will deal with Trump the way he is and wait for the next president who gets it right. Moving on to the next one.
We urge comprehensive forensic investigation of 276 genuinely unmarked graves in Baramulla district using modern DNA testing techniques. Second, Pakistan should acknowledge its moral and humanitarian responsibility towards its citizens among the documented foreign militants and facilitate family visits to graves in accordance with the international humanitarian law norms. Third, international organizations and governments should reassess their understanding of Kashmir's humanitarian challenge based on empirical evidence. Most importantly, reconciliation efforts in Kashmir should be grounded in honest acknowledgement of complex realities rather than propagation of unsubstantiated narratives that may impede rather than advance the cause of justice and peace. Our research provides an empirical foundation for more informed, constructive base about Kashmir's past, present and future. The path to sustainable peace must begin with truth.
This press conference by a little-known Srinagar NGO in New Delhi went under the radars this week. This was a significant non-headline news event for Kashmir, so I decided to pick it up for you in this episode. The Save Youth, Save Future Foundation released data from a survey they have done on unmarked graveyards across the Kashmir Valley. The report, titled Unmarked Graves in Kashmir, Unraveling the Truth, turned out a big expose, if one more was needed, of Pakistani propaganda on Kashmir turmoil. The presence of Wajahat Habibullah, a former chairman of the National Commission for Minorities and India's first Chief Information Commissioner, and also a known Kashmir hand, lends credence to the report. The work of the NGO has busted the myth of thousands of unmarked graves in Kashmir as belonging to missing persons who were victims of repression by the Indian state. Had it been just Pakistani ploy, things would have been different. But an entire anti-national ecosystem pushed this narrative, creating a picture of enforced disappearances by the Indian state in conflict-torn Kashmir through the last 3 decades. It was a dangerous design. Back in 2009, under the patronage of the then UPA government of Congress Party, a bunch of these anti-nationals came together under the banner of Jammu and Kashmir Coalition of Civil Society and released a report on these same unmarked mass graves in Kashmir. Look at these names. Angana Chatterjee is a known India baiter in the United States academia. She has lived off last 2 decades of her life dissing India's role in Kashmir before the United Nations and the US Congress. Gautam Navlakha is one of the prime accused in the urban Naxal case of Bhima Koregaon of 2018. He was found so dangerous even by the Congress-led UPA government that he was stopped from entering Kashmir and sent backpacking from the Srinagar airport in 2011 on the grounds that his presence would create a law and order situation. They are the same gang as Arundhati Roy, Binayak Sen, Varavar Rao, Stan Swami, among others. I have followed the work of some of them, as you also must have. They are bound together by a common sentiment. They show India as an aggressor in Kashmir, show Indian Army as an unscrupulous occupying force in Kashmir, and to lobby around the world for a pro-Pakistan position on Jammu and Kashmir. This is the Tukde Tukde gang. In December of 2009, they released this report called Buried Evidence, Unknown, Unmarked and Mass Graves in Kashmir. In this baseless and incendiary report, these anti-nationals claimed that conflict in Kashmir had led to over 8,000 enforced disappearances and death of 70,000 persons, mostly civilians. Based on their work, they claimed to have documented 2,700 unknown, unmarked and mass graves, containing 2,943 bodies across 55 villages in Bandipora, Baramulla and Kupwara districts of Kashmir. Connecting those findings with an unjust Indian state, the report back then called for an international intervention to counter the dangers and violence of Indian rule in Kashmir. Remember, this was the time when the then UPA government was actively considering removal of AFSPA from Kashmir. This report was a prelude and an attempt to create an echo chamber to facilitate the Congress government to carry out the emasculation of the Indian armed forces and to leave the valley an easy meat for the Pakistani terror state to scavenge upon. The work by Save Youth, Save Future Foundation counters this anti-national work of 2009 with meticulous data gathering on the ground. The revelations are not only a slap on the face of these anti-nationals, but throws a challenge to Pakistan. Let me get you the numbers. Of the 4,000 plus graves surveyed, the report found that a majority of 2,493 were of foreign terrorists, likely that most of them were Pakistani. In short, what the bunch of Congress-backed anti-nationals were trying to pass off as unmarked graves of disappeared individuals or Kashmiris are in fact of Pakistani terrorists killed by security forces, and that each grave is accounted for. The report follows years of ground surveys including geotagging, photography, oral testimonies, police data analysis to come to the conclusions. We spoke to the man behind this work, Wajahat Farooq Bhatt. Bhatt used to be a stone pelter in Srinagar before the abrogation of Article 370 in Jammu and Kashmir in 2019. Observing the changes and benefits to the people of Kashmir post the abrogation, Bhatt also turned around and started working on the youth of the valley. Drug de-addiction and justice for families who had lost their members to terrorists became his focus area. Listen to his story.
जो इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ें थी हमारी इस स्टडी में दैट इज वन ऑफ द एस्पेक्ट इज द क्लासिफिकेशन ऑफ ग्रेव्स वी कैटेगराइज्ड these graves in 5 categories. Number 1, foreign militants. Number 2, local militants. Number 3, unmarked graves. Number 4, civilians. And number 5, the foreign tribals. I can say that the foreign fighters of 1947. इन कैटेगराइज की बेस पे हमने वी डिवाइडेड द डेटा एंड इन ही कैटेगराइज में हमें जो लोग जो ग्रेव्स मिले कितने परसेंटेज हमें अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 2400 जो ग्रेव्स थे देवर फॉरेन मिलिटेंट्स एंड टू अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 200 ग्रेव्स देवर local militants and 274 around there were unmarked graves and 9 were civilian graves and 70 were the invaders जो 1947 में यहाँ पे आए थे एंड फाइनली जो सब्जेक्ट जो हमारा जो मकसद था इस स्टडी को स्टार्ट करने का एंड हमेशा यही होता है कि रिकन्सलेशन तब होती है जब सच्चाई हो, जब ट्रुथ हो एंड ट्रुथ हो जब आपके पास साइंटिफिक मेथड हो, साइंटिफिक डेटा हो जिससे आप ये प्रूव करें कि सच्चाई क्या है एंड हमारी यही भी एक रिकमेंडेशन है कि दैट जो हमने जो 274 जो अनमार्क्ड ग्रेव्स हमें मिले हैं एंड वी रिकमेंड दैट एक साइंटिफिक एक DNA टेस्टिंग उन ग्रेव्स की भी होनी चाहिए दैट हु एक्चुअली दे आर एंड at the end there was a narrative of mass graves in Kashmir, mass graves of civilians in Kashmir and I can tell you this thing that जो हमारा जो डेटा है and आपके सामने है and जो with clarity with facts and जो हम reconciliation की बात करते हैं and जो उसके लिए चाहिए तो we did that.
This is truly a marker of how things have changed on the ground. In the report, Bhatt has sought DNA tests and exhumations from these unmarked graves to establish beyond doubt the antecedents of those who are buried. The work of Bhatt has center staged not only Pakistan's inhuman abuse of its own citizens by turning them into terrorists, but also complicity of an ecosystem in India that thrived under the UPA government. This should go a long way in bringing transparency to the valley in a manner that builds long-enduring trust between its people and the rest of India. I have often focused on the separatist sentiment in Kashmir and gone after the likes of National Conference MP Aga Ruhollah Mehdi. But when you get stories like this one, where the same Kashmiris are working hard to dispel the notions of separatism of any kind, then it needs highlighted. Kashmir is changing. It should be a matter of record. Thanks for watching.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा राजा और मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
सबसे बात हमेशा विजिट करता आया, सीखता आया कि वे राष्ट्रहित के सर्वोपरि रखकर
Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshaling the full power.
During an interview, American economist Richard Wolff called out the U.S. administration for attacking India with tariffs and shooting itself in the foot by doing so. Wolff said that India is central for trade and that it will find other places to sell its exports if the U.S. gets shut off. Wolff said that India is now, according to the United Nations, the largest country on earth, the United States telling India what to do.
from Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning into Republic TV. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor. The top story that we continue to track through the day is the row over the vandalism of National Emblem at a shrine in Jammu and Kashmir. More than 20 people have been arrested in the case, but the row continues to escalate as Omar Abdullah says that one needs to first question why that National Emblem was put in there. We'll get you updates on that big story and much more. Let's first take a look at the other big stories that we're tracking as well. Here are the headlines. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to visit flood-hit areas in Punjab on 9th of September. Prime Minister to interact with the farmers in Gurdaspur. As PM Modi gets set to tour rain and flood-affected states, BJP claims Rahul Gandhi vacationing in Malaysia.
Completely not correct. It has nothing to do with the tariff. GST and the reforms associated with GST had to find the light of the day sometime.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman speaks exclusively to Arnab Goswami, clarifies GST and tariffs not linked.
Common people of India feel insulted. We have actually worked to build a good relationship with the United States.
Finance Minister's big statement on tariffs alleges insult to Indians by Donald Trump. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju condemns Ashoka Emblem vandalism, says Hazratbal shrine is a symbol of peace. Donald Trump said Peter Navarro fact-checked by ex-users over Indian oil trade. Navarro slams Elon Musk for backing India's oil trade. Viewers, we have breaking news coming in right now from the national capital in the BJP MP's workshop that is ongoing. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is likely to be felicitated over GST reforms. Remember, a two-day workshop of the BJP MPs is currently underway at the Parliament complex in the national capital. The party's workshop includes several sessions, including on its history and evolution and lessons for its parliamentarians on boosting the efficiency. So though it is the first day of the BJP MP's two-day workshop, it is being held today in the Parliament complex in Delhi, and our sources are telling us that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is now going to be felicitated for the big changes that have been made in the GST slab. And the workshop will also include other sessions as well that will focus on discussions about the party's growth, its history, as well as improving the parliamentarians' efficiency. And the main objective of the workshop is to train the MPs to ensure 100% voting ahead of the vice presidential election. And voting, remember, for the vice president will be held on 9th of September. And in the backdrop of these developments, this two-day workshop is being held at the Parliament complex, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be felicitated there. Harsha, my colleague, is now joining us from the national capital for more. Harsha, what details do you have? Any update about the Prime Minister's participation there?
Yes, Aishwarya. So the leaders have already arrived. The first session will begin in some time. We can expect in like another 5 to 10 minutes, the visual from Balayogi Auditorium inside the Parliament will start getting the visuals where the lamp lighting ceremony will happen, and after that the PM will be felicitated for the next gen GST to ease the life of the commoners, the citizens of country, and of the businessmen as well. And the first session will be moderated by BJP Rajya Sabha MP Kavita Patidar, and likewise there are almost 5 session, but in just few minutes we'll start getting visuals because all the leaders have already arrived. Not only the BJP MPs but also the ministers and the senior MPs have also arrived. All the cabinet ministers of the BJP are already there in the Balayogi Auditorium because there's a 2-day workshop, and it's very important to notice that the key 2 topics which are to be discussed today in this meeting is about the developed country at 2047, and also the another one is the key social media reforms. These are the 2 topics which the BJP workshop is going to be focused on, and there is the reason why on the social media reform, which is the second session post lunch, Tejashwi Surya, the BJP member of parliament from Bengaluru, will be moderating this session, and they will be highlighting that how inside parliament it's very important not only to know about the legislation but also about the working procedures of the parliament, about the business, and also how social media could play a very important role to send out a mark what BJP is doing through its scheme, and also Prime Minister's Surya Yojana scheme, and also the TB, to remove TB from each and every place, from each and every state, how that entire program is also running in the country. About that also awareness will be sent across. So yes, Prime Minister will be arriving, and visuals from Balayogi Auditorium will be coming out in few minutes we can expect, because at around 11:10 the moderation and the event will be started with the lamp lighting, where all the speakers and the BJP MPs will first felicitate Prime Minister Narendra Modi for GST, and after that the key addresses will start to tell to all our viewers this workshop is the entire day workshop which will begin at around 11:15 AM and will go on till 6:30 PM in the evening. Back to you.
Right, Harsha, also give us more details about how does the day 2 also looks like, because you mentioned about the other key sessions that will dwell upon BJP's history, its evolution, and also training the parliamentarians about their how to increase efficiency and efficacy. What more is lined up on day 2?
So, Aishwarya, the day 2 will entirely depend on the mock voting ahead of the VP election. For all our viewers, 9 September is the voting for the Vice President candidate. The candidates which are NDA candidate C.P. Radhakrishnan, the opposition candidate which is B. Sudarshan Reddy, and there's an election, the voting which will properly take place in the Central Hall of the Parliament. But before that, on 8th, which is tomorrow, the Monday, there will be a mock voting in the Parliament where all the parliamentarians will participate in the mock voting. That also gives an idea of how the voting has to be done. There is only precisely one pen which is used to tick mark in the preferences, preference 1 and preference 2, how the voting has to take place. This entire thing will be told to all the MPs in the workshop and tomorrow in the mock voting as well, because there are several members of parliamentarian who are new in this parliament. Recently there was few changes in the Rajya Sabha of different states as well. So there's a new induction of many MPs in Rajya Sabha as well. And also not only this, there are the new MPs from different states, the first time MPs, the young MPs who yet don't know what's the procedure of the Vice President voting, what's the proper guideline which is to be followed, and therefore tomorrow majorly the key focus is going to be the mock voting in the Central Hall of the Parliament, which will entirely focus on how the parliamentarians should vote for the Vice President candidate. So everyone should know, so that there's no mistake from the side of the NDA and from the side of the opposition party on the candidate which they want to vote for, their preference, which will be precisely preference 1 and preference 2. Depending on their preference, they have to mark the number, and that is what will be taught tomorrow during the mock voting. Back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Harsha, for all those details there. We'll keep coming back to you for more on that story. Thank you so much. And viewers, let's move on to the bulletin now. We have big breaking news coming in from Meerut. Well, after the halal lifestyle township that sparked outrage in Maharashtra's Karjat, now a similar episode has come to light in Meerut. Now, there is a disputed merit regarding Abdullah residency, where there are allegations of ban on the entry of Hindus. So, entry of people of Hindu religion has been banned in this residency called as Abdullah residency in Meerut in Uttar Pradesh. And also, selling of plots to Hindus in this colony has also been banned. Now, Uttar Pradesh Minister Somendra Tomar says that strict action will be taken and the case is currently under investigation. But the big controversy has broken out over this. And meanwhile, let's listen in to Uttar Pradesh Minister Somendra Tomar what he had to say about this entire controversy.
ये कॉलोनी से संबंधित है अब्दुल्ला रेजिडेंसी जी और उसकी जांच कराई जा रही है। ये जानकारी में आया है कि उसमें वर्ग विशेष के लोग ही रह सकते हैं। ये जांच कराई जा रही है और जांच के बाद जो तथ्य सामने आएंगे उन पर कार्रवाई कराई जाएगी।
मेरी मौजूदगी इस वक्त मेरठ के अब्दुल्ला रेसिडेंसी की है। ये वही रेसिडेंसी है जिसे लेकर के विवाद इन दिनों काफी ज्यादा देखने को मिल रहा है। दरअसल इस रेसिडेंसी को लेकर के ये आरोप लग रहे हैं कि यहाँ पे हिंदुओं की एंट्री जो है वो बैन है, यानी हिंदुओं की नो एंट्री है। अगर हम बात करें बीजेपी के उत्तर प्रदेश के राज्य ऊर्जा मंत्री की, तो उन्होंने भी इसे लेकर के ये आरोप लगाए हैं। बाकायदा उन्होंने डीएम को पत्र लिख करके इसकी जाँच के लिए भी और कार्रवाई की भी मांग की है। लेकिन वहीं दूसरी तरफ ये जो रेसिडेंसी बना रहे हैं उनका ये कहना है कि ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है। कई सारे हिंदूज जो हैं उन्होंने भी यहाँ पे अपने प्लॉट जो है ऑलरेडी लिए हुए हैं, उनके नाम पर यहाँ पे प्लॉट रजिस्टर्ड है। इसके साथ ही साथ अगर हम बात करें बीजेपी विधायक और बीजेपी मंत्री की, तो उन्होंने ये भी दावा किया है कि अंदर चूंकि रेसिडेंसी है, एक बहुत बड़ी रेसिडेंसी है, तो उन्होंने कहा है कि धीरे धीरे ये रेसिडेंसी चूंकि बन रही है, तो उनका यही आरोप है कि अंदर जो नक्शा दिया गया है उसमें एक मस्जिद का भी नक्शा दिया गया है और पूरी तरह से ये एक साजिश का हिस्सा है। हालांकि पूरी कार्रवाई की बात भी उन्होंने की है और कार्रवाई के बाद ही पता चल पाएगा कि आखिर वाकई में अब्दुल्लापुर रेसिडेंसी में हिंदुओं की एंट्री बैन है या नहीं।
All right, an investigation is currently underway, but let's listen in to what Meerut district officer had to say.
अब्दुल्ला रेजिडेंसी है तहसील सदर में, इसके संबंध में विभिन्न स्तर से शिकायत प्राप्त हुई है और शिकायत के क्रम में जॉइंट मजिस्ट्रेट मेरठ, एससी आवास विकास और सीओ पुलिस के द्वारा एक समिति गठित कर दी गई। वो समिति विभिन्न पहलुओं पर जांच करके एक सप्ताह में रिपोर्ट देगी। उसके बाद जो भी तथ्य और निष्कर्ष आएगा उसके आधार पर फर्दर कार्रवाई चल सकेगी।
All right, so big controversy there that has erupted over this township, and there are allegations that this residency is only not allowing Hindus to take plots there. An investigation has now been initiated. All right, let's move on in the bulletin now in an exclusive interview with Arnab Goswami. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has highlighted the game-changing impact of the GST reforms under Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership. She firmly addressed criticism over India's oil imports from Russia, asserting that the country's energy strategy is guided solely by national interest and economic rationale and not external pressure. Take a look.
Ma'am, you have kept your head down and worked very hard to support the Prime Minister's vision of an independent foreign policy with a calm handling of the financial situation during COVID. We had a wonderful conversation here at that time where you explained to us the need to maintain our economic sovereignty through unique trade agreements, including buying oil with Russia. Do you believe that that was a momentary requirement? I'm only asking this in the context that critics like the US point out that India did not buy so much Russian oil earlier. They bought it of late, indicating that we can live without that Russian oil, and we are doing it more as our own tactic, more part of our foreign policy than our economic need. They've used words like laundromat. I would like your take on the Russia oil import. I know the foreign minister has commented on it, but it's a matter that concerns your ministry as well greatly. Do you believe it's necessary? And is it an economic decision or a diplomatic decision?
Arnab, I'm surprised you're asking this question this way. Economic or diplomatic decisions are for the country to take. Where I purchase anything, oil or anything else, from is my decision. Where I purchase from is my decision. It's our country's decision. Yes. Our leadership's decision. And those decisions are not taken if it's going to hurt our economy. If buying oil from A instead of B is going to be cost ineffective, meaning if I buy from A instead of B and I end up paying more for that, it's not good for my economy. Instead, buying from B makes me save some money because it is affordable, it is less expensive than buying it from A. I will have to decide. That's a decision of my country. It can't be that somebody else would tell me, don't buy from A or B, buy from C. It's my decision making in the interest of my country's economy, in the interest of my country's diplomacy, and moreover, it's not done in stealth. No. Everybody knew about it. And the products after refining from this crude have been purchased by everybody.
Including Ukraine, including Europe.
And therefore, I feel it's a sad day that we are being singled out on that.
All right, let's get to some other news. In a remarkable display of innovation, the Indian Army's Battle Axe Division used drones to rescue a man stranded in the middle of the Yad River in Udaipur. This operation not only ensured his safe evacuation, but also showcased the Indian Army's evolving adaptability in high-risk rescue missions. Take a look at this report. Viewers, we have more breaking news coming in right now. U.S. President Donald Trump's aide Peter Navarro has once again now lashed at India. Now he has lashed out at Elon Musk after X flagged his post accusing India of profiteering from Russian oil imports. The White House trade advisor, who has for days targeted New Delhi over its energy purchases from Moscow, again alleged that India was buying Russian oil purely for profit and to feed the Russian war machine. And in a post on X, Navarro declared, and I quote him now, "Facts: India highest tariffs costs US jobs. India buys Russian oil purely to profit. Revenues feed Russia war machine. Ukrainians and Russians die. US taxpayers shell out more. India cannot handle truth/spins," unquote. And hours later, Musk's platform intervened with a community note titled, "Readers added context they thought people might want to know," pointing out that India's Russian oil purchases were for energy security and did not violate sanctions. Meanwhile, furious at being fact-checked, Navarro then turned his fire on Elon Musk, saying that Musk is letting propaganda into the people's post. He also said that India buys Russian oil solely to profiteer. Again, he reiterated that claim and said that it did not buy any before Russia invaded Ukraine. All right, so again, training his guns on India and reiterating again that India buys Russian oil for profit. And when this was pointed out, fact-checked by U.S. Peter Navarro lashed out then at Elon Musk. This after X flagged his post accusing India of profiteering from Russian oil imports. All right, let's get you some other news, sports news. In fact, India has put in a dominant performance against China, thrashing them 7-0 in their final Super Fours clash to enter the final of the Hockey Asia Cup 2025. This huge victory ensures India's qualification in the final top spot of the Super Fours, while South Korea also advanced to the summit clash. So India will be gunning for the 4th Asia Cup title and a second on home soil. Take a look.
The Indian men's hockey team has stormed into the final of the Asia Cup 2025. With a huge commanding 7-0 win over the team China, India hit the ground running, scoring twice in the opening 7 minutes itself at the Rajgir Hockey Stadium in Bihar. Team China had no answer to India's relentless waves of attack.
आई थिंक काफ़ी अच्छा टीम खेल ली और एग्जीक्यूशन काफ़ी अच्छा थे जो हमारे फर्स्ट 3-4 मैचों से नहीं हो रहे थे बट आई थिंक जो हमारे फॉरवर्ड्स थे दे हैड देयर ओन टीम मीटिंग हुई एंड दे एग्जीक्यूट रियली वेल.
Team India led 3-0 at halftime with a goal each from Shilanand Lakra, Dilpreet Singh and Mandeep Singh. In the second half, Rajkumar Pal and Sukhjeet Singh scored a goal each, while Abhishek Nain bagged 2.
जो हम स्ट्रेटजी बना गए थे उस पर आज फुल वर्क हुआ है और मैं आज मानता हूँ कि डिफेंस जो हमारी बहुत अच्छा खेली है. आज क्लीन शीट मिली है हमको और डिफेंस ने जो मतलब पीछे से डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन किया है पासिस का वो अच्छा था आज. तो इसी वजह से आज गेम हमारा जो हम खेलते हैं हॉकी वो आज दिखी है सर.
The win ensured that India topped the Super Fours stage, standing with 7 points, 3 more than record 5-time winners South Korea.
अगला मैच भी जीते हम और बट आई थिंक वो फाइनली होता है और मेक श्योर कि जो हमारा आज माइंडसेट था तो वो कल भी हम उस चीज़ को कंटिन्यू करें एंड स्टार्टिंग मिनट से ही हम अपना 100% दें टिल द लास्ट विसल. ऐसा माहौल बहुत रेयर देखने को मिलता है और आई थिंक जब बारिश भी आ रही है कैसा भी कोई परेशानी हो रही है वो हमेशा हमारे लिए खड़े हैं उस स्पोर्ट के लिए. तो ये बहुत एक अच्छा मोटिवेशन है हमारे लिए कि जो लोग हैं इतना प्यार कर रहे हैं हॉकी को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं.
Team India will now face the defending champion South Korea in the final today.
It was nice to watch. I think we really started really well, came out of the blocks firing, so that was nice. And to score first and to get on the scoreboard was the main focus. Korea's a great team and they're the defending champions, so they hold the cup at the moment, so we've got to go and try and take it away from them.
The Asia Cup 2025 holds immense value as the winner of the tournament will seal a direct qualification to the FIH Hockey World Cup 2026.
And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to visit flood-hit areas in the state of Punjab. He will visit Gurdaspur, which is one of the worst affected areas in the state. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will also interact with the farmers there and will take stock of the situation. Remember, this happening as Punjab continues to reel under severe flooding. There have been many deaths reported that are touching now almost 50. and a lot of villages are under threat. Damage to crop has also been substantial. The floods have affected more than 1,900 villages across 23 districts. Gurdaspur is among the hardest hit, and among these developments, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be taking stock of the situation. He will be visiting the state on 9th of September, that is Tuesday. And in Gurdaspur alone, 329 villages have been inundated, impacting around 1.4 lakh people. And other worst hit areas include Amritsar, Firozpur and Fazika. Gurdaspur is one of the worst affected, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be to Gurdaspur as well. He will be interacting with the farmers there as well. And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. While Prime Minister Narendra Modi gets set to tour rain-affected, flood-affected states, BJP claims that Rahul Gandhi is vacationing in Malaysia. So, leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi has once again vanished from the political battlefield, and this time he was spotted holidaying in Langkawi in Malaysia. Well, his sudden absence comes even as Bihar's political heat is also intensifying, and the BJP has questioned his priorities, asking whether this is just another luxury vacation or a cloak for secret meetings abroad. So, while the nation debates jobs, inflation and governance, the Congress scion seems busy perfecting the art of disappearance.
एक तरफ देश के कई हिस्सों में, खास करके उत्तर भारत के हिस्सों में, नॉर्थ इंडिया में, चाहे पंजाब हो, हिमाचल हो, चाहे जम्मू कश्मीर हो, बाढ़ की स्थिति बड़ी गंभीर हुई है। इसीलिए प्रधानमंत्री तो बाढ़ ग्रसित इलाकों का दौरा करेंगे, उन लोगों से मिलेंगे, उन लोगों के बीच रहेंगे। लगातार एनडीआरएफ ने, केंद्र की सरकार ने वहां पर काम किया है। हमने देखा है कि जमीन पर केंद्र सरकार के लोग लगातार उतरे हैं। दूसरी तरफ एलओपी है। एलओपी अब मीडिया रिपोर्ट्स बताती है कि वो फिर से एक बार वेकेशन के लिए निकल चुके हैं। भाई, बिहार में उन्होंने बाइक वाइक चलाई, उसके बाद थक गए होंगे, वेकेशन तो लेते ही हैं। वैसे मनमोहन सिंह जी जब नहीं रहे हमारे बीच में, उस समय पर भी वो वेकेशन के लिए चले गए थे। फिर हमने देखा है कि क्रिटिकल मोमेंट्स में उनको वेकेशन पे रहना, विदेश में रहना पसंद है। तो ये प्राथमिकता की बातें होती हैं, ये माइंडसेट की बातें होती हैं। कुछ लोगों को भारतीय पसंद है, भारत के लोगों के बीच में रहना पसंद है। कुछ लोगों को विदेशी पसंद है, तो विदेश में रहना पसंद है।
All right, we have more breaking news coming in. Viewers, the government is going to release a relief package for the state of Punjab. Remember this, as the state of Punjab is undergoing a very, very difficult time as it is reeling under severe flooding. And now the government is going to release a relief package for the state of Punjab. This is what our sources are telling us. There have been many deaths reported in the state. Close to 50 people have already died in the state of Punjab because of the floods, and the government is now going to release a relief package for the state. Viewers, we are taking a short break, and coming up ahead, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's big statement on tariffs. She alleges insult to Indians by Donald Trump. That big story is coming up after a short break, viewers. Don't go anywhere.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, Delicious, healthy, every day.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों पे हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
Today, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming.
Justice for Rahul! Justice for Rahul! Justice for Rahul! Justice for Rahul!
Families in Minneapolis
Kashmir, the crown of Bharat. A land of mountains, valleys, and the world-famous Dal Lake. And in 2025, these waters turned into a stage for history. For the first time ever, Khelo India Water Sports Festival.
Khelo India Water Sports Festival. Dal Lake awaits you. Dal Chupiara.
खेलो इंडिया का हमारा फर्स्ट एडिशन है वाटर स्पोर्ट्स का।
My name is Manasa. I'm a national level rowing athlete from Karnataka. So we are here to take part in the Khelo India Water Sports Festival, which is happening in Srinagar.
मेरा नाम अमनदीप कौर है। मैं पंजाब टीम से हूँ। मैं हर कॉम्पिटिशन में पंजाब को रिप्रेजेंट करती हूँ और मेरे को 9 इयर्स हो गए गेम स्टार्ट की को और मेरा इवेंट सिंगल स्कल है। मैंने स्टार्टिंग से सिंगल स्कल की हुई है।
My name is Komla. I come from Karnataka, Bangalore. I've come here to participate for the Khelo India Water Sports Festival. I think the Khelo India Water Sports Festival is a wonderful initiative and where they've gathered all athletes of all water sports and I'm here to take part in rowing.
मेरा नाम कपिल कुमार है। मैं दिल्ली का रहने वाला हूँ और मैं कयाकिंग कैनोइंग वाटर स्पोर्ट्स का प्लेयर हूँ।
मैंने वाटर स्पोर्ट्स देखा 2017 में। देन मैंने कहा कि दिस इज द स्पोर्ट।
Once you go on a boat, you cannot quit rowing.
500 athletes, 3 disciplines, rowing.
Rowing has 2 types of events, which is mainly scull and sweep. Scull has 2 oars, and whereas sweep has 1 single oar.
Canoeing.
कैनो और कयाक स्लैलम जो है वो एक ओलंपिक स्पोर्ट है।
Kayaking.
देखिए कितना सुंदर दृश्य है, सारे खिलाड़ी एक साथ पैडल करते हुए।
One mission to take India's sporting story into uncharted waters. For too long, water sports in India remained on the margins, unknown.
People now also they don't know much about other sports than cricket or football.
Unseen.
जो ये स्पोर्ट्स है थोड़ा फॉरेन का भी और लोगों के लिए थोड़ा नया भी है।
Unsung.
मुझे गेम के बारे में पता नहीं था, रोइंग क्या होती है, मतलब कुछ भी नहीं पता, आर भी नहीं पता था रोइंग का।
But not anymore.
Approaching that final line, but it's a neck-to-neck battle.
this is the moment water sports claim their place in Bharat's sporting future.
I have seen a part of rowing which was before it had developed that much, and now when there are so many facilities, so many competitions coming up, so many opportunities for youngsters.
मैं रश्मिता साहू उड़ीसा से हूँ। तो सबसे पहले इधर श्रीनगर में आयोजित खेलो इंडिया फेस्टिवल में मैं उड़ीसा से इधर आके पार्टिसिपेट किया हूँ। ऑल इंडिया का ये रोइंग कैनोइंग काइकिंग का गेम हो रहा है इधर। ये बहुत ही बड़ी बात है क्योंकि कभी भी रोइंग काइकिंग कैनोइंग एक साथ नहीं हुआ है। काइकिंग कैनोइंग एक तरफ हुआ है, रोइंग एक तरफ। जो 3 गेम को एक साथ मिला के किया है वो बहुत ही बड़ी बात है। और इधर 500 बच्चा से ऊपर पार्टिसिपेट किया है। उनमें से मैं 200 मीटर C1 में सिंगल में गोल्ड मेडल हासिल किया हूँ।
Behind every race lies a journey. These are the faces and stories driving India's water sports revolution.
जय हिंद, मेरा नाम मासूमा यादव है और मैं मध्य प्रदेश से भोपाल से हूँ। और मैं मध्य प्रदेश में जो एकेडमी है वाटर स्पोर्ट्स की, मैं वहाँ प्रैक्टिस करती हूँ। मध्य प्रदेश में जो कोच हैं वाटर स्पोर्ट्स के, मिस्टर पीयूष कांति बरोई, और वो इंडिया के चीफ कोच भी हैं। तो उन्होंने देखा तो वो मुझे MP एकेडमी में लेकर आए। और मैं थोड़ी मिडिल क्लास फैमिली से हूँ, तो मुझे भोपाल का लोकल होते हुए भी उन्होंने एकेडमी में रखा और मुझे वहीं हॉस्टल में रखा। रहना खाना सब चीज़ उन्होंने करवाई। उन्हें लगा कि मैं अच्छा करूँगी और मैंने किया। मैंने बहुत मेहनत की और उन्होंने मुझे सारी चीज़ों के बारे में सिखाया।
पैडल को ऐसा करके नहीं लेना, पैडल लॉक, उसके बाद
इसको काइकिंग कैनोइंग रोइंग बोलने से ना कोई नहीं समझता है। मैं चाहती हूँ ये सब लोग समझे क्योंकि ये सेंटर तो है लेकिन किसी को भी पता नहीं है काइकिंग कैनोइंग क्या है। हम लोग किधर जाता है तो हम लोग स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन बोलता है तो वो बोलते हैं कौन सा स्पोर्ट्स है। हम लोग को बोलता है काइकिंग कैनोइंग रोइंग का है तो वो क्या होता है बोलते हैं। फिर हम लोग बोटिंग बोलता है तो वो लोग सोचता है ऐसे नॉर्मल वाला जो बोट चलाते हैं मछली वाला वो है, या फिर कोई सोचता है नेवी में है ऐसा वाला। हम लोग को बताना पड़ता है, फ़ोटो दिखाना पड़ता है, वीडियो दिखाना पड़ता है। और दूसरा स्पोर्ट्स सब लोग ऐसे स्पोर्ट्स बोलने से क्रिकेट में हो ऐसे बोलता है, फुटबॉल में हो, तो दूसरा स्पोर्ट्स भी इंडिया में बहुत सारा स्पोर्ट्स है। हम लोग को खराब लगता है कि दूसरा कोई हम लोग का स्पोर्ट्स को नहीं जानता है।
For athletes, medals are only milestones. What truly drives them is the dream of representing Bharat on the biggest stages, of hearing the national anthem play as the tricolor rises.
ओलंपिक पे पोडियम फिनिश करना मेरा सपना है। मैं चाहती हूँ कि जब मैं पोडियम पे खड़ी हूँ तो हमारा नेशनल एंथम बजे और पूरा स्टेडियम भरा हो और नेशनल एंथम गा रहा हो इंडिया का। और मैं चाहती हूँ कि सब जब मैं इवेंट स्टार्ट करने जा रही हूँ तो सब हूटिंग करे। जब एक इंटरनेशनल एथलीट जब एंट्री लेता है ना तो उसका जब नाम अनाउंस होता है तो उसके जो कंट्रीज़ के जो लोग होते हैं वो हाइप हो जाते हैं एकदम। गूज़बम्स सिर्फ उस एथलीट को नहीं आते, वो उस सब इंसान को आते हैं जो उस एथलीट्स को बिलोंग करता है या उस कंट्री को बिलोंग करता है।
And here in the valley of Kashmir, where shikaras glide across Dal Lake, a new generation of athletes is rewriting destiny.
बचपन का जर्नी बोलने से तो बहुत क्या बताऊँ, बहुत है।
मैं छोटा था, 7 साल का था मैं जब मैंने इंटरनेशनल प्लेयर एक हमारे मोहल्ले में था इशफाक हुसैन, वो उसने कयाक वो करता था। उसने एक दिन अपनी बोट घर लाई तो मैं छोटा था, मैं देख रहा था, बहुत सारे बच्चे देख रहे थे तो खुश हो रहे थे क्योंकि मैंने वो पहली बार देखा था उसको चलाते हुए।
जब मैं पैदा हुआ था उस टाइम मेरा मम्मी जल गई थी। उस टाइम फिर मैं 5th क्लास में पढ़ रहा था, मेरा पापा का गाड़ी एक्सीडेंट हो गया था। उस टाइम डॉक्टर लोग भी बोल दिया था कि नहीं ये तो नहीं बच पाएंगे।
एक परिवार के लिए, एक फैमिली के लिए क्या करना चाहोगे?
दिमाग में कुछ नहीं आ रहा तो
कुछ नहीं आ रहा,
थोड़ा
कभी सोचते नहीं हो?
सोचता हूँ लेकिन थोड़ा नर्वस हो जाता है।
मैंने ज़िद की अपने अंकल से, मेरे छोटे अंकल थे, मैंने कहा नहीं मुझे जाना ही जाना है स्पोर्ट में। तो फिर जब मैं गया उसने मुझे मना किया बहुत बार, नहीं तुम नहीं इसमें बैठ सकते हो, तुम पानी में गिर। मैंने कहा क्यों नहीं, जब ये कर सकता है तो फिर मैं क्यों नहीं। जब मैं बैठा बोट जिद में तो फिर वो एक तरफ से वो अंकल आए, दूसरी तरफ इशफाक हुसैन, तो फिर मैं पानी में गिर गया। तो फिर जब मैं पानी में गिर गया तो फिर मैंने कहा कि मैं क्यों गिर गया, क्योंकि बैलेंस में इंपॉर्टेंट है। मैंने कहा जब उसने कहा ये सीखनी पड़ती है, इसमें टाइम लगता है बैलेंस सीखने में, और जो कि कैनो स्प्रिंट में बैलेंस इंपॉर्टेंट है हर एक एथलीट के लिए। तो फिर मैं धीरे धीरे एक बार उसका भाई है, तो फिर मैंने चुपके उसका बोट जो पानी में गिर गया था। मुझे स्विमिंग आती थी अच्छे से, मैंने कहा ये टफ़ है थोड़ा बहुत। तो फिर अगर हम बात करें तो हर एक जगह में, जम्मू एंड कश्मीर की ऑल ओवर इंडिया में क्रिकेट फेमस है, तो फिर मेरा भी ध्यान क्रिकेट की ओर गया ही गया। तो फिर जब मैं 15 साल का था, मैं स्कूल की तरफ से मैं गया था SKIC, वो यहाँ पे जिसनेडल हो रहा था। तो फिर मैंने फिर से देखा कैनो कयाक वहाँ पे हो रहा था। मेरा फिर से वो दिल वहाँ गया कि मैं क्यों नहीं कर सकता, जब ये कर सकते। मेरा कज़न है मोहम्मद अब्बास, वो नेशनल मेडलिस्ट है कैनो स्विमिंग में। मैंने कहा जब मेरा कज़न कर सकता है, मैं सेम स्कूल में पढ़ते थे, मैंने कहा मैं क्यों नहीं, जब ये स्कूल और गेम्स मैनेज कर सकता है तो मैं क्यों नहीं। मेरा भी दिल गया, मैं भी प्रैक्टिस करने के लिए आया नेहरू पार्क सेंटर में, वहीं पे वाटर स्पोर्ट्स का सेंटर है। तो फिर मैंने बात की कि मुझे करना है, तो फिर सर है उसने बोला कि आप कयाक नहीं, आप कैनो कर लो, आप कैनो अच्छा कर लोगे। मैंने कहा ठीक है, मैं फिर कैनो ही कर लूँगा। मैंने ट्रायल दी साई की, और मैं साई में सिलेक्ट हुआ। कुछ इश्यूज़ की वजह से मुझे डॉक्यूमेंट्स पेंडिंग थे, तो फिर मैं साई में नहीं गया। फिर भी सर ने मुझे सपोर्ट किया, प्रैक्टिस दिलवाई, बिना साई में ही रह के ही मैंने प्रैक्टिस की और नेशनल एक खेल गया।
मेरा नाम सजाद हुसैन है। मैं शुक्रगुजार हूँ जिनने यहाँ पर ये फेस्टिवल करवाया। इससे हमारे कश्मीर को बढ़ावा मिलेगा, जो यहाँ की प्रॉब्लम्स हैं उससे थोड़ा कम होगी और फ़र्क भी उन पर पड़ेगा। मैं कहना चाहता हूँ कि आगे और भी कंपटीशन यहाँ पर करवाए जाएंगे। इंटरनेशनल टैग भी यहाँ पर बहुत अच्छा बनेगा, क्योंकि वादी बहुत खूबसूरत भी है। कश्मीर का नाम तो पूरी दुनिया में फेमस है। मैं कहना चाहता हूँ अपने इंडिया को यहाँ पर करे, सीनियर नेशनल लेवल के कॉम्पिटिशन्स करे, हर साल करे, ताकि ये प्रॉब्लम जो है वो धीरे धीरे हम एथलीट्स के ज़रिए ख़त्म हो। यहाँ पर भी टॉप एथलीट्स है J&K के, वो भी चाहते हैं हम भी अपने स्टेट को रिप्रेजेंट करें, अपने इंडिया में एशियन गेम्स में रिप्रेजेंट करें, ओलंपिक्स में रिप्रेजेंट करें।
For Sajjad, the podium was within touching distance, and so was his dream of seeing Kashmir on the global sporting map.
मैं बताना चाहूँ अपने देश को, जैसे नीरज चोपड़ा ने जैवलिन मारा था, पहले कोई नहीं जानता था जैवलिन को, पता नहीं था जैवलिन क्या है। जब ओलंपिक्स में गोल्ड दिया तब पता चला। आज पूरा इंडिया उनको सपोर्ट कर रहा है। हमारे इंडिया में क्या है, ज़्यादा क्रिकेट को ही सपोर्ट मिलता है, उनको चाहिए अदर गेम्स को भी सपोर्ट करे, ताकि वो एथलीट्स भी आगे बढ़ सके। एथलीट्स को ही नाम बदलना पड़ता है अपने स्टेट का, अपने देश का। जैसे नीरज चोपड़ा ने अपने स्टेट का नाम रोशन किया, पूरे इंडिया का नाम रोशन किया।
Make India proud again by unfurling the Indian flag at the Asian Games.
Behind every athlete stands a coach, a federation, and a system. The Khelo India Festival wasn't just about medals, it was about recognition. About making rowing, canoeing, and kayaking household names.
तो ये हुआ है कि हम इसकी शुरुआत करते हैं और इसको वाटर स्पोर्ट्स फेस्टिवल बना देते हैं। नेक्स्ट ईयर से हम फुल फ्लेजिड एक खेलो इंडिया वाटर गेम्स कराएंगे, वाटर स्पोर्ट्स कराएंगे। और इस बार भी आपने देखा लगभग 500 खिलाड़ी और ऑफिशियल्स यहाँ पे हिस्सा लिए हैं। और बहुत बड़ी बात यह है कि जो वुमेन एथलीट्स हैं और मेन एथलीट्स, उनका नंबर नियरली सेम है। और आप यहाँ पे देख ही रहे होंगे कि कहाँ कहाँ से लोग आए हैं, तो पूरे कंट्री से लोग आए हैं। बहुत अच्छे से इसको लिया गया है। ये टाइम ऐसा है जिसमें एशियन गेम्स की भी तैयारियाँ चल रही हैं और इसमें हम लोग कुछ कंट्रीब्यूट कर सके हैं। और होस्ट स्टेट ने इतना अच्छा ऑर्गेनाइज किया है। फिर जो फेडरेशंस थी, रोइंग फेडरेशन, कयाकिंग एंड कैनोइंग फेडरेशन और हमारी खेलो इंडिया टीम ने, इन सभी ने बहुत कम समय में जो ये FOP तैयार किया, फील्ड ऑफ प्ले तैयार किया और बहुत तेज़ी से यहाँ पे सारा अरेंजमेंट किया, वो भी बहुत काबिल तारीफ़ है।
स्पोर्ट्स अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया ने जो इनिशिएटिव लिया, क्योंकि काफ़ी लंबे समय से हमारे जितने इंडियन एथलीट थे, कोचेस थे, फेडरेशन भी थी, तो सब ये लगे हुए थे, खासकर खिलाड़ियों का एक बड़ा वो था कि भाई अदर जो और स्पोर्ट्स हैं सब खेलो इंडिया में हैं, कयाकिंग कैनोइंग को अभी तक किसी कारणवश नहीं इंक्लूड हो पाया था। तो ये जो गैप था वो फुलफिल हो गया है, इसको पूरा किया गया और यहाँ पे कराया गया है कश्मीर में। तो इसका स्पेशली जो लोकल यहाँ के जो बच्चे हैं स्कूल के या अदर और भी जो हैं क्लब्स वगैरह से, उनको बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिलेगा। बाहर से देश के दूसरे कोने से जो और खिलाड़ी आए हैं उनसे मिले हैं, कईयों ने दोस्ती करी है, तो देखा है कि वो कैसे कर रहे हैं स्पोर्ट्स को।
And for every medal today, there's a dream of tomorrow. Dreams that stretch from Dal Lake to the world's grandest and biggest sporting stage, the Olympics.
मेरा जो एम है, अभी 2026 में एशियन गेम हो रहा है जापान में, तो उसमें गोल्ड मेडलिस्ट, गोल्ड लेना ही लेना है कुछ भी करके। तो उसकी तैयारी मेरी 3 साल से चालू थी गोल्ड मेडल के लिए, और 2028 में ओलंपिक है। तो जैसे मतलब जो रहता है ना, एशियन गेम में मेडल होंगे तो ओलंपिक में ये हो जाएगा।
If they're dreaming like that, I will think that everyone needs that one person who is there to support. So if I have that person, so if I can be someone's wings, I will definitely help them, I will support them. And if they want to go, everyone can dream and they can fly.
मेरा सपना है अभी मैं इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट करके मेडल दिलवाऊँ। अभी एशियन गेम्स है, उसमें मैं कोशिश करूँगी।
खेलो इंडिया में भी मेरे 2 मेडल्स निकले हैं, तो मैं आगे भी मेडल्स दूंगा, स्टेट के लिए भी और अपनी कंट्री के लिए भी। मैं अपनी कंट्री को इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे रिप्रेजेंट करना चाहता हूँ। एशियन चैम्पियनशिप हो, एशियन गेम्स हो या वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप हो या ओलंपिक हो, तो मैं हर दिन, हर सुबह, हर रात सोने से पहले या जागते वक्त दिमाग में यही बात रखूँगा कि मुझे अपनी कंट्री को ओलंपिक में रिप्रेजेंट करना है। मुझे फर्स्ट इंडियन भी बनना है जो कैनो स्प्रिट में इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट करेगा, और फर्स्ट कश्मीरी भी जो कश्मीर से डल लेक से निकलने वाला ओलंपिक तक जाएगा ही जाएगा। ये मेरा सपना है, मेरा ड्रीम है ओलंपिक खेलना, ना कि खाली खेलना बल्कि इंडिया के लिए मेडल निकालना।
मेरा ये ड्रीम है कि मैं अपने पेरेंट्स की हर ख्वाहिश को फुलफिल कर सकूं और अपने इंडिया का नाम रोशन कर सकूं और इंडिया के लिए मेडल लेकर आऊं।
है तो सपना है, पर क्या पता कितना टाइम लगे, पर एक बार तो मेडल लूँगी।
Thinking about कि how people will know me, what they will think of me, or how I will, or maybe 2 people are talking about me, so how will they refer to me as? I think it is as कि वो लड़की जिसने गिव अप नहीं किया।
All set. Players are ready.
Goosebumps.
The race has started. Good start to the race. बहुत अच्छा आगाज किया है वहां पे खिलाड़ियों ने। बहुत जानदार शानदार रेस हो रही है। वेरी वेरी क्लोज फाइट। गोल्ड मेडल, सिल्वर मेडल और ब्रॉन्ज मेडल, देखिए नेक टू नेक फाइट है, बहुत करीबी मामला है।
Approaching that final line.
From the serene waters of Dal Lake rises a new wave of champions.
Ladies and gentlemen, the second runner-up, first ever Khelo India Water Sports Festival, Team Kerala. Congratulations to the whole team.
This is not just a festival. This is Bharat's water sports revolution. The tide has turned. And these athletes, they're not just rowing against currents, they're rowing towards making history.
चल रही है सांसें मेरी, जल रहा जुनून है, ये मिट्टी है मेरी, मैं मिट्टी का हूँ, ये छाँव ये धूप में बारिशों की बूंद हूँ, कोई रोक ना सके, मैं भारत हूँ, मैं भारत हूँ, मैं भारत हूँ, मैं भारत हूँ, भारत हूँ। दौड़ता मैं गिरता हूँ, गिर कर फिर संभलता हूँ, मैं चांद को भी मुट्ठी में तारों सा चमकता हूँ, मैं भारत 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 हूँ। गूंजती ज़मीन मेरी, गूंजता ये रण मेरा, शंख की आवाज़ हूँ मैं, बिजली सा गरजता हूँ, मैं भारत 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 हूँ।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
We didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%. So
Viewers, we have breaking news coming in right now from the national capital in the BJP MP's workshop that is ongoing. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is likely to be felicitated over GST reforms. Remember, a two-day workshop of the BJP MPs is currently underway at the Parliament complex in the national capital. The party's workshop includes several sessions, including on its history and evolution and lessons for its parliamentarians on boosting the efficiency. So though it is the first day of the BJP MP's two-day workshop, it is being held today in the Parliament complex in Delhi, and our sources are telling us that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is now going to be felicitated for the big changes that have been made in the GST slab. And the workshop will also include other sessions as well that will focus on discussions about the party's growth, its history, as well as improving the parliamentarians' efficiency. And the main objective of the workshop is to train the MPs to ensure 100% voting ahead of the vice presidential election. And voting, remember, for the vice president will be held on 9th of September. And in the backdrop of these developments, this 2-day workshop is being held at the Parliament complex, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be felicitated there. Harsha, my colleague, is now joining us from the national capital for more. Harsha, what details do you have? Any update about the Prime Minister's participation there?
Yes, Aishwarya. So the leaders have already arrived. The first session will begin in some time. We can expect in like another 5 to 10 minutes, a visual from Balayogi Auditorium inside the Parliament will start getting the visuals where the lamp lighting ceremony will happen, and after that the PM will be felicitated for the next gen GST to ease the life of the commoners, the citizens of country and of the businessmen as well. And the first session will be moderated by BJP Rajya Sabha MP Kavita Patidar, and likewise there are almost 5 session, but in just few minutes we'll start getting visuals because all the leaders have already arrived. Not only the BJP MPs but also the ministers and the senior MPs have also arrived. All the cabinet ministers of the BJP are already there in the Balayogi Auditorium because there's a 2-day workshop, and it's very important to notice that the key 2 topics which are to be discussed today in this meeting is about the developed country at 2047, and also the another one is the key social media reforms. These are the 2 topics which the BJP workshop is going to be focused on, and there is the reason why on the social media reform, which is the second session post lunch, Tejashwi Surya, the BJP member of parliament from Bengaluru, will be moderating this session, and they will be highlighting that how inside parliament it's very important not only to know about the legislation but also about the working procedures of the parliament, about the business, and also how social media could play a very important role to send out a mark what BJP is doing through its scheme, and also Prime Minister's Surya Yojana scheme, and also the TB, to remove TB from each and every place, from each and every state, how that entire program is also running in the country. About that also awareness will be sent across. So yes, Prime Minister will be arriving, and visuals from Balayogi Auditorium will be coming out in few minutes we can expect, because at around 11:10 the moderation and the event will be started with the lamp lighting, where all the speakers and the BJP MPs will first felicitate Prime Minister Narendra Modi for GST, and after that the key addresses will start to tell to all our viewers this workshop is the entire day workshop which will begin at around 11:15 AM and will go on till 6:30 PM in the evening. Back to you.
Right, Harsha, also give us more details about how does the day 2 also looks like, because you mentioned about the other key sessions that will dwell upon BJP's history, its evolution, and also training the parliamentarians about their how to increase efficiency and efficacy. What more is lined up on day 2?
So, Aishwarya, the day 2 will entirely depend on the mock voting ahead of the VP election. For all our viewers, 9 September is the voting for the Vice President candidate. The candidates which are NDA candidate C.P. Radhakrishnan, the opposition candidate which is B. Sudarshan Reddy, and there's an election, the voting which will properly take place in the Central Hall of the Parliament. But before that, on 8th, which is tomorrow, the Monday, there will be a mock voting in the Parliament where all the parliamentarians will participate in the mock voting. That also gives an idea of how the voting has to be done. There is only precisely one pen which is used to tick mark in the preferences, preference 1 and preference 2, how the voting has to take place. This entire thing will be told to all the MPs in the workshop and tomorrow in the mock voting as well, because there are several members of parliamentarian who are new in this parliament. Recently there was few changes in the Rajya Sabha of different states as well. So there's a new induction of many MPs in Rajya Sabha as well. And also not only this, there are the new MPs from different states, the first time MPs, the young MPs who yet don't know what's the procedure of the Vice President voting, what's the proper guideline which is to be followed, and therefore tomorrow majorly the key focus is going to be the mock voting in the Central Hall of the Parliament, which will entirely focus on how the parliamentarians should vote for the Vice President candidate. So everyone should know so that there's no mistake from the side of the NDA and from the side of the opposition party on the candidate which they want to vote for, their preference, which will be precisely preference 1 and preference 2. Depending on their preference, they have to mark the number, and that is what will be taught tomorrow during the mock voting.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching the long form story. I'm Niranjan. Tonight, we are back with 4 different stories. Stories that have shaped the week. Stories that we hope will be able to stir up conversations. First up, it's been a busy week for India at the SCO Summit. We are leading with that story at 9 p.m. What a victory in Tianjin, and what a Saturday it's been. Trump coming around from tirade to a truce. India sending unmistakable signals to Washington. National interest first. And the next story is from Manipur. The state has been at the center of a deepening crisis for more than 2 years now. What started as a local dispute over tribal status escalating into a conflict that has left communities divided along ethnic lines. Closer look at that journey from conflict to recovery. Next up, Madhya Pradesh, where we've uncovered what many believe could be one of the most secretive arms operations in India. For decades, a single family is believed to have manufactured trafficked weapons across state lines, all while remaining under the radar. And from Madhya Pradesh to Mumbai, where Arun Goli, known as Daddy, built an empire from the shadows, ruling the city's chawls, factories and alleys of Mumbai. Arrests, life sentences didn't stop him. He's back, he's walking free after 18 years. The return of Arun Goli. Ladies and gentlemen, Tianjin became the center of global attention as world leaders gathered for the SCO Summit. India stepped onto the stage in the last 1 week with influence, intent, navigating complex relationships with both Moscow and Beijing while sending unmistakable signals to Washington. The summit revealed shifting alliances, emerging power dynamics in Asia, with long-standing rivalries and strategic partnerships coming into sharp focus. And while Pakistan found itself at the periphery, India clearly defined the next phase of regional influence. And tonight on the long-form story, we take you inside the SCO Summit, the interactions, negotiations, and what this new Asian alignment could mean for international diplomacy and global balance of power, especially on a day when Trump has come from tirade to truce on the table. At the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit in Tianjin, China, the stage belonged to India. India walked in as a heavyweight, balancing Moscow, engaging Beijing, and showing Washington that New Delhi chooses its partners on its terms.
एक्सेलेंसी, यूक्रेन में चल रहे संघर्ष के विषय में हम लगातार चर्चा करते रहे हैं। हाल में किए गए शांति के सभी प्रयासों का हम स्वागत करते हैं। हम आशा करते हैं कि सभी पक्ष कंस्ट्रक्टिवली आगे बढ़ेंगे, संघर्ष को जल्द से जल्द खत्म करने और स्थायी शांति स्थापित करने का रास्ता खोजना होगा। ये पूरी मानवता की पुकार है।
A candid conversation between the three leaders was enough to send ripples through global power corridors. Just weeks ago, Donald Trump raised the heat from energy policy to trade, warning India against deepening its Russia ties.
I mean, it was like 1% of their needs. So the argument somehow now, as the percentage has gone up to like 30 and 35%, that somehow they need Russian oil to cool their homes or cook or drive their cars is nonsense. Think about India when you think about the tariffs we're putting in place. 25% because they cheat us on trade, 25% because of the Russian oil. It doesn't appear to want to recognize its role in the bloodshed. It simply doesn't. It's cozying up the Xi Jinping. Is what it's doing. It's not And by the way, I wrote that article in the FT just to deal with the propaganda of the Indian government to make people want to feel sorry for them. Oh, they need the oil. They don't need the oil. It's a refining profiteering scheme. It's a laundromat for the Kremlin. That's the reality.
But the engine changed the script. Images of Modi, Putin and Xi Jinping sharing stage space, triggering a recalibration in Washington.
I always will. I'll always be friends with Modi. He's great. Prime Minister. He's great. I'll always be friends, but I just don't like what he's doing at this particular moment. But India and the United States have a special relationship. There's nothing to worry about. We just have moments on occasion.
上海合作组织成员国都是朋友和伙伴，要尊重彼此差异，保持战略沟通，凝聚集体共识，加强团结协作，把合作盘子做大，把各国禀赋用好。
As America recalibrated, another message was unfolding thousands of kilometers away in Beijing. Right after the SCO Summit, Beijing rolled out its most powerful signal yet, a tightly choreographed display of military strength at the Tiananmen Square, marking 80 years since the end of World War II.
"中国式现代化是走和平发展道路的现代化。中国永远是世界的和平力量、稳定力量、进步力量。我们真诚希望各国都以史为鉴，以和为贵，共同推进世界现代化，开创人类更加美好的未来。
This also sent a signal on who stood on China's side. In Beijing, Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un stood alongside China's Xi Jinping. The two leaders, Washington struggles to contain, united in a rare display of defiance.
(6년 만에 창석이 동지를 만나뵙게 된 그 감회가 정말 새롭습니다. 6년 만에 중국을 방문하면서 눈에 띄게도 중국이 또 몰라보게 변모되고 발전된 것을 깊이 느끼면서 변하지 않은 것은 우리 이번 이 대표단 중국 동지들이 열렬히 환대하고 국진이 환대해주는.
However, there is one leader who wasn't invited into this equation. Pakistan's Shehbaz Sharif arrived in Tianjin hoping for relevance. Instead, he became a spectacle.
Your Excellency, I'd like to also thank you for supporting Pakistan and trying to have a balancing act, I think, in the region. I know and I must say that we respect your relation with India, that's perfectly fine. But we also want to build very strong relations. And these relations will be supplementary and complementary for the good and for the progress and prosperity of the region. In that, I find in you a very dynamic leader, and I want to assure you that I'd like to work with you very closely.
As Modi, Putin and Xi set the agenda, Shehbaz watched from the sidelines. The Asian axis isn't waiting for the West to catch up, and this new power axis has rattled Washington and served as a cold reminder to Pakistan of where it stands today. And ladies and gentlemen, we are being joined this evening by Ambassador Deepak Vora, who will be joining us live in what has been a fantastic week for India. The Prime Minister making his first visit to China in 7 years, a historic visit. We're at the Shanghai Cooperation Summit, the SCO Summit. He held Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin by their hands. And from last Saturday, last Sunday to this morning when Donald Trump tweeted in what is being seen as a reach out to our Prime Minister, it's been a huge success for our diplomacy. And as Ambassador Deepak Vora joins us, we also spoke to former Indian Ambassador to the United States, Harshvardhan Shringla. He's also a Rajya Sabha MP. Here's what he said about India's Victory Week. It's been quite a week for Indian diplomacy, and we have someone who served as India's ambassador in both United States and Bangladesh, two critical nations for India. A former IFS officer, a career diplomat, and now a Rajya Sabha MP, Harshvardhan Shringla. Ambassador Shringla, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Niranjan.
Sir, good to see you, and I just want to get your perspective. It's been quite a week, sir, this week. How do you summarize this week?
Well, let me put it this way, that there's no shortage of excitement. And it's been absolutely, quite a roller coaster ride when you look at the sort of developments that have taken place involving our country, but with regard to our interface with major players in the global stage, whether it is Russia, China, or the United States. And in many senses, we've seen, quite a sort of a seesaw situation in terms of the way things have progressed. Let me tell you, from my perspective, I had no doubt that we would be looking at some way to take our relations with the United States back on track. I think that's what we come down to. The essence of all of this is our relations with the United States. I think the fact that there was a positive message from the Treasury Secretary yesterday, followed by President Trump, talking about a special relationship, his connect with Prime Minister Modi, the sort of fact that he has again referred to his friendship with the Prime Minister, that and also saying that he's a great Prime Minister, I think has in many senses set the stage for our relationship to sort of for the window to open up to take our relationship back on track. And Prime Minister Modi, I think, has been responsive. He has also completely agreed with the sentiments expressed by President Trump. He's with regard to the relationship, and I think there is a positive exchange at the highest levels. My own sense is that this connect between Prime Minister Modi and President Trump has always been there. It's not new. Even in the last few months, we've seen some ups and downs. But that connect has always been there. President Trump has always prefaced his messages by talking about his good friend, Prime Minister Modi. So from that perspective, this is not different. But what is different is the emphasis on the relationship and the fact that I think both leaders want to see a reversion to that close friendship and going back to that period of sort of a very vibrant relationship that we've always enjoyed in the last couple of decades with the US.
I wanted to get your view on it, just how we've handled this issue very maturely, despite all of those comments.
Well, I think, when you talk about foreign policy, it's also maintaining a certain, trajectory, which is important to sort of keep on track, irrespective of some of the distractions that come your way. And I think a lot of the noise that you heard were really by way of distraction. Some of it was leverage. Some of it was expressing a certain amount of frustration. But at the end of the day, there were distractions to what is a solid relationship, one of the most comprehensive and multifaceted relationships that we have. We have a strong trade relationship. We have an investment relationship, technology, defense, and people-to-people connect. And I think that is something that is difficult to take away. And my take all along has been that, we will come back to that Howdy Modi event, that Namaste Trump moment. And this is what you said. We have gone from, the very close bonhomie of those days. We had a little, a low period, but my own sense is that we are now headed back to the heydays. And, any relationship as extensive as the one we enjoyed with the United States will have its very high and very low points as well. And there will be distractions along the way. I think a mature foreign policy would entail that you keep on track, you don't get distracted, you don't allow yourself to get distracted, and you recognize the importance of your relationship with your principal partners. And I think this is what we have done. We have demonstrated that we have the capacity to withstand some level of, I would say, distractions, provocations, you can call it what you may. We were confident in the ability of our own economy, the Atmanirbharta, move that we are making to develop our own capacities, the fact that we're developing new markets all the time with new free trade agreements, with the countries, including possibly the European Union in a short while. But at the same time, not forgetting that the US is our largest trading partner and that we have a very significant trade surplus with the United States in comparison to many of our other trading partners with whom we don't have that advantage. So I think bringing that relationship back on track is very, very critical for both countries. And I emphasize both countries. It's not a one-way track.
Well, Manipur has been at the center of a deepening crisis for more than 2 years. What started as a local dispute over tribal status has escalated into a conflict that has left Hundreds dead, thousands displaced, and communities divided along ethnic lines. From streets scarred by violence to relief camps filled with families seeking safety. Impact of the unrest has been felt across the state. The government has intervened, engaging in dialogue and negotiations, but the challenges remain immense. As efforts to restore normalcy now gain momentum, the National Highway 2 has reopened and displaced families are beginning to return home. And tonight, on the long-form story, we take a closer look at the journey from conflict to cautious recovery, the human cost, the political dynamics, and the fragile path toward lasting peace in Manipur.
For over 2 years, Manipur has been burning. What began on May 3rd, 2023 as a peaceful tribal march against a court order favoring Meitei ST inclusion has unraveled into a bitter, ongoing conflict. Tearing communities apart, claiming lives, and leaving scars that may take generations to heal. Gun violence, arson, and riots have engulfed almost all parts of the state. Retaliatory attacks in the valley districts have opened up a fault line that had been building up for quite some time. Women stripped of dignity. Children gunned down in cold blood. From silence to defiance, mothers now stand guard with fire in their hands. In this war, humiliation has not spared the women of either tribe.
मणिपुर की जो घटना सामने आई है, किसी भी सभ्य समाज के लिए ये शर्मसार करने वाली घटना है। पाप करने वाले, गुनाह करने वाले कितने हैं, कौन है, वो अपनी जगह पे है, लेकिन बेइज्जती पूरे देश की हो रही है, 140 करोड़ देशवासियों को शर्मसार होना पड़ रहा है। मणिपुर की इन बेटियों के साथ जो हुआ है, इसको कभी माफ नहीं किया जा सकता है।
In the 2-year-long conflict, there has been an intense tit-for-tat violence between two ethnic groups, Kukis and Meiteis. At the heart of the conflict is a growing trust deficit between the warring communities. With over 250 people and thousands languishing in relief camps, the centre is on an overdrive to bridge the sharp divide between hill and valley. A series of steps have been taken since the imposition of President's rule in the state, with dialogue being the only visible path forward. The centre has a Herculean task of bringing all groups on the negotiating table. After several rounds of talk, a breakthrough was visible this week. Tripartite suspension of operations agreement was signed by the MHA, Manipur government and Kuki organizations. This paved the way for opening up the crucial National Highway 2. The question is, will this be enough? Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to visit Manipur on September 13. This is being viewed as an attempt to achieve enduring peace even as the political slugfest continues.
He has deeply offended the people, the way he has allowed these things to go on, and giving condolence messages to other tragedies and not even uttering a word of condolence for the people of the state. And the fact that all the machinery of the state is in his disposal, he didn't use to stop these violence. So I think if he comes at all, then he should apologize. And I've said this before in a press interview that the people of Manipur are very magnanimous and they will probably forgive him. He actually apologized.
The Kuki groups insist that they haven't given up on the demands of a separate administration.
We have always been in favor of that kind of, situation, and therefore before 3rd of May, we were asking for autonomy by way of territorial council within the state of Manipur. But you know what happened? We were, clearly the majoritarian run government and the public at large in the valley were against any kind of autonomy for us, and therefore they made that known and felt, not just symbolically, but physically. We were chased out, our women were raped, our houses were looted and burned, our churches desecrated. They chased us out. So you have to ask the question you have asked me to the Meiteis and reframe it to say, in the larger interest, allow the Kuki people also, as citizens of India, to have their liberty and to enjoy the constitutional provisions to be at par with the rest of the country in terms of rights.
For the Meiteis, this too have been a fight for identity, for their land, their rights and their claim to ST status.
जो भी बातचीत कर रहा है, जो भी डिमांड कर रहा है, सभी को बोल करके एक ऑर्डर होना चाहिए। मैतेई भी नेशनल हाईवे में जा सकता है, लिख करके देना चाहिए, वॉइस में नहीं, लिख कर देना चाहिए ऑर्डर करके। नहीं तो हम लोग ऐसा ही बैठे रहेगा, मैतेई ना जाने देगा। तो मैतेई, पांगल, नेपाली सब रिलीजन तो बैठा है, सिर्फ मैतेई नहीं बैठ सकता है, बताया। तो ये नहीं होना चाहिए, इसीलिए हमारा भी हक है, हमारा फंडामेंटल राइट है।
I think the Prime Minister very well knows these regions very well. He knows these states, he knows the people of these states. He's done a lot in terms of development. I think the first thing that the Prime Minister will potentially do is review the situation. It's very important to take stock of what has been happening and the good measures that have been taken to bring the state back to normalcy and in a situation as we see today, which is a situation of peace. I think he's going to review that and he's going to ensure that that is the trajectory that the state moves on.
But trauma has seeped into reflexes, etched into daily life. Still, people cling to hope, even as the past bleeds into the present. With the harvest returning, homes rebuilding, and NH2 finally open for the Prime Minister, it is as if Manipur, through the wounds, is healing itself. But the road to lasting peace remains long and uncertain.
Authorities in Madhya Pradesh have uncovered what may be one of the most secretive arms operations in recent history. For decades, a single family is believed to have manufactured and trafficked weapons across state lines, all while remaining under the radar. And today, on the long-form story, we take you inside the investigation, how the hidden factories were traced, how the covert networks and the extraordinary scale of this operation unfolded, from remote villages to highly organized smuggling routes. This story exposes how a clandestine empire operated in plain sight and the police efforts that finally brought it to light.
Three generations, one family, and a hidden interstate arms empire, undetected for 40 years. Three generations of Surendra Vishwakarma, the kingpin of the illegal factory, were involved in the illegal arms manufacturing business for the last 40 years.
मध्य प्रदेश के टीकमगढ़ में अवैध आर्म्स फैक्ट्री संचालित हो रही थी और टीकमगढ़ से करीब 50 किलोमीटर दूर रामगढ़ गांव है जहां पर कि ये फैक्ट्री संचालित की जा रही थी। और यहां पर आप मेरे पीछे ये देखेंगे वेयर हाउस, खेत के बीचों बीच एक वेयर हाउस बना है जो कि इस अवैध फैक्ट्री में पार्टनर भी है। इस वेयर हाउस में अवैध आर्म्स फैक्ट्री यानी कि इनलीगल गन फैक्ट्री संचालित की जा रही थी।
Bhopal Crime Branch on Monday uncovered a covert interstate arms network busting 2 illegal gun factories operating within Tikamgarh. The investigation exposed a highly organized racket with weapons trafficked primarily to Uttar Pradesh, smuggled through Jhansi and nearby towns to meet soaring demand and avoid local scrutiny. Police discovered 2 clandestine arms manufacturing units, one hidden inside a house in Chanderi village near Kudila police station and another concealed in a remote warehouse in Ramgarh village.
इन्होंने एक नेटवर्क डेवलप किया यूपी का जो सप्लाई का था, जो बिक्री का था, जो बिल्कुल सेपरेट रहता था। ये लोग वेस्टर्न ही थे तो वो पकड़ में आते नहीं। तो एमपी में चूंकि अगर एक भी पिस्टल पकड़ा जाएगा तो वो लिंक पकड़ के चले जाएंगे, तो इन्होंने इसलिए यूपी में ये बेचते थे।
सर सप्लाई यूपी बिहार में
बिल्कुल ही, जो व्यक्ति पकड़ा गया वो भी एमपी का नहीं है, वो हथियार भी यूपी झांसी में बेचा गया था।
अब तक इन्होंने कितने अवैध हथियार बनाकर सप्लाई किए होंगे?
एक तरह का अनुमान है हमें, जो लगभग हमारे इनपुट में से 200-250 करीब आर्म्स हैं जिसको हम आइडेंटिफाई कर पा रहे हैं, जो और भी फरार है उनके पास है। परंतु एवरेज 6-7 हथियार पर महीने बनाना, आप सोचिए 40 साल का काम है, तो ये अंदाजा लगाया जा सकता है, एक अनुमान पे आधारित है।
ये बड़ा सा वेयर हाउस है और बगल वाला ये जो आप घर देख रहे हैं या एक बिल्डिंग देख रहे हैं, इसी में अवैध आर्म्स फैक्ट्री संचालित होती थी, जिसे कि भोपाल क्राइम ब्रांच की टीम ने छापे के बाद सील कर दिया है। ये देखिए, पुलिस ने इस आर्म्स फैक्ट्री को सील कर दिया है और यहाँ जो हथियार बनाने का सामान, उपकरण, लेथ मशीन, सभी चीजें जब्त कर ली हैं और ये फैक्ट्री अब फिलहाल सील है। इसमें अब तक 5 जो आरोपी हैं वो गिरफ्तार हो चुके हैं और करीब 6 आरोपी जो हैं वो भी फरार हैं, जिनकी की तलाश की जा रही है।
But how did this family manage to run an illegal arms factory for 40 years without anyone noticing? Behind the cover of tractor parts and farm tools, lathe machine churned out gun parts. Every component was made in-house, cheaper, quieter, untraceable.
अब तक 1000 से ज्यादा हथियार बनाए जा चुके हैं और इन हथियारों को बनाने के लिए इस तरह का ये जो मटेरियल है, ये जो पाइप देख रहे हैं, इन पाइपों का इस्तेमाल होता है। इसके अलावा ये जो लोहा जितना भी है, जो कबाड़ से ये लोग खरीदते थे, इन सब चीज़ों का इस्तेमाल वेपन्स बनाने में, हथियार बनाने में किया जाता था। क्योंकि बाहर से फैक्ट्री को सील किया, ये पहले तो आप ये पाइप देखिए, ये सभी जो पाइप होते हैं, ये हथियार जब बनता है तो उसमें जो नाल होती है उसको बनाने के लिए इस तरह के पाइप का इस्तेमाल किया जाता है, जो कि यहाँ पर है।
Police say the entire operation stayed within one family across 3 generations. No outsiders, no leaks. Just decades of silent, systematic weapon making, hidden in plain sight.
ये रामगढ़ का ग्राम पंचायत का दफ्तर है और इसके बगल से सटा हुआ खेत और खेत के बीच में वेयर हाउस, और इस वेयर हाउस में कोई आ जा ना सके, इसके लिए इस वेयर हाउस को पूरी तरह से बाहर इस गेट को बंद रखा जाता था। अंदर से देखिए पाइप लगाया है, यहाँ से भी ना कोई घुस सके, इसके लिए इस तरह से इसे ब्लॉक किया हुआ है। और इस वेयर हाउस के सामने ही स्थानीय लोग, जो आदिवासी लोग हैं, वो भी रहते हैं, उनको इस फैक्ट्री की भनक तक नहीं थी।
Why Ramgarh? A village 45 kilometers from Tikamgarh. Quiet, remote, perfect cover. Inside a field-side warehouse, weapons were made under the guise of farm equipment. The kingpin, Surendra Vishwakarma, rented it from Narendra Singh Parmar, now missing and believed to be a partner. Ask the villagers what was happening inside. We don't know, they all say.
पता यहाँ क्या चलता है? नहीं चलता। चलिए, और इस स्थानीय गांव के लोग हैं, उनसे मैं पूछता हूँ कि उनको कुछ। दीदी, एक सवाल का जवाब आपसे लेंगे। यहाँ पर आप देख रहे हैं पुलिस की टीम आई थी, एक अवैध फैक्ट्री पकड़ाई। आप यहाँ कब से रह रहे हैं?
रहता जिस सामान रहता ही। अच्छा। लेकिन जो नहीं है पता कि अंदर का है।
कुछ भनक नहीं लगती थी? कोई आता जाता संदिग्ध दिखता था?
कुछ नहीं।
ये फार्म हाउस पे जो वेयर हाउस है उसमें क्या हो रहा था, पता था आपको? नहीं। आप बताओ भैया, कुछ जानकारी थी इस चीज की कि यहाँ पे एक अवैध हथियार की फैक्ट्री चल रही है?
नहीं भैया, नहीं।
तो किसका फार्म हाउस था? एक वेयर हाउस था।
हमें नहीं थी सर जानकारी, हम तो बाहर की, जतारा की।
अच्छा, जतारा में ही तो आता है
सर, लेकिन हमें नहीं पता, हम तो कबाड़ा खरीदने।
आप बताओ भैया, यहाँ पर
हम तो रिश्तेदार हैं।
आप कोई कुछ देखिए बोल नहीं रहा है, या इन्हें पता नहीं है, ये बताना नहीं चाह रहे, अपनी जगह है। लेकिन स्थानीय लोगों से हमने बात की, सब यही कह रहे हैं कि उन्हें इस चीज की भनक नहीं थी।
हमारी करीब 5-6 टीमें वहाँ गई, हम लोगों ने प्लान तरीके से काम किया और इसके घर पे और जितने भी जगह हो सकती थी जहाँ पे इसका फार्म हाउस था वहाँ पे हम लोगों ने रेड करा। तो दोनों जगह लगभग 4-5 लेथ मशीनें मिली, लेथ मशीन, कटर मिले, जो भी उपकरण होते हैं जिससे कि आयरन को मॉडिफाइड किया जाए, उसका शेप बदला जाए और पिस्टल जो बनाने के लिए पूरा जो भी बिल्डिंग वेल्डिंग सब सामग्री थी। मटेरियल इतना था कि हजारों पिस्टलें बना सकते हैं ये। इसके अलावा जब ये आरोपी पहले सुरेन जेल में था, जनवरी में जेल से छूटा 7 साल की सजा काटकर, तो इसके पहले इसका बेटा भी वो भी जेल गया था, हथियार में पकड़ा गया था। और इसका पिता आनंदी जो बचपन से 40 साल करीब से ये लेथ मशीन पे काम कर रहा था।
अभी तक लगभग 1000 हथियार ये लोग 40 साल में बना चुके हैं और उनकी सप्लाई कर चुके हैं। एक हथियार की कीमत 15,000 से लेकर 40,000 तक होती थी और इसी फैक्ट्री का भंडाफोड़ हुआ है। अब इसके इंटरस्टेट लिंक तलाशने के लिए पुलिस टीम लगातार इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है। कैमरामैन संजय अंकिल के साथ सत्यवेद सिंह, रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क, टीकमगढ़।
He's a mill worker turned mafia boss Arun Goli, who once took on Dawood Ibrahim in Mumbai and called himself a Hindu Don. He's returned from jail this week to his home in Mumbai's Dagri Chawl, and this has happened in the last few days. He's out on bail granted by Supreme Court with very tough conditions. But unlike his usual bombastic self, Arun Goli quite reticent when Republic TV's Meenakshi caught up with him in Mumbai this week.
"18 years is a tad too long a wait for bail. But it helps when municipal election in Mumbai are close. Gangsters are back in demand, it seems, and Arun Goli, once underworld Don Dawood Ibrahim's nemesis in Mumbai, walked out of Nagpur Central Jail with a bail from the Apex Court on Wednesday. His dreaded gang, now comprising a mere ragtag bunch of aging men like him, were right there to escort the man they call Daddy back to the once dreaded Dagri Chawl of Mumbai.
Once feared the fortress of Mumbai underworld, Gauri Chawl is back in the spotlight as its famous resident Arun Goli, better known as Daddy, returned this week after spending 18 years in Nagpur Central Jail.
On Friday, Goli met Republic's Meenakshi at his old tenement Dagri Chawl, his home for nearly 70 years in Mumbai's crowded working class area of Baikala. He walked around the area to sounds of firecrackers that would remind many of the gunshots that often emerged from this Dagri Chawl once. Relaxing on a sofa with his wife and granddaughter, Goli made plans for the ongoing Ganesh Chaturthi with his family. It was inside a sofa like this that he had hidden for hours when 60 policemen had raided the Dagri Chawl to arrest him in June 1990 for a brutal murder. The cops had to wrench open the sofa's mattresses and plyboard to yank him out of a small cavity where he had been hidden by his wife Asha. This week, Mr. and Mrs. Gowli sat together on another sofa, recounting the past and looking forward to a cleaner future.
अपना भूतकाल है ना, पास्ट भूतकाल को भूलना मांगता है, नहीं तो क्या मालूम है, अपन भूतकाल सोचेगा तो आप लोग को अच्छे बुरे का याद आएगा, उससे अपना मन स्वस्थ नहीं रहेगा, इसलिए उस पर अपन ख्याल नहीं करते भूतकाल का। अभी वर्तमान में अपन क्या करना मांगता है यानी अपने को क्या हासिल करना है, इसके बारे में सोचता हूँ।
He was once a close aide of Balasaheb Thackeray, but fell out with Shiva Sena later. Even murdered a Shiva Sena corporator among many others before he was packed off to jail in 2007. He launched a political party in the middle of all of this, which played footsie with both BJP and Uddhav's Sena. He has fought and won an election and then lost again. Life has been a true roller coaster for Arun Gowli. Underworld Don turned social worker, turned MLA, turned jailbird, and now out on bail for some serious power play in the rough and tumble of Mumbai's political corridors. But he says he wants to do penance and forget his past.
अभी मेरे सामने है कि अपने संसार में रहना, प्रपंच करके परमात्मा के पास जाना, ये मेरा अभी उद्देश्य है।
While he was away in jail, his daughter Geeta Gowli became the custodian of the political party Gowli had floated to fight elections for a seat at the Maharashtra Assembly. He had won and become an MLA for a term. Later, when he went to jail, Geeta had taken over his Akhil Bharatiya Sena and has been in some kind of a loosely tied relationship with the Bharatiya Janata Party. She is now a corporator at the BMC, the Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation. Now out on bail, Gowli is for some serious power play, but he is keeping his cards close to his chest.
अभी पॉलिटिक्स से कुछ संबंध नहीं, अभी मैं पॉलिटिक्स में मेरा इतना इंटरेस्ट भी नहीं रहा। अभी जो पॉलिटिकल करने का टाइम था वो निकल गया, अभी कोई इतना मेरे को इंटरेस्ट नहीं ले रहा। अभी मेरे बच्चे के बच्चे हैं, उनको थोड़ा टाइम देना, उनकी खुशी लेना उनसे, ये मेरा भी हेतु है।
राजनीतिक जो कारोबारी है वो बोल रहे हैं कि बीएमसी इलेक्शन आ रहा है, तो आपका इतना पॉपुलैरिटी है, आप फिर मैदान में क्या उतरोगे, ऐसा बात चल रहा है उससे उसका
कुछ नहीं सही बोलता मैं तुमको, हम लोग इतना क्या इलेक्शन में उतरने वाले नहीं। मेरी बेटी तो उसका एक वार्ड है उधर, वो खड़ा रहती है, बाकी ऐसा तुम बोले कि मुंबई या ऐसा कुछ नहीं, यानी बम्बई म्यूनसिपालिटी काबिज करना ये भी हमारा उद्देश्य नहीं है।
There was a time when Arun Gowli's name was enough to frighten the toughest of Mumbai, don or politician. He was by Balasaheb Thackeray's side for a long while, led the typical underworld thug life, rubbing shoulders with those who matter. There was a fallout later, and then came the murder of Shiva Sena corporator. Gowli wants to forget that past now.
हमको खाली अभी शांति के, एक जेल से इतने साल से छूटेले आदमी का ख्वाहिश बहुत छोटी रहेगी कि अपने बाल बच्चे भी, बेटे के बच्चे मेरे घर में बेटे, भगवान का चिंतन करें। अभी मौत भी नज़दीक आ रही है, उम्र मेरा 75 है, कल भगवान का चिंतन करेगा तो अपने को अपना आत्मा का उद्धार होएगा, आप लोग को अच्छा गति मिलेगा।
Gauli returned home this Wednesday as Mumbai brought Ganpati home on Ganesh Chaturthi. The dreaded Dagri Chaul of Baikalan, an old tenement that could house up to 300 mill workers at a time, is no more the underworld fortress it used to be in the 80s. The guns are gone. Families, one-time mafia dons, now live here. Though many have moved out, whoever hasn't was there in the central square on Wednesday to welcome Gauli and Ganpati home at the Dagri Chauls. It is here at the square Gauli's men had brutally killed a local and neighbor in 1983. The man had dared to pick up a fight with him once. Even police avoided entering Dagri Chaul in those days. Gauli's eventual arrest was a super secret operation, as here in these tenements it was impossible to find him. He had secret stairs and tunnels running under the chauls. After a long cat and mouse game and many short jail terms, the courts had pronounced life sentence for him.
तो ये राजनीति पहले से ही षड्यंत्र चलाती रहती है, हमेशा किसी को दबाना देखना, किसी पे झूठा आरोप डालना और वो लोगों की ज़िंदगी बर्बाद करना। ये नहीं सोचती कि उसका घर है, उसके बच्चे हैं, तो ये झूठा करके पूरा हमारा लाइफ ख़राब कर दिए। मैं बोली ना, 18 साल बहुत बड़ी बात होती है। हमारा बच्चा जब पैदा होता तो 18 साल का होता है, तो वो जवानी, उसकी जवानी होती है, तो हम उम्र में ही हमारा और बुढ़ापा आ रहा है नज़दीक, तो गलत किए। और ऊपर वाला हर इंसान को उसका ये भोगना पड़ेगा, कर्म भोगना पड़ेगा ज़रूर। ये तो हमारे आंसू है कि या मेरा दुख है, मेरा दिल जला है, हम मर के जिए हैं, बहुत तकलीफ में, तो ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए था।
Is Arun Gauli back to use his influence and muscle power in the upcoming and bitterly fought municipal elections of Mumbai? Is he getting back to doing the dirty tricks at the bidding of Mumbai's political dawn? Time will tell.
From underworld don to politician, from daddy to prisoner and back, Arun Gauli's story remains inseparable from Dagri Chaul. In Mumbai, the fortress may have faded, but its legend continues still now.
That's it on this edition of the Long Form Story. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying with us on this show. In case you missed it, you can catch the repeat tomorrow on Republic. Thanks for watching.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
Viewers, we have breaking news coming in right now from the national capital in the BJP MP's workshop that is ongoing. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is likely to be felicitated over GST reforms. Remember, a two-day workshop of the BJP MPs is currently underway at the Parliament complex in the national capital. The party's workshop includes several sessions, including on its history and evolution and lessons for its parliamentarians on boosting the efficiency. So though it is the first day of the BJP MP's two-day workshop, it is being held today in the Parliament complex in Delhi, and our sources are telling us that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is now going to be felicitated for the big changes that have been made in the GST slab. And the workshop will also include other sessions as well that will focus on discussions about the party's growth, its history, as well as improving the parliamentarians' efficiency. And the main objective of the workshop is to train the MPs to ensure 100% voting ahead of the vice presidential election. And voting, remember, for the vice president will be held on 9th of September. And in the backdrop of these developments, this two-day workshop is being held at the Parliament complex, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be felicitated there. Harsha, my colleague, is now joining us from the national capital for more. Harsha, what details do you have? Any update about the Prime Minister's participation there?
Yes, Aishwarya. So the leaders have already arrived. The first session will begin in some time. We can expect in like another 5 to 10 minutes, a visual from Bala Yogi Auditorium inside the Parliament will start getting the visuals where the lamp lighting ceremony will happen, and after that the PM will be felicitated for the next gen GST to ease the life of the commoners, the citizens of country, and of the businessmen as well. And the first session will be moderated by BJP Rajya Sabha MP Kavita Patidar, and likewise there are almost 5 session, but in just few minutes we'll start getting visuals because all the leaders have already arrived. Not only the BJP MPs but also the ministers and the senior MPs have also arrived. All the cabinet ministers of the BJP are already there in the Bala Yogi Auditorium because there's a two-day workshop, and it's very important to notice that the key 2 topics which are to be discussed today in this meeting is about the developed country at 2047, and also the another one is the key social media reforms. These are the 2 topics which the BJP workshop is going to be focused on, and there is the reason why on the social media reform, which is the second session post lunch, Tejashwi Surya, the BJP member of parliament from Bengaluru, will be moderating this session, and they will be highlighting that how inside parliament it's very important not only to know about the legislation but also about the working procedures of the parliament, about the business, and also how social media could play a very important role to send out a mark what BJP is doing through its scheme, and also Prime Minister's Surya Yojana scheme, and also the TB to remove TB from each and every place, from each and every state, how that entire program is also running in the country. About that also awareness will be sent across. So yes, Prime Minister will be arriving, and visuals from Bala Yogi Auditorium will be coming out in few minutes we can expect, because at around 11:10 the moderation and the event will be started with the lamp lighting, where all the speakers and the BJP MPs will first felicitate Prime Minister Narendra Modi for GST, and after that the key addresses will start to tell to all our viewers this workshop is the entire day workshop which will begin at around 11:15 AM and will go on till 6:30 PM in the evening. Back to you.
Right, Harsha, also give us more details about how does the day 2 also looks like, because you mentioned about the other key sessions that will dwell upon BJP's history, its evolution, and also training the parliamentarians about their how to increase efficiency and efficacy. What more is lined up on day 2?
So Ashwara, the date will entirely depend on the mock voting ahead of the VP election. For all our viewers, 9 September is the voting for the Vice President candidate. The candidates which are NDA candidate C.P. Radhakrishnan, the opposition candidate which is B. Sudarshan Reddy, and there's an election, the voting which will properly take place in the Central Hall of the Parliament. But before that, on 8th, which is tomorrow, the Monday, there will be a mock voting in the Parliament where all the parliamentarians will participate in the mock voting. That also gives an idea of how the voting has to be done. There is only precisely one pen which is used to tick mark in the preferences, preference 1 and preference 2, how the voting has to take place. This entire thing will be told to all the MPs in the workshop and tomorrow in the mock voting as well, because there are several members of parliamentarian who are new in this parliament. Recently there was few changes in the Rajya Sabha of different states as well. So there's a new induction of many MPs in Rajya Sabha as well. And also not only this, there are the new MPs from different states, the first time MPs, the young MPs who yet don't know what's the procedure of the Vice President voting, what's the proper guideline which is to be followed. And therefore tomorrow majorly the key focus is going to be the mock voting in the Central Hall of the Parliament, which will entirely focus on how the parliamentarians should vote for the Vice President candidate. So everyone should know so that there's no mistake from the side of the NDA and from the side of the opposition party on the candidate which they want to vote for, their preference, which will be precisely preference 1 and preference 2. Depending on their preference, they have to mark the number, and that is what will be taught tomorrow during the mock voting.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
त्योहार की खुशियाँ होंगी डबल। हुंडई सुपर डिलाइट डेज में आपकी मनपसंद कार्स पर मिल रही है कमाल के डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
A coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph!
Families in Minneapolis are mourning. Our Greater Annunciation Fellowship is mourning. Our entire city is united in grief, and at the same time, based on this incredible group of people that has assembled here in City Hall, we are also united in action.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph!
We need a statewide
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman ji, many congratulations and thank you for talking to me today. This has been a monumental week, absolutely monumental for the country and for you. I want to start by asking you about the date of the announcement of the GST. We'll talk about the significance later. You can put it from a layman perspective what it means, but can you take me into the backstory of what led to the the whole GST announcement on the 3rd of September? There must have been an intense work for many months, as you have said, but that particular day of the meeting, I was told that negotiations were going on right till the very end, and there were some tense moments, there were some disagreements, but eventually it is believed and it's been said that you pushed your way through. You said now and no further, this much and no further, we're going to press with it. So can you tell us what happened as much as you can?
Thank you, Arnab, first of all, to give me this opportunity to talk to you and Republic viewers. This is one of the biggest thing for reforms, and I'm glad it's gone through so well. And I thank each one of the finance ministers in the council for finally agreeing. And I also agree with each of the finance ministers when they put their case forward, the state's concerns forward. But what is more important here is to recognize, and I think it's only right to recognize, on the union's proposal, there was no disagreement. Let's be clear, right from the beginning, you would have heard even that statement which was made by all the 8 states, whatever. They could not criticize the union's proposal because it was pro-poor, it reduced the burden of taxation on the citizens, particularly for the poor, the middle class, the farmer, the MSME, and the items which constitute a monthly ration of a household have all been brought down. So they actually saw the merit of the proposal and they didn't have an opposition to that. So on that question, unanimity, if I have to be fair to everybody, unanimity was arrived at already, even as we were sitting in the council. Right. But where was the argument or where was the contention? Where did the difference arise? It was on the basis of this assumption by states, right or wrong, that as a result of this proposal going through, as a result of the tax cuts that we are talking about, states' revenues will go down. So who is going to protect the state's revenue? And that was the voice of largely the opposition states and only the opposition states. Now it is on that there was an argument. And it was on that there were discussions, not 1 round, not 2 rounds, 3 full rounds. And that is why it took all the time for the council to end. And in that, there were 2 arguments that I had in my mind and I put it forward. I said, look, Prime Minister Modi, when in the budget of 2025, gave income tax relief till 12 lakhs. Did not hesitate for a moment saying my revenues will go down. Because he believed that money should reach the hands of the people. They should have some money left in their hands after all the taxation to decide on where they want to spend, whether for the daughter's education or for the son to set up a business or something else, or for them to build a new room to their house, or to buy some aspirational goods, whether bigger refrigerator, bigger TV, whatever, or save or put in the stock market. He didn't hesitate saying I won't give this because my revenue will come down. Similarly, during COVID, 140 billion people you gave vaccination free. You do something, get the revenues mopped up, but you will not ask anybody. Citizen will not be asked to pay for the vaccination, nor will the states be asked to bear the cost. We'll do it all on our own. Second. Third, the unique responsibility for the center is take care of our entire country's defense. We don't go about saying, oh my God, where will I get this money? I want the states to help me. We don't. So I quoted all this and I said, revenue in the hands of the people, meaning more money in the hands of the people, less taxation in the hands of the people, would result in them going out to decide how they want to spend that money or save that money. That will kickstart the virtuous cycle. More demand in the market, more consumption in the market. Industry fields they want to expand on their capacities. Production will increase. Then that creates more jobs. And so on. The virtuous cycle. So the arguments which some of the states were putting forward was who will bear the brunt. So I said, we are sitting in a house, meaning the GST Council, where center and states are together. No such my baap ka attitude can prevail here. I am not sitting with a suitcase where from I can give you something. I am also expecting to take something out of this kitty which is lying in the center. You contribute, I contribute, you take, I take. Per a formula. So how is it that we suddenly think there is a central government which has a suitcase from where it can go on giving to the states? As it is without the Finance Commission telling me to give, I am giving 50 years interest-free capital expenditure money for you. No Finance Commission told me to give it. And that in the last 4 years uninterrupted we are giving every year post-COVID. Today approximately it's reached 8 lakh crores. Purely from my kitty. Purely from my kitty vaccination. So I said, if I am also going to bear the brunt of reduced revenue, the kitty is common. I don't have a spare kitty to pay from. Nor do I come to ask you for the common defense or COVID or SASKI. Give me your petrol revenue. Give me your liquor revenue. I don't ask you. So nobody is going to be able to fill up for somebody else's deficits. We all should become efficient in tax collection, stop evasion, make sure that our efficiencies results in more into that kitty.
Were there hot moments?
Tense moments, not hot moments.
Was there a consensus when on the 15th in the morning the Prime Minister, 15th of August, said that I am going to be giving you a gift on Diwali? How far away were you from that moment of decision making or consensus? The Prime Minister had set a time target for you.
Yes, I had no clue how it will go through in the GST Council. Because the final decision is with the Council. Prime Minister indicated his desire that the people...
Fairly in detail. I mean,
yes.
He went quite detailed about it.
No, he didn't go to the details. He said this...
He made the broad principle announcement.
He said, I want to give a gift to the people well in time for Deepavali.
He mentioned GST.
Yes, sir. GST...
So that put a lot of pressure on you, didn't it?
Yes, in GST, but that's all he said. Through GST, I want to give a gift to people before Deepavali.
Yeah, but it's a complex thing to deliver.
Yes. And then one had to follow the rules and procedures, give the centre's proposal to the group of ministers. Then the group of ministers considers and then says, I'll take it to the GST Council. Then we'll have to notify the GST Council date. As we notify, we send the agenda. The states will have to look at our proposals. Then there is an officers committee meeting which happens prior to the council meeting.
You're pushing it all through. You're pushing it through, rushing it through personally at it.
And there were some people who said, well, do it before Navratri. Because in Bengal, in the eastern parts of the country, that's when they go to market.
And Durga Puja is
earlier. So...
You've done it before, well before Durga Puja.
Well, so some people said, why don't you do it from 20th, if the council clears? I said, it's all right, but we need time for the systems, the digital systems to be fed the newer rates once the council approves. That itself will have to be done both by centre and states. Give them some time. So they suggested, why not September 20th? Then my little bit of sense that it is Shraddha period, Pitru Paksh. I said, wait till Mahalai. Do it from the next day after that. So that's why 22nd.
Well, I mean, you know, when I'm talking to you about this, I have deja vu moments. I've sat in this very room, I think here, or this room, with Arun Jaitley when GST was passed. And the monumental nature of that decision and the monumental nature of this one, I think he would have been so proud of what you have achieved as well here. Why are the states still complaining then? They're still complaining. Okay, so broadly, is it because they have a problem with this number? Because they're coming up with accurate numbers. MK Stalin says that this is unfair. It is not serving the people unless it protects my revenues. Kerala is saying we will lose 5,000 to 10,000 crores. Jharkhand is saying 2,000 crores. Are these numbers the real issue, or at some level? And since you're an active politician as well, is it also about the politics of it? That you've gone around to the people talking about Gabbar Singh tax for the last few years. And now that's a big argument that is taken away from their political armory. So I feel it's got more to do with politics as well. Don't you also think that there's a strong part of it?
Absolutely.
The opposition is more political than number based?
Because they couldn't oppose the centre's proposal on the substance or on its merit. Then how do they sort of cover themselves up? On the contrary, on one score, if they are seen opposing this proposal, it is going to be not to their credit. At the same time, they can't allow the credit to be given completely to the centre. So how do they make a bit of a difference to the whole thing? Say my revenues are going away. My point is, are you not interested in reducing the burden of the people? Yes, let's see, for a few months revenues may go down. But because people can come now to buy more, and there will be a enthusiasm among people from various segments.
You think people will deliver? You think people will respond after 20 seconds?
I'm sure they will respond.
You think companies will comply? There's been this whole argument that companies, there has been some regulatory pressure to
No,
make
that
sure.
I understand.
There's been a question that's been spoken about a lot.
But aren't you now seeing in the public domain many companies coming out to say we will definitely pass on? I was surprised Mahindra put this out saying we are not even waiting for 20 seconds from today.
Can I give you an example? A few days back, I was at Kolkata airport and I think we bought some mithai. And the GST rate which was offered was, I think, 5%. And so we were very pleased to note that companies had not even waited for your announcement. So I think it will apply. But this question has been asked. So would you like to say something on that to sort of reassure consumers?
We are in talk.
Will you keep a watch?
First of all, we are already engaged with them to say, come out openly, say it, that you will pass it on. And many of them are responding. And that will continue till the 22nd.
Okay.
But from the 22nd, I have committed that I will personally monitor and talk to people from the different regions and states.
Okay.
District level, some of them. Okay. And if they think ground reports say that it is not getting passed on, then I will engage with that particular sector and that industry and that business house and say, tell me why you wouldn't want to pass.
Oh, so you're willing to sort of have a watch
Yes,
and keep a conversation.
Absolutely.
It's not as if Nirmala Sitharaman has decided this is a number, now however hell you want to implement it, you can do exactly what you want. It's not that. It's a process will continue.
Absolutely, I shall keep a watch.
Are you open, Ms. Finance Minister, on discussions with other stakeholders? You say, we also have a lot of areas, sectors and all who are not happy. Many are happy, many are still not happy, and many are making representations. For example, you have the Clothing Manufacturers Association of India, CMI, which is saying the 18% GST on garments above 2,500 will hit their festive season sales, saris, clothes, and jewelers say that, that the reforms continue to impose a tax on tax. They're talking about a 5% tax on making charges on top of the 3% GST on gold. Some FMCG players have flagged that detergents, which is a 45,000 crore market, was left out. I don't want to discuss any specific sector with you. My broad question to you, Ms. Sitharaman, is that looking forward, will your ministry, the government, engage with these groups, these various industry bodies who may make representations, or is this a hard and fast?
No, we've never hesitated.
How do people engage with you?
They do already with us, and the process is open. They know the route. They just send an email, then we fix a time for them to come wherever they are, and then once they come, we sit and hear them patiently out. So that system will continue. That approach, openness is ready.
That's excellent. That's excellent.
They can always approach us, and I'll definitely sit with them and hear them out.
At the rate that things are going, I think I wouldn't be surprised if the Congress party starts approaching you for authorship of this proposal as well. Did you find it interesting that everybody in the Congress was claiming authorship of this proposal? They're saying it's because of us. First they said Gabbar Singh tax, now they said it's principally because of us. May I ask you, in that context, was there any discussion with the opposition parties? I mean, they're claiming authorship. They said this is entirely happening. All the good news that Nirmala Sitharaman is giving is because they're behind this idea.
Only then they are not able to give me an answer for a question which I posed 2 days back. If indeed they were so wise and their wisdom guided me, why wasn't their wisdom available for their own party when they were in power for 10 years? They could have done this GST then.
They could have passed, but they say it was difficult, and their argument is that at that time the BJP was not supporting us.
Yeah, because you were not even convincing the states about compensation. Here was Sri Arun Jaitley, who designed and gave you a compensation package in which the earnings of the centre's exclusive domain, the excise on tobacco, was also brought in. saying, okay, you levy on it and collect it. He earned trust.
True.
Prime Minister Modi earned the trust, saying if states' concerns are not addressed, we can't. And it was addressed, and therefore it was implemented. Why couldn't you, and your wisdom which is available freely for me every now and then, why wasn't available to them earlier?
You put it very well. Yeah, they have a lot of wisdom which they throw at you in hindsight. Every now and then. Everyone's advising you. Everyone has a piece of advice for you. Ms. Sitharaman, when GST was brought in with then slabs which were then brought in, there was consensus, but surely it wouldn't have been a very popular move at that point of time. Could you tell me from your broad understanding, what are the one or two changes in the Indian economy which have allowed this to happen? You know, I'm sure in every budget, allowed this change to happen. Every budget, I have interviewed you every year, every budget, the one question everyone puts to you, and you do get irritated about it, that what have you done for the middle class? And I said on my program the other day, or when you did this, I said that this is not a promise to the middle class, this is a collaboration. The Prime Minister has made the middle class an active participant in the process of change and to face global headwinds. But my question to you is, what is it that allows us to do this number today, which was not possible to do when Arun Jaitley first brought in the rationalization of GST in the first place? What has changed in the country from then to now?
First of all, the introduction in 2017 of GST brought the country's market together.
It was the biggest structural reform.
Unless that was achieved,
yes,
this couldn't have been possible. Yeah. That's the first one.
Agreed.
Second, despite COVID and post-COVID,
right,
the revival of Indian economy, the activities, the buzz, the aspiration with which the small businesses were all coming up and fulfilling many of those goals that they set for themselves. I should do better in my business. I should now export. I should be finding more newer market. Digitization, which came and facilitated them, that they were able to capture newer markets even digitally.
Yeah.
So simultaneously, many such things happening. Banks opening up in the sense with better health to give further credit. The transition of the banks from being fragile to the twin balance sheet problem and then to become healthy, they making credit available. So many factors. And the mass acceptance of UPI, where people started buying things.
That's tremendous.
All these facilitated the revival of the Indian economy post-COVID. Now, once the revival is happening, your revenue generation improves. And GST's revenue generation crossed 2 lakh crores per month on an average. And you saw that, therefore, refunds were also happening quickly to
compliance
businesses.
was better.
So, all these and a stable policy for export or for any other economic activity have all brought in an environment where you think you now can take it up. And also in the 5 years, minus the 2.5 years of COVID, GST stabilized. So I can now think of shaking it up for a next.
Are you also looking at saying that the productive money in the hands of people should remain productive? I was drawing a link, you can tell me whether I was right or wrong. I said that the way in which you brought in this concept of the sin industry, or for example the 40% on online gaming. I think the 40% tax which is applicable on online gaming, because there was an estimation that between April and July, as much money was meant on online games via UPI, which is comparable to the money spent in drugstores and pharmacies. It's not a very productive habit. And then there is a crackdown on online betting. Is there a big philosophy we are seeing here? The money from online gaming you want to draw into more productive expenditure on food, essential items, online betting.
Yes.
And then you also want to disincentivize people from smoking, into the super luxury items. Is there a broad principle of social reform that is associated with it? Or is this purely economic? You think the money spent on unproductive, quote-unquote, sinful activity will be spent in productive activity? Is it a mix of both?
It's a mix of both.
Can you talk a little bit about it?
See, first of all, it is not as if only through this reform have I classified demerit goods which go to 40%, which is commonly known as sin goods.
You've done it in the budget.
It is there before. It is in GST even before.
Yeah.
That those were the goods on which we had the highest 28%.
Yeah.
Plus the compensation
You
cess.
made it just more severe.
Some of them went to 88%, some went to 53%, and so on. We've now brought it all to 40%.
Yeah.
Because that's the highest available for me in the GST. That is one thing. Second, if this is being done under GST, the banning of online money games through the law is done also because the voice of the people was reaching the PMO, saying my family and my children are all getting sucked into this, and as a result families
are being
money,
destroyed.
monthly income is getting destructive, in the sense it's getting paid for all these unproductive activities. We can't anymore, and we are not able to dissuade our young from getting into this.
Because there are algorithms behind these games which compel a person to become an addict. And you're right there.
Yes, and also some of them, even if it is not intended to be played with money, get drawn thinking it's all free. Because the entry is deceptive. It says no charge on this, come in. But the moment they get in, there's something which is hidden, that charge is happening. And the person plays the second game, further charge, and so on. So, inadvertently, many people are getting into this, and families were really upset. The calls were coming to the PMO. So that's where the online gaming social messaging of we don't want it when it is played with money. However, we are not stopping games, entertainments which are online, because people can use it, and that doesn't hurt the family finances.
But you're cracking down on online betting.
That's right.
Betting, you're cracking down in a big way. So there's a bit of social reform also associated
That's
with it.
right.
You see, there are simple question. What do you expect for people watching this interview? What do you expect from the people of India now? And what do you expect from the corporates of India? This question is not often asked about what is the expectation from corporates that you would have now that you've given what some see as a stimulus or whatever as an incentive package for boosting expenditure. What should corporates do and how should people respond?
No, I'm happy with what the corporates are responding like now. I'm happy that they're responding in the sense that they are coming forward and saying that we will pass this on. And I really appreciate that they have understood the message of the larger reform that has happened.
And stood by it.
And stood by it. And I'm sure that itself will motivate many others to come forward, and people therefore can be assured that this is coming through and this will be passed on to them.
Was this accelerated because of our ongoing issues with the US and Donald Trump? It may not be immediately, but maybe the timing was?
No, not at all.
The speed of the change, the announcement of the Prime Minister?
Prime Minister's announcement was more for the sake of giving people the relief at the earliest. Because by May 15th or early June, he knew that this work by the Department of Revenue, Finance Ministry has already reached a stage where he was sure that this was a wonderful package and that we should now propose it to the GST Council.
Regardless of the tariff announcement or the tariff
this
threats,
work is
are you
being
saying
done.
this would have gone through on broadly these timelines even if the last 2 months of issues
Yes,
would
because
not have mattered?
remember, even during the Jaisalmer meet, PM had already told me that I should take it up and work on the GST reforms. And post that, it only took me several months, and by May I was ready to do it. So there was no question of me postponing. The GST Council had to meet anyway after the budget session.
But as the timing somewhere, because
It's
Madam Finance
confidential, if
Minister,
any.
after the GST reforms, there's been this curiosity that US tariffs would have threatened to estimate, say, $80 to $87 billion in export losses, some aspect of the GDP. And therefore, while this was planned for well over a year, I concede, and there's been a lot of hard work that's been done on it, it was pushed through to soften that impact.
Completely not correct. It has nothing to do with the tariff. GST and the reforms associated with GST had to find the light of the day sometime. I was ready with it. PM was convinced it's a good package. And he therefore said, propose it to this GST Council. The GOMs had a look, they cleared it, and then the GST Council cleared it. Of course, PM wanted it well in time for Deepavali so that people get, because that's a time in India, festive mood prevails, people go out buying, people go out,
of course. But you're saying two things. It's absolutely nothing to do with
absolutely nothing to do with that.
Madam Finance Minister, yesterday the U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said, and I quote, "In a month or 2 months, I think India is going to be at the table and they are going to say that they are sorry, and after saying sorry, they will try to make a deal with Donald Trump." How do you see that comment? And is there any strategy that India is contemplating in that context?
I think the External Affairs Ministry has spoken quite well on this topic. We will be engaging with the US for the trade negotiations or whatever. But beyond that, I don't want to comment on the comments given by various members of the US administration.
Of the Trump cabinet.
So, I don't want to comment.
But the comments are always coming hard and fast, and the comments are they go viral.
The common people of India feel insulted. We have actually worked to build a good relationship with the United States. They have also done it. I'm not saying only we have done it. Over the past 2 decades, it's been a relationship where we built from one strength to another. That cannot be forgotten. So people of India feel very hurtful when such comments come out in public. But we've kept our calm. The engagement at the diplomatic level is happening. Hopefully there will be better days.
Ma'am, you have kept your head down and worked very hard to support the Prime Minister's vision of an independent foreign policy with a calm handling of the financial situation during COVID. We had a wonderful conversation here at that time where you explained to us the need to maintain our economic sovereignty through unique trade agreements, including buying oil with Russia. Do you believe that that was a momentary requirement? I'm only asking this in the context that critics like the US point out that India did not buy so much Russian oil earlier. They bought it of late, indicating that we can live without that Russian oil, and we are doing it more as our own tactic, more part of our foreign policy than our economic need. They've used words like laundromat. I would like your take on the Russia oil import. I know the foreign minister has commented on it, but it's a matter that concerns your ministry as well greatly. Do you believe it's necessary? And is it an economic decision or a diplomatic decision?
Arnav, I'm surprised you're asking this question this way. Economic or diplomatic decisions are for the country to take. Where I purchase anything, oil or anything else, from is my decision. Where I purchase from is my decision. It's our country's decision. Yes. Our leadership's decision. And those decisions are not taken if it's going to hurt our economy. If buying oil from A instead of B is going to be cost ineffective, meaning if I buy from A instead of B and I end up paying more for that, it's not good for my economy. Instead, buying from B makes me save some money because it is affordable, it is less expensive than buying it from A. I will have to decide. That's a decision of my country. It can't be that somebody else would tell me, don't buy from A or B, buy from C. It's my decision making in the interest of my country's economy, in the interest of my country's diplomacy, and moreover, it's not done in stealth.
No.
Everybody knew about it. And the products after refining from this crude have been purchased by everybody.
Including Ukraine, including Europe.
And therefore, I feel it's a sad day that we are being singled out on that. I am totally in agreement with you. I am only playing the devil's advocate there, but because these issues, Ms. Sitharaman, I believe need to be in public domain. They need to be spoken about, and I am so glad that you are addressing them. In the same vein, another question would be that this is what some people in the opposition say, and I find it striking, the similarity between what some of them are saying. Like, you know what Rahul Gandhi said? He said the economy that you have run so magnificently is dead. Did that, by the way? What was your response that day? I felt hurt. I felt very bad. Not personally. I guess as a leader of the opposition and the party behind him, his party, would have an assessment on the Indian economy. Yes. They have very experienced people with them. They have advisors, political, economic advisors, everybody. You charge the government of the day with your assessment. Based on your assessment, I am quite happy to hear it. My duty to respond, I will respond. You borrow the words unthinkingly of somebody who has commented, thinkingly or unthinkingly, I don't know. However eminent that person may be, why do you blindly borrow opinions without matching it, aligning it with your assessment of our economy? Tell me, pray, is Indian economy dead? For the last 5 years, we are the fastest growing. Sooner we will be the third largest. Every state is growing. Some of the states are setting target for themselves, 1 trillion from our state within 1 year. There are some other states saying may not be 1 trillion, but for my size, for the size of my state, this much. There's a healthy, positive competition. These are not possible in a dead economy. I don't need somebody else from outside the country to say or not say. But would you not praise, say, based on your own assessment? That is what I feel made me disappointed. How could some party which is sitting in the opposition in the parliament end up repeating or parroting the words uttered by somebody else? Don't you have your own assessment of our economy? No, he said, I totally agree. We all agree. Don't you agree? He asked the reporters. The body language at that point of time, I don't know, it was not a swagger. It was bitterness that I actually saw at that moment. And with the same argument, now they say, there is a similarity in the comments on both sides. You had US officials say that some Brahmins in India benefiting from the purchase of Russian oil, a casteist reference, but obviously aimed at certain corporates in India, who are doing the refining process. And similarly, I have heard Rahul Gandhi and others also say that why should the country's people lose because some companies in India are doing the refining. M.K. Stalin was in Europe 4 days back, and he said there that people in Tamil Nadu are suffering because some companies in Gujarat are doing the refining. So he made it a political issue in the run-up to the Tamil Nadu elections, Gujarat versus Tamil Nadu. Can I get your assessment on this? Because it's being made as there's a feeling that this is an Achilles heel for the government. They'll point out that, for example, this Reliance that's doing the refining, and therefore why are they benefiting? I asked on my programs, who would you expect? Do you expect Haldirams to do the refining? Do they have the capacity? But can we have your response on this attempt to politicize? 2 or 3 aspects of it. Yes. One, I want to remind everyone who comments on this that there was a windfall tax levied during and post-COVID, during and after COVID, on these companies which were getting cheap oil and refining and making profit by exporting them. That windfall tax was levied, and that helped in getting money into the coffers of Government of India. Now that money from the consolidated fund is used in the states for various programs. Yes. Did we not extract that revenue from them for the windfall profits that they made? haven't we shown that we didn't let go corporate windfall gains without taxing them? Do they remember that at all? One. And that was done on a formula. The formula used to be checked up every month.
Yep.
And the rate was determined on a monthly basis.
Precisely.
That is one. Second, industries in a particular state, in this case you're saying about Tamil Nadu, are suffering because of the because of the tariff.
Yeah.
And for which, not just for that state, but for the country. For all exporters who are exposed to US market and who may have got hit adversely because of the 50% tariff, the government and its departments are talking to the stakeholders to see what exactly is the extent of damage.
Yes.
And how much should be government support towards them so that they are able to
So you're looking at that?
Yes, we are looking at that. And in that context, no state is being ignored. If Tirupur textile people are
Tirupur
affected,
was the specific place where there was a protest the day before this comment was made.
So, there, or whether it is in Surat, or whether it is in Ludhiana, we are looking at sector by sector who has been affected because of the exposure to the US market. To say that, companies in Gujarat are benefiting against the well-being of Tamil Nadu.
That was what was said specifically.
That is a very typical narrative that the so-called Dravidian parties always have been putting forward in Tamil Nadu. I said it elsewhere too. We have grown in a Tamil Nadu which always commented saying, South is suffering, whereas North is prospering. Yeah. In Tamil it is, Terku Teyudu, Vadakku Valudu. We've always heard it from these Dravidian parties. And today you claim that you're much developed, I'm happy for that. We are industrialized, we are urbanized, we are very prosperous.
We contribute more.
We contribute more, we get less. I want to ask, if that is the story, the continuous line that you're maintaining for the last 60, 70 years is of division. It is completely projecting a divisionary argument that, my Tamil Nadu is being put to difficulties. Excuse me, hasn't Prime Minister gone to Thoothukudi to establish one of the most modern multimodal center for seaport? Sarvanand Sonowal was there yesterday talking about hydrogen mission and how in the Thoothukudi city they are doing projects. Who initiated the extraordinary lengths of 4-lane highways? Is it not from the center? AIMS in Madurai, however delayed because of the project called whatever funding. Are these not commitments given by the center? Similar to what we do in many other states? That attitude to divide north and south and to play victim always is a typical Dravidian model talk. And it is very disappointing that despite all the efforts of the Prime Minister and the efforts of the Prime Minister to show how he cares for Tamil Nadu, this argument keeps coming up.
There's also
very divisionary politics that they do. They are separatist.
It's also targeting of Nirmala Sitharaman. I'm sure you don't discount that because you're one of the tallest leaders politically from Tamil Nadu. And you have announced this, so I'm sure they are putting two and two together, don't you think?
I don't know about that side, but I'm more on the argument of the separatist mindset with which Tamil Nadu's some politicians behave. Always looking at the rest of the country as, you know, and we are very different, we are very separate, we are very... That attitude of a separatist logic should not continue in Tamil Nadu's politics, should not continue in any part of the country.
I didn't find it in the fabric of society. I spent a few days in Mamalapuram in Chennai recently. I did not find this among
that is
people.
Not
it's purely a political argument.
Absolutely.
I don't think it will stay.
Absolutely.
What is your message
right.
to M.K. Stalin?
That he should get out of this attitude. If he's running his state well and if he's running his policies well, why should he constantly have this being victimized attitude?
Yes. Yes.
He shouldn't.
Yeah. I'm sure that message is going to go with this video. In conclusion, Ms. Sitharaman, today was a remarkable day because we suddenly had the Prime Minister put out a tweet, and he's, President Trump, after months of aggressive criticism and tariff threats, he said he'd always be friends with Modi. Sometimes people wonder about, the relationship between leaders at that level. And the Prime Minister also responded positively, and he put out a tweet saying we'll always have a great relationship. In that context, where do we stand? I know it's a foreign policy issue in a sense, but because you're at the highest levels of government, you still see a trade deal or a talks or a relationship with America as possible? Or you see that as a closed chapter? How does the government
No, I don't see it as a closed chapter.
You don't see it as a closed
chapter? It is still possible, and I'm sure there are efforts being made by the negotiating team for trade, diplomatic team, which is working on all levels. I'm very hopeful on some rest.
Do you think, as Finance Minister from where you stand, do you think India will be able to balance from a financial perspective, the pulls and pressures from other countries which would want us closer to them, namely China, Russia, BRICS countries and the United States of America? Is it possible for such a large nation, which is emerging as a superpower, going to be the third largest economy in the world, to be non-aligned economically, non-aligned in that sense?
I think I'll put it in these words. India has constantly got to be fine-tuning and doing a fine balancing act. And I trust the political acumen, the statesman-like approach which the Prime Minister takes on these issues, and I'm sure he will succeed in continuing to hold a fine balancing act going for India's sake. And therefore I still think solutions can be arrived at with the strength of the way in which PM does his balancing act in the global arena. We don't need to align with one, or we don't need to align with another. We have to be India and India's interest and its guardian. And on that, PM Modi, I think, is best suited in the given environment, and I have the trust and faith that he will lead India forward.
What is your biggest, last point, what is your biggest learning as Finance Minister? Beyond, of course, this nimble-footedness which you've spoken about, the need to, pirouette around, make changes, be nimble and respond with a fine balancing act. Personally, what has been the biggest learning for you in all these years? You are now one of India's longest-serving finance ministers. What has been your biggest learning in governance, sitting on this chair?
You have to keep trying. You have to keep trying and remain there to improve your performance. You have to keep trying. You have to keep trying. You never let go that I can't do this. Cannot happen. You have to keep trying and delivering.
Well, I must appreciate the humility and the candor with which you made the last comment. Having watched you and with admiration as you've grown so much in stature, I think the simplicity with which you went last will go across to a lot of your admirers. Keep trying and stay at it, and that's the story of the Indian economy. Also want to congratulate you on behalf of everyone for this fantastic reform that you've done. And, we look forward to many more. Sorry, but I'll push one last one. Are there more significant reforms in the pipeline? There's been some indication of a few major ones in coming days and years.
See, when you have Prime Minister Modi, reforms can never be in the sidelines. It has to be top of the agenda. It has to be a continuous process. He pushed us to do all the kind of reforms even during COVID. There's no way we can relent on, okay, we can do other things. Reform is always on the top of the agenda.
Well, thank you very much, Nirmala Sitharaman ji. It's been a total pleasure talking to you once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Arnab, for giving me this opportunity.
My pleasure. Thank you.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
सबसे बात हमेशा विजिट करता आया सीखता आया कि वे राष्ट्रहित के सर्वोपरि रखकर
Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshaling the full power.
During an interview, American economist Richard Wolff called out the US administration for attacking India with tariffs and shooting itself in the foot by doing so. Wolff said that India is central for trade and that it will find other places to sell its exports if the US gets shut off. Wolff said that India is now, according to the United Nations, the largest country on earth. The United States telling India what to do is like a mouse hitting his fist to an elephant. India will find other places to sell its exports if the US is shut off to India, and the move will only strengthen the BRICS nations. But like Russia found another place to sell its energy, India will...
We have big breaking news coming in from Meerut. Well, after the halal lifestyle township that sparked outrage in Maharashtra's Karjat, now a similar episode has come to light in Meerut. Now, there is a dispute in Meerut regarding Abdullah residency, where there are allegations of ban on the entry of Hindus. So, entry of people of Hindu religion has been banned in this residency called as Abdullah residency in Meerut in Uttar Pradesh, and also selling of plots to Hindus in this colony has also been banned. Now Uttar Pradesh Minister Somendra Tomar says that strict action will be taken, and the case is currently under investigation. But the big controversy has broken out over this. And meanwhile, let's listen in to Uttar Pradesh Minister Somendra Tomar what he had to say about this entire controversy.
ये कॉलोनी से संबंधित है अब्दुल्ला रेजिडेंसी जी, और उसकी जांच कराई जा रही है। ये जानकारी में आया है कि उसमें वर्ग विशेष के लोग ही रह सकते हैं। ये जांच कराई जा रही है और जांच के बाद जो तथ्य सामने आएंगे उन पर कार्रवाई कराई जाएगी।
मेरी मौजूदगी इस वक्त मेरठ के अब्दुल्ला रेसिडेंसी की है। ये वही रेसिडेंसी है जिसे लेकर के विवाद इन दिनों काफी ज्यादा देखने को मिल रहा है। दरअसल इस रेसिडेंसी को लेकर के ये आरोप लग रहे हैं कि यहाँ पे हिंदुओं की एंट्री जो है वो बैन है, यानी हिंदुओं की नो एंट्री है। अगर हम बात करें बीजेपी के उत्तर प्रदेश के राज्य ऊर्जा मंत्री की, तो उन्होंने भी इसे लेकर के ये आरोप लगाए हैं। बाकायदा उन्होंने डीएम को पत्र लिख करके इसकी जाँच के लिए भी और कार्रवाई की भी मांग की है। लेकिन वहीं दूसरी तरफ ये जो रेसिडेंसी बना रहे हैं उनका ये कहना है कि ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है। कई सारे हिंदूज जो हैं उन्होंने भी यहाँ पे अपने प्लॉट जो है ऑलरेडी लिए हुए हैं, उनके नाम पर यहाँ पे प्लॉट रजिस्टर्ड है। इसके साथ ही साथ अगर हम बात करें बीजेपी विधायक और बीजेपी मंत्री की, तो उन्होंने ये भी दावा किया है कि अंदर चूंकि रेसिडेंसी है, एक बहुत बड़ी रेसिडेंसी है, तो उन्होंने कहा कि धीरे धीरे ये रेसिडेंसी चूंकि बन रही है, तो उनका यही आरोप है कि अंदर जो नक्शा दिया गया है उसमें एक मस्जिद का भी नक्शा दिया गया है और पूरी तरह से ये एक साजिश का हिस्सा है। हालांकि पूरी कार्रवाई की बात भी उन्होंने की है और कार्रवाई के बाद ही पता चल पाएगा कि आखिर वाकई में अब्दुल्लापुर रेसिडेंसी में हिंदुओं की एंट्री बैन है या नहीं।
All right, an investigation is currently underway, but let's listen in to what our Meerut district officer had to say.
अब्दुल्ला रेजेंसी है तहसील सदर में, इसके संबंध में विभिन्न स्तर से शिकायत प्राप्त हुई है और शिकायत के क्रम में जॉइंट मजिस्ट्रेट मेरठ, SC आवास विकास और CO पुलिस के द्वारा एक संयुक्त समिति गठित कर दी गई। वो समिति विभिन्न पहलुओं पर जांच करके एक सप्ताह में रिपोर्ट देगी। उसके बाद जो भी तथ्य और निष्कर्ष आएगा उसके आधार पर फर्दर कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित करेगी।
All right, so big controversy there that has erupted over this township, and there are allegations that this residency is only not allowing Hindus to take plots there. An investigation has now been initiated. All right, let's move on in the bulletin now in an exclusive interview with Arnab Goswami. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has highlighted the game-changing impact of the GST reforms under Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership. She firmly addressed criticism over India's oil imports from Russia, asserting that the country's energy strategy is guided solely by national interest and economic rationale and not external pressure. Take a look.
Ma'am, you have kept your head down and worked very hard to support the Prime Minister's vision of an independent foreign policy with a calm handling of the financial situation during COVID. We had a wonderful conversation here at that time where you explained to us the need to maintain our economic sovereignty through unique trade agreements, including buying oil with Russia. Do you believe that that was a momentary requirement? I'm only asking this in the context that critics like the US point out that India did not buy so much Russian oil earlier. They bought it of late, indicating that we can live without that Russian oil, and we are doing it more as our own tactic, more part of our foreign policy than an economic need. They've used words like laundromat. I would like your take on the Russia oil import. I know the foreign minister has commented on it, but it's a matter that concerns your ministry as well greatly. Do you believe it's necessary? And is it an economic decision or a diplomatic decision?
Arnab, I'm surprised you're asking this question this way. Economic or diplomatic decisions are for the country to take. Where I purchase anything, oil or anything else, from is my decision. Where I purchase from is my decision. It's our country's decision. Yes. Our leadership's decision. And those decisions are not taken if it's going to hurt our economy. If buying oil from A instead of B is going to be cost ineffective, meaning if I buy from A instead of B and I end up paying more for that, it's not good for my economy. Instead, buying from B makes me save some money because it is affordable, it is less expensive than buying it from A. I will have to decide. That's a decision of my country. It can't be that somebody else would tell me, don't buy from A or B, buy from C. It's my decision making in the interest of my country's economy, in the interest of my country's diplomacy, and moreover, it's not done in stealth.
No.
Everybody knew about it. And the products after refining from this crude have been purchased by everybody.
Including Ukraine, including Europe.
And therefore, I feel it's a sad day that we are being singled out on that.
All right, let's get to some other news. In a remarkable display of innovation, the Indian Army's Battle Axe Division used drones to rescue a man stranded in the middle of the Yad River in Udaipur. This operation not only ensured his safe evacuation, but also showcased the Indian Army's evolving adaptability in high-risk rescue missions. Take a look at this report.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
Today, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming.
Justice for Rahul!
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi to visit flooded areas in Punjab on September 9th. Prime Minister will interact with farmers in Gurdaspur. As Prime Minister Modi gets ready for his tour on rain and flood affected states, BJP claims Rahul is vacationing in Malaysia. PM Modi at BJP MP's workshop. PM Modi has been felicitated over GST reforms. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju condemns Ashoka Emblem vandalism, says Hazratbal shrine is a symbol of peace. Trump said Peter Navarro fact-checked by ex-users over Indian oil trade. Navarro slams Elon Musk for backing India's oil trade with Russia.
Completely not correct. It has nothing to do with the tariff. GST and the reforms associated with GST have to find the light of the day sometime.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman speaks exclusively to Arnab Goswami, clarifies GST and tariffs are not linked.
Common people of India feel insulted. We have actually worked to build a good relationship with the United States.
Finance Minister's big statement on tariffs alleges insult to Indians by Trump. A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 2 p.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. First up, we have some big breaking news coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has attended the BJP Workshop meeting and BJP MPs have felicitated the Prime Minister over GST reforms, the double dhamaka that the government has announced for the people of India just ahead of Diwali. And the program will focus on two key themes. First is towards a developed India by 2047 and the effective use of social media by MPs. And as per reports, PM Modi is sitting in the last row in the meeting and several MPs are in the workshop. They are speaking about the best practices or initiatives taken in the constituencies of the MPs regarding Swadeshi and ease of doing business, governance and much more. And applauding the government's next-gen GST during their mention as well. And Union Minister Piyush Goyal's reform and his statement has gotten full support of the BJP on GST resolution. And there you can see these are the pictures coming in from inside that particular workshop. We have Harsha also joining us live on this broadcast. Harsha, we are getting reports of PM Modi's felicitation. Have the MPs already felicitated the Prime Minister on the GST reforms?
So, Deepak, the felicitation has not happened yet, but yes, Piyush Goyal during his moderation spoke about the next-gen GST, and also there were several MPs like the first moderator who was Kavita Patidar, the Rajya Sabha MP of BJP, clearly stated that how next-gen GST and also the pre-Diwali bonanza before the Diwali for everyone is a huge dedication of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to ease the life of not only the commoners, the citizens of the country, but also how it will ease the businessmen also to do their business better, whether it be startups or the MSME. Approximately half an hour, Kavita Patidar spoke on the GST, and also Piyush Goyal was the one who passed the resolution. The Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi, he arrived in the workshop at around 11:30, and when he came, he didn't go to the first row, Deepak. He sat like a common BJP Karyakarta in the last row, and the pictures we have clearly seen from the MPs. Twitter handle also it has been posted, Sangeeta Balwant and also Sadhna Singh, and next to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, we can see leaders like SP Singh Baghel and other MPs seated next to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. It was the last row of the BJP Karyashala, the place Balayogi Auditorium, which is where the entire moderation and the Karyashala is being conducted. There are the two key phases and the sessions of this Karyashala. The first, before lunch, it is about the India dedicated and developed India by 2047. And post-lunch, it is about the digital and social media reforms in the country right now and how parliamentarians should be aware of the social media reforms and how to use the digital platforms not only for the parliamentarians inside the house but also in the constituencies as well. And that is the kind of workshop which BJP is training its new MPs for. And yes, we have got to know that the senior cabinet ministers like Home Minister Rajnath Singh and JP Nadda will be arriving in this workshop later in the evening, which is approximately 5 o'clock. The schedule we have already received yesterday from the BJP. But yes, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is right now inside the workshop, and we can expect that the post-lunch, the meetings which we will see on the schemes of the Prime Minister, like there is a Surya Yojana scheme, and also how to eradicate TB completely from India. And that is how the key meetings is going to happen inside the workshop, inside the Karyashala, inside the workshop of BJP. Also, Tejashwi Surya will start moderating after 3 p.m., which is post-lunch. He will start moderating on the social media and how, being the second-time member of parliament, and how he has been using it and how it is worthy for all the parliamentarians to use the social media reforms and not only the substitute legislation in the parliament but also in the constituency, and how BJP has been focusing on the digital Viksit Bharat for long since it got elected second time. This also will be the key moderation which we will see from several BJP MPs. The pictures we have seen clearly from the handles of Brijlad and also Dholakia, and also several other BJP MPs like Giriraj Singh clearly tells us that how each and every MP of BJP clearly seated in each and every row are focusing on the meetings which will happen on agriculture, finance, on the development of farmers, on the execution of the yojanas at several ground places in each and every state. So we can say that it's a detailed workshop which is happening of the MPs, not only about the rules and regulations of the parliament, but also how focused we have to work together for the development of the country, so that by 2047 the target which BJP has set for the nation could be achieved. Back to you, Deepak.
That's right, Harsha. Focus is on Viksit Bharat 2047, and the Prime Minister being seated in the last row also clearly highlights his deep connect with the grassroots level Karyakartas as well. Many thanks, Harsha, for joining us with those details. Now, shifting our focus, we have some more breaking news coming in. TMC leader Abdur Rahim Bakshi has stoked a massive controversy after he threatened to pour acid into the mouth of a BJP MLA in West Bengal. So this is a very, very shocking and a dangerous escalation of political hate, viewers, in West Bengal. And Mamta's own leader from Malda, Abdur Rahim Bakshi, has openly threatened BJP MLAs with acid attacks. And his words are not just irresponsible, but they're also very, very criminal, incendiary, and designed to spread fear and hate. This is a massive political controversy that has erupted in West Bengal after TMC's Malda district president Abdur Rahim Bakshi has threatened with acid attacks on BJP MLAs and called for a boycott of BJP in Malda. And the remarks were made during a protest rally, and these have definitely sparked political war of words between the TMC and the BJP. Earlier, Mahua Moitra wanted to get the head of Amit Shah chopped almost, in Aurangzeb style. And let's first play out that particular soundbite of this TMC MLA who has gone rogue in Malda.
আমি তো অনুরোধ করবো আপনাদের কাছে বন্ধু